Chapter 3274. Although Long Chen's eyes were narrowed, his gaze was actually solemn. It contained his hatred for the heart-refining demon of the divine Tao, as well as his urgent concern for Su Yan's life. All of this showed that he wanted to win this battle as quickly as possible. Not far away, Mo Xiaolan's battle was extremely intense. He and the ninely great demon were both riddled with scars, and it was hard to determine the victor. As long as he killed the heart-refining demon, it would be the end of the three ancestral devils. The three ancestral devils would definitely die in battle. At that time, the myriad worlds would truly be at peace. The final moment had finally arrived. To Long Chen, this was a terrifying and bold challenge. This was because he planned to repeat the process of learning the inverse dragon blood. The inverse dragon blood was a type of nomological rule that was comparable to the Nirvana primeval. He deeply understood that the descent of the mind demon of the Shinto Tao would definitely be the same nomological rule. Sure enough, it was as expected. This was the reason why he would go crazy and take the risk. High up in the sky, the heart refinement devil of the god Tao was already shrouded in light. The golden and black lights were fusing, and the two terrifying lights had already lit up the entire world. When the two colors were fused, the strange thing was that it turned into white. Pure white. Holy and noble. Of course, it was also terrifying. Long Chen raised his head and saw a white blazing sun in the sky. Within the blazing sun, he could vaguely see the heart refiner. It was majestic and terrifying. Divine Tao trial, sinners shall be punished. In an instant, the heart-refining devil of the divine Tao let out a deafening roar. Karma trial light. The pinnacle of the karma nomological law was unleashed at this instant. Long Chen was its only target. The white light that shrouded the heart refiner seemed to explode as it shot towards Long Chen. This light was the karma trial light. This was the strongest nomological law of the heart refiner at the half-ancestor level. One could imagine how powerful it was. Morality and karma dragon. I focus on karma, but the nomological law of morality is also an important part of the heart refiner dragon. This karma trial light is the perfect fusion of karma and morality. The judgment is the judgment of morality, the embodiment of morality. I have to say, the heart refiner dragon has taught me something. When the karmic trial light was born, Long Chen only needed a single glance to immediately see that it was his problem. He could also see his way out. This was the reason why he had given up on resisting. Once he gave up on resisting and allowed himself to accept the laws, this was the fastest way for him to learn a type of law. Of course, it was also more risky than any other method. For Long Chen to choose such a method, he was undoubtedly risking his life and courting death. But this was his way. He was fearless as he spread his arms wide to receive the karma trial light. Using this rule to deal with Long Chen, from the perspective of the divine Tao's heart devil, he believed that Long Chen was evil, so he should be judged by karma. Karma was uncertain. From the perspective of the divine Tao's heart devil, if Long Chen's karma was evil, then the power of the karma trial light would be formidable. Because it was from the perspective of the heart refiner dragon, the nomological law was relatively powerful. Although it wasn't as strange as the inverse blood of the dragon, it definitely surpassed it in terms of absolute lethality. This was the destructive light of judgment. Under the judgment, as long as the person being judged was killed, the light of judgment would be able to kill him. Under the cold gaze of the heart refiner dragon, Long Chen was completely drowned by the karma trial light. What a joke. Courting death. He had actually given up resisting against such a killing move. This was the stupidest of stupidity. The heart refiner dragon had no idea what he was going to do, but he knew that Long Chen would definitely be annihilated by the karma trial light. What he had predicted was completely correct. The power of the karma trial light was to purify and annihilate. It was one of the most direct destructive powers. Under the intense annihilation of the light, Long Chen's body started to dissipate and turned into ashes before the eyes of the heart refiner dragon. Death arrived when Long Chen was enjoying the karma trial light. That's right, his expression at that time was indeed one of enjoyment. But no matter what, he was already dead. Even though the heart refiner dragon still had doubts in his heart, as long as Long Chen was dead, other minor details didn't matter. What a strange fella. To think that he was courting death. At that moment, the heart refiner dragon still had some doubts in his heart. The moment he retracted the karma trial light, something unbelievable happened before his eyes. Right before his eyes, the dissipated Long Chen was reborn from the green flames, completely unharmed. From death to rebirth, it only took an instant. And just this instant was enough to change many things. Then, under the heart refiner dragon's astonished gaze, Long Chen transformed before his eyes, turning into the heart refiner dragon. The real heart refiner dragon. The golden and black scales lined up neatly, the dragon horns were the sword of judgment, the dragon tail was like a spear, and the dragon claws were like blades. When the heart refiner dragon truly appeared, the heart refiner dragon seemed deformed in comparison. He looked bloated and lowly. The true nobleness and majesty belonged to the heart refiner dragon. Of course, to the Shinto heart refining demon, what was even more terrifying was the fusion of the golden and black light on the Shinto heart refining dragon. That's right, through extreme experience, Long Chen was able to comprehend the karma trial light faster than the inverse dragon blood. At that time, he died at a terrifying speed under the karma trial light. The pain tore him apart. However, to become stronger, to end this final battle, to give Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan a perfect ending, Long Chen chose to endure and fight. He always wanted to surpass his limits. This was because he shouldered the greatest responsibility of the entire world. There were too many things he wanted to topple. If he didn't fight, how could he be here today? Therefore, in the midst of destruction, Long Chen didn't make a sound. The karma trial light was a form of enjoyment to him. In this enjoyment, the karma Dao seal allowed him to truly understand the rules. At the final moment, he comprehended it. Therefore, after coming back from the dead, the true karma trial light had already formed in his heart. Now, he was just displaying it. However, within it, there was the true Tao of the heart refiner dragon, the good and evil of the world. This was still the world, the good and evil of the primeval troll didn't exist. At that moment, the white light completely enveloped the heart-refining divinity dragon. Within that white blazing sun, the heart-refining divinity dragon coiled. That was the true karma and judgment. Such a scene caused the heart-refining divinity dragon to tremble in fear. It wasn't just the suppression of strength, it was the impact to his soul. Before the true heart-refining divinity dragon, his nobility was already a form of humbleness. No. Although he said no, the karma trial light that belonged to Long Chen still descended. Although it was similar to the heart refiner dragon, in fact, from Long Chen's perspective, all primeval troll were evil. They were existences that destroyed the bottom line of morality. This was the true trial. Bang! In an instant, the karma trial light hit the heart refiner dragon just like how it had hit Long Chen before. In fact, it even pierced through it. The karma trial light was like how Long Chen had been annihilated before. Even though the heart refiner dragon was struggling, it was destroyed by the destructive light. Perhaps it was due to karma, but when dealing with the heart refiner dragon, the destructive power of this nomological law was much stronger than usual. Perhaps this was the wrath of the ancestral dragon. Karma itself was a mysterious nomological law. This time, Long Chen witnessed the karma nomological law being released to its strongest degree. Logically speaking, the destructive power of the karma trial light should be able to be strong or weak. However, this time, it was unprecedented. It was the strongest. It was so strong that the heart refiner dragon was completely annihilated. Long Chen could see it very clearly. Under the illumination of the light of karma judgment, the divine Tao heart-refining demon was quickly reduced to ashes. The ashes began to spread from the place where it had been pierced, and it was purified into powder. How did you, Perhaps the greatest doubt and unwillingness of the divine Tao heart-refining demon was that Long Chen had grasped the trial of karma in such a short period of time. However, it didn't even have the chance to voice its doubts before it was completely annihilated. The only thing left was probably the divine Tao heart-refining demon's heart. Long Chen turned into human form and held the heart refiner dragon, placing it in the same position as the eternal life war demon. Now that he had killed the heart refiner dragon in the shortest time possible, he definitely had to help Mo Xiaolang and Kitten kill all the ancestral devils. Long Chen's battle started the slowest, but also ended the fastest. After the battle ended, he quickly discovered that Kitten had actually crushed the great Brahma ancient devil. It was about time. With Kitten's current personality, he would not let the great Brahma ancient devil escape. He was more concerned about the battle between the sun-devouring dire wolf and the nine-li giant devil. This battle was extremely bitter. Logically speaking, Mo Xiaolang, who lacked an absolute killing move, should not have been able to defeat the nine-li giant devil. However, perhaps the matter with Soi Yan had made his fury and madness effective. Even now, he was fighting the nine-li giant devil with his life on the line. He had not fallen behind, and he had even forced the nine-li giant devil to not dare to fight him head-on. The nine-li giant devil's huge body was constantly being tangled with the ancestral flames. It was badly mangled and charred. As for the sun-devouring dire wolf, it also had lacerations on its body. But even so, the sun-devouring dire wolf did not seem to notice. In its melee battle with the nine-li giant devil, it was bitter again and again. Seeing Mo Xiaolang like this, Long Chen understood his heart. He also knew that such a loyal person could not be suppressed by his nature. That nature did not exist. Mo Xiaolang's nature was hot-blooded, kind, and true. Chapter 3275. This wasn't a competition, but the final battle between the myriad worlds and the primeval troll. Since Long Chen was free, he naturally wouldn't sit by and watch as Mo Xiaolang and the nine-li great devil fought. Perhaps Mo Xiaolang would win, but the most important thing for them was to kill more ancestral devils and rescue them so that they could return to their companions safely. Seeing the sun-devouring fiend wolf's crazed roar and blood-red eyes, Long Chen knew how desperate he was. So he descended behind the nine-li great devil as fast as he could and attacked as fast as he could. The battle between Long Chen and the heart-refining fiend demon was too fast. Life and death were decided in an instant. The great Brahma ancient devil saw the heart-refining fiend demon's tragic death, but he couldn't do anything because he was completely suppressed by Kitten. All he could do was stay alive. As for the nine-li great devil, he was driven mad by Mo Xiaolang. Surrounded by flames, he had no idea what was happening to the heart-refining fiend demon behind him. In his impression, the heart-refining fiend demon was stronger than him and wouldn't be defeated so easily, let alone killed. So when Long Chen descended behind him, he barely noticed it. But it was over. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were now in a pincer attack, especially Long Chen. At the last moment, he used his fatal rule. Inverse dragon blood. Even though he was using it in human form, the killing power of the inverse dragon blood was terrifying. The nine-li great devil was full of blood qi. When Long Chen's control over blood manifested in his body, the boundless blood transformed into primordial blood dragons. Billions of primordial blood dragons absorbed the nine-li great devil's strength and attacked his insides with the most destructive force. Outside his body was Mo Xiaolang's flame diagram. Endless flames complemented Long Chen's rule. Roar. In that instant, the nine-li giant devil reared his head back and howled in agony. This was the most tragic sound he had ever made. One could vaguely see billions of primordial blood spirit dragons surging within his body. Their bloody shadows were visible on the skin of the nine-li giant demon. Break. Even though the other party was in such a sorry state, Long Chen did not show any mercy. Reverse dragon blood, millions of mystical dragons, were currently tearing the nine-li giant devil apart, turning it into flesh and blood. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang had already displayed the sky-devouring fire diagram. Rumble. The heaven-devouring fire diagram descended on the 9-Li giant demon. The huge pulling force caused the 9-Li giant demon's body to completely disintegrate. Under the ravaging of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the 9-Li giant demon turned into countless pieces of flesh that were devoured by the sun-devouring demon wolf. It was obvious how furious Mo Xiaolang was at all the ancestral fiends. The giant demons of the Jiuli tribe were torn apart by the two forces and were devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Of course, that was also the moment of their deaths. The sun-devouring demon wolf's devouring meant certain death. Especially with Long Chen's reverse dragon blood, the 9-Li giant demon was almost done for. Boom. With a final loud sound, the 9-Li giant demon disappeared completely. Mo Xiaolang retracted all the flames and the surroundings suddenly quietened down. The broken branches and leaves also stopped moving. Out of the 3 battlefields, 2 of them were already completely silent. 2 ancestral fiends had died in battle, leaving only the great Brahma ancient demon, who was completely suppressed by Kitten. From this point of view, the great Brahma ancient demon was indeed the strongest among the 10 ancestral fiends. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for it to last so long in the hands of Kitten. It was hard to imagine that the 10 most terrifying ancestral fiends of the primeval troll had all died in battle. Only the struggling great Brahma ancient demon and the elusive void demon were left. From this moment onwards, it could be confirmed that the primeval troll no longer posed a threat to the myriad worlds. Most of the primeval troll had already died in battle. 8 of the top 10 ancestral fiends had already died in battle. The remaining Great Perfection Realm fiends' supremacies of the Tomb of Samsara couldn't even leave, let alone cause any trouble. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had obtained an unimaginable victory this time. Of course, Soyan's safety was also lacking. Of course, it was also because of Kitten's help. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. Even the myriad worlds might have perished. Thinking back, it was like a dream. Of course, the battle was not truly over. Now, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's hearts were tense. They quickly gathered together. Mo Xiaolang spat out something and handed it to Long Chen. This is the 9-Li Great Devil's Heart. After obtaining the 9-Li Great Devil's Heart, Long Chen now had 3 ancestral fiends' hearts. Now, his attention was not on the ancestral fiend's heart. After putting it away, he and Mo Xiaolang quickly rushed to Kitten's side. Kitten and the great Brahma ancient demon were on the Samsara fruit, engaged in the final battle. Help me kill him quickly. Long Chen did not think much and prepared to attack. If the 3 brothers attacked, the great Brahma ancient demon would definitely not live for more than 10 breaths of time. After finishing him off, they could search for the void demon in peace. However, just as they were about to attack, the reincarnation divine beast that looked like a white tiger glared at Long Chen and said, "Don't interfere. I will take care of him myself." Since he said this, Long Chen could not do anything. After all, Kitten did not have any memories of interacting with him. Of course, he absolutely believed that Kitten could defeat his opponent. It was obvious that under Kitten's suppression, the great Brahma ancient demon was completely crushed, even if he used his amazing creation nomological laws. When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang arrived, the battle was already at its final juncture. The great Brahma ancient demon was already in a heavily injured state, while Kitten was basically unaffected. This white tiger was simply the great Brahma ancient demon's nightmare. I am waiting for the primordial devil race. The death of the divine Tao heart refining devil and the 9-Li great devil was a huge blow to the great Brahma ancient demon. He did not think of escaping. Now that his defeat was already decided, what he wanted to do the most was to drag Kitten down with him. As expected, at this moment, his body was burning with golden flames. Not only was it burning his strength, but it was also burning his flesh and blood. Rumble. Endless golden flames instantly shot into the sky. It was as if the great Brahma ancient demon's body had expanded dozens of times. You guys are really not bad. You have inherited the legacy of the divine dragon, and even in such a disadvantageous situation, you still managed to do this. Amazing, amazing, ahaha. Surrounded by the golden flames, the great Brahma ancient demon seemed to have gone crazy, as if he had lost his mind. At this moment, there was no need to mention how great the blow was to him, especially the betrayal of the void demon. They were a group of ancestral devils. Sometimes, they were really unimaginable. No one knew what they really wanted. Was destruction really that important to them? What were they after? No one knew. What was their connection with the Sky-Swallowing clan? At least, there was no movement from the Sky-Swallowing clan. Long Chen deeply understood that after finishing off the primeval troll, the only enemy in the future was the Sky-Swallowing clan. The terrifying Sky-Swallowing clan, the cricketers. No matter what, the great Brahma ancient demon, who was forced to a dead end, gave up everything. In a magnificent way, he used his own life to complete the last rule. Of course, in front of him, the reincarnation beast's eyes were cold. Against the great Brahma ancient demon's rule, he was doing the same thing, but he did not need to pay the price with his life. At this moment, the great Brahma ancient demon shone with golden light. Many symbols appeared on his body, and those symbols swept around him like waves. Amidst the flames, a real world was born. That was his creation rule. That world was endless, huge, and complete. Not only did it have the sun, moon, and stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, but it also had living beings, corpses, reincarnation, and all living things. Everything was there. A world that was born in an instant. The great Brahma ancient demon's divine body burned and turned into ashes, fusing with the world. His body became countless pieces, becoming the power of the entire world. Gods and Buddhas. The rule was formed. In that world, tens of thousands of golden figures appeared. They seemed to be cast from gold. They sat in the air, chanting scriptures and emitting thunderous sounds. For a time, the entire world was filled with them. Under the chanting of the gods and Buddhas, even if they weren't attacked, Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen still felt extremely uncomfortable. They had no choice but to retreat. Long Chen understood that he couldn't block this level of rule attack. Fortunately, they hadn't participated, otherwise they would have become the great Brahma ancient demon's target. Perhaps Kitten knew that the great Brahma ancient demon would use his life as the price to create such an attack. That was why he didn't let Long Chen and the others interfere. This was Kitten's good intentions, not his arrogance. The world of gods and Buddhas formed a golden wheel in the air that was surrounded by flames. It rotated, and the entire world was a law of destruction. The countless living beings within it were all part of that law of slaughter. Facing such a rule, the reincarnation beast's expression was solemn. It first retreated a distance, then its huge body walked in the air, forming a reincarnation cycle. World of reincarnation. The reincarnation beast's rule shone brightly in the space between its eyebrows. A white world of reincarnation was born on the reincarnation beast's head. It was very similar to the world of gods and Buddhas. In this world of reincarnation, there were also countless lives. Naturally, although they looked similar, their essence was different. The great Brahma ancient demon was the law that created the world. As for Kitten, he was the law of reincarnation. Living beings weren't part of his power, they were part of the meaning of reincarnation itself. The reincarnation beast was using the living beings to fight against the gods and Buddhas. If it wasn't for the price of his life, the great Brahma ancient demon wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight against the world of reincarnation. But at this moment, two worlds, two different rules, formed an unprecedented and incomparable confrontation. Chapter 3276. Buzz. The gods chanted in unison. Their might was vast. Everything was for the sake of destruction. The world of reincarnation was like a whirlpool. Countless lives were inside, but there were too many of them. The reincarnation beast's reincarnation laws were even more heaven-defying. At this moment, in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, the reincarnation of all beings and the gods collided. Two great worlds, two great laws, were melting each other. The edges of the two worlds were collapsing. All the gods and Buddhas in the heavens, all the gods and Buddhas in the sky, and all the mountains and rivers were crushed into pieces. The reincarnation of all beings was also destroyed. In this confrontation, Kitten did not obtain an overwhelming victory. In fact, the destruction and melting of the world of samsara of all beings was even faster than that of the world of gods and Buddhas. It was like a collision between a piece of silver and a piece of gold. Countless lives turned to ashes. Billions of gods and Buddhas were destroyed, turning into dazzling light. Such a scene could only be described as shocking. Kitten will lose. Mo Xiaolang couldn't help but ask when he saw the samsara of all beings was melting faster. No, he will win. Long Chen revealed a relaxed smile. From the current situation, the great Brahma ancient devil was bound to lose. Why? The great Nirvana ancient devil used his life to display his laws to such an extent. Both are melting. Although the cycle of reincarnation is being destroyed faster, the difference isn't too big. The great Nirvana ancient devil will die in the end if he does something like this. He just wants to die together, but his laws aren't strong enough to crush Kitten. At most, he will injure Kitten a little, but he will definitely die. It was just as he had expected. The chanting of the gods and Buddhas filled the sky. Deafening explosions rang out. The final result was that everything collapsed. Whether it was the world of gods or the reincarnation of all beings, everything was destroyed. At the same time, the surrounding branches and leaves of the reincarnation tree were destroyed. It was like countless continents were destroyed, turning into nothingness. Not even ashes were left behind. When the world of gods and Buddhas and the cycle of reincarnation of all living beings completely dissipated, the Brahma heaven ancient devil didn't leave behind any words and completely disappeared without a trace. The golden dust that filled the sky was probably left behind by the Brahma heaven ancient devil. However, in this world, there was no longer any information about it. Long Chen even thought that he would deal some damage to Kitten. In fact, he didn't do anything at all. In the later stages of reincarnation, he caught up and destroyed the great Nirvana ancient devil's laws. Maybe it was because the great Nirvana ancient devil knew that he couldn't defeat Kitten, so he gave up. In any case, apart from the void demon, the other 9 ancestral demons had all died in the hands of Long Chen and company. Among them, Long Chen had killed many of them alone. The tomb of Samsara had become his hunting ground. One ancestral fiend after another was slain by him. In the end, only the void demon was left. If he could kill the void demon and save Soyan, as long as the sky-swallowing clan didn't do anything, the 10,000 worlds would have a long period of peace. That was what Long Chen longed for. This is yours. The reincarnation divine beast transformed into its human form and stretched lazily, as if this battle was insignificant. Right now, all of its attention was on the reincarnation's sacred fruit below. It was an important item for it to return to the progenitor realm. He gave Long Chen the great Nirvana ancient devil's heart. Now, Long Chen had gathered 4 ancestral demon hearts. They came from the perennial war demon and the 3 ancestral demons he killed here. He borrowed the great Nirvana ancient devil's heart. At this time, Kitten had already descended on the samsara fruit and was prepared to destroy the reincarnation barrier. With his cold personality, even though he had defeated the 3 ancestral demons, he didn't feel happy. It was as if he had done something insignificant. What is this? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang still didn't know about the samsara tree and the samsara fruit. The sacred fruit of samsara. Before the epoch, there were many sacred fruits of samsara on the sacred tree in the tomb of samsara. Only peerless divine dragons could take effect. Ordinary divine dragons could reincarnate just by smelling it. According to your current standards, the sacred fruit of samsara is a primordial immortal spirit that surpasses the origin. Kitten said lightly. I see. Long Chen couldn't help but be tempted. However, this was something that Kitten had obtained. Kitten obtaining it was the same as him obtaining it. What effect does it have? Asked Long Chen. It can probably help me recover to the progenitor realm. It's just a guess. I'm not sure. Don't disturb me, Kitten said impatiently. However, Long Chen knew that he didn't have any ill intentions. This fellow was just being stubborn. When the three ancestral fiends attacked him, it was Long Chen who came to save him. At that moment, Long Chen was very relaxed. The Void Fiend hadn't appeared for a long time. Long Chen had nearly forgotten that the Void Fiend was following them while he was talking to Kitten. After all, he had waited for a long time without the Void Fiend appearing. This even made Long Chen feel that the Void Fiend wasn't following them at all. But at that moment, he appeared. After lurking for a long time, he even took on a human form and appeared behind Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen felt a law suddenly appear behind him and strike his back. It wasn't a very strong law. It only made Long Chen stumble. But it was precisely because of this that the Void Fiend had prepared for a long time and directly snatched away the 4 ancestral fiend hearts from Long Chen. All of this happened in a short moment. By the time Long Chen realized that the ancestral fiend hearts had been snatched away, the Void Fiend had already escaped and was no longer by his side. However, due to its violent movements, the Void Fiend, which had never appeared before, finally revealed itself in front of Long Chen and company. Long Chen didn't know if he should be happy or depressed that the Void Fiend had suddenly snatched away the 4 ancestral fiend hearts. He instantly reacted. This was the only chance to capture the Void Fiend and save Soyan. Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang was beside Long Chen and naturally knew of the sudden change in the Void Fiend. This was a chance to save Soyan, so Mo Xiaolang naturally went crazy. The two of them attacked at almost the same time. Eternal Whirlpool. Primordial Mist Dragon World. The double shackles of spacetime completely descended on the Void Fiend. Mo Xiaolang instantly transformed into the sun-devouring fiend wolf. Under his control, flames spread and formed a raging inferno. Even Kitten saw the changes. He hesitated for a moment before chasing after the Void Fiend. After all, he now knew that this was the last fish that had escaped the net. The 3 brothers immediately gave chase, especially since Long Chen had already used his law to descend on the Void Fiend's body. For a moment it was still somewhat effective. In terms of combat strength, the Void Fiend wasn't stronger than the other ancestral fiends. It was only superior in that it could transform into nothingness, making it difficult to detect. Don't even think of leaving. Yen, Under the control of Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten, the fleeing Void Fiend suddenly realized that it was difficult to escape and made a decision. Soi Yan appeared in front of Long Chen, but her eyes were cold and emotionless. The 4 lights in her eyes were constantly changing, giving Long Chen a headache. In such a short period of time, Soi Yan had consecutively devoured 4 ancestral fiends' hearts. A total of 9 ancestral fiends had died, and all 9 ancestral fiends' hearts had been devoured by Soi Yan. If not for the Void Fiend, Soi Yan wouldn't have been able to do that. He could feel that as she devoured more ancestral fiends' hearts, she was getting further and further away from Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, even though she was still herself. Her eyes were also turning colder and colder. Yen, After seeing Soi Yan, Mo Xiaolang lost all reason. Go. At that moment, the Void Fiend struck Soyan's body with a law. At that instant, Soi Yan completely vanished from Long Chen and company's eyes. They couldn't even sense her presence. Then, the Void Fiend turned around and reverted to his true form. He no longer hid himself and revealed his body, blocking Long Chen and company. The Void Fiend's true body was actually the most ordinary primeval troll. After he was no longer in the void, other than having the massive body of an ancestral fiend, there was nothing special about him. Stop chasing. I've already used the law of a traceless and traceless to make her leave this place. In this Sky Dragon tomb, it's impossible for you to find her among the 100,000 worlds. Indeed, Soi Eon did not exist in the entire world or the surrounding worlds. However, the Void Fiend had stayed behind. His intentions were clear. In order to prevent Long Chen and company from disturbing Soi Eon, he seemed to be willing to stay here and buy time. If you want to find her, you'll have to step over my body. After saying that, the Void Fiend immediately used his law. Realm of Nothingness. One law, one world. Suddenly, the Void Fiend swept Long Chen and company into a world that didn't seem to exist. It was a world of nothingness. Nothing existed. Even the samsara tree and samsara fruit had disappeared. In my realm of nothingness, unless you kill me, you won't be able to leave, the Void Fiend said coldly. Kill him. Since that was the case, Mo Xiaolang couldn't hold back anymore. All he needed to do now was kill him and find Soi Eon. Wait. Long Chen needed to calm down even though he was as anxious as Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, he stared at the Void Fiend and said angrily, "What's your purpose? Why did you betray the other primeval troll and let Soi Eon devour the ancestral demon's heart?" At that moment, Soi Eon had devoured 9 ancestral demons' hearts. Who knew what would happen to her? Back then, she had only devoured 3 ancestral demons' hearts and reached the ultimate god realm. If she were to digest the other 6, it would be unimaginable. Vaguely, he felt that the Void Fiend was trying to make Soi Eon into some kind of existence. Chapter 3277. In the realm of nothingness, the laws were connected to the Void Demon. If the Void Demon didn't die, they wouldn't be able to leave this place, let alone find Soi Eon. Of course, this was also a disadvantage of the Tomb of Samsara. As long as Soi Eon escaped, it wouldn't be easy to find her. It would take some time, and she would probably be able to refine the ancestral demons' hearts during this time. There was no way to stop it. If the 3 of us want to kill you, it'll only take an instant. Since that's the case, there's nothing you can't say. Even if you don't, we'll find Suyan after we kill you. Long Chen was already preparing the laws as he spoke. You're right. The Void Demon sneered and said nonchalantly, anyway, that's how it is. The truth is that I don't think the same as the other ancestral demons. They think that they can survive by destroying the myriad worlds, but I don't think so. Our primordial demon race is made to be hunters. If there's no prey, what's the point of having hunters? So, I see that Demon Hua has already swallowed 3 ancestral demons' hearts, so I'm just going with the flow. Among the primordial demons, Demon Hua has this special trait as well. She can fuse with many ancestral demons' hearts. Actually, when you messed us up in the tomb of the Sky Dragon, I knew that the 7 of us were doomed. So, I had to create a surprise. This surprise is also my final effort for my race. We primordial demons don't have a single progenitor. So, I want to break through this limit for my race. I want to give birth to a primeval troll that even the Sky-Devouring clan can't imagine. She might even be the one to overthrow the Sky-Devouring clan. This is my only wish. So, you hate the Sky-Devouring clan too, right? You and I are both ants. What do you think? The Void Demon laughed heartily. Under the control of his decision, a miracle of the primordial giant demon race was being born. This new lord of the primeval devils has fused with the natural laws and talents of the ancestor devils. It's like she's an amalgamation of all the ancestor devils. Such a heaven-defying existence, I'm going to give her a name. She's the lord of millions and millions of fiends, primeval giant devil. The gathering of all ancestral fiends, he was just like Long Chen. There were all sorts of rules, and there were even karma and slaughter. How heaven-defying was this? Creation, karma, power, battle, slaughter, metal, devour, creation, and so on. Long Chen had inherited 8 types of ancestral dragon essence blood. In terms of rules, he was about the same as Soi Eon. Clearly, what the Void Demon had created was a true monster, a primitive troll. But she was Soi Eon. Don't worry, she's the amalgamation of all the ancestral fiends. Even if all the ancestral fiends are destroyed, the wills in their inheritance will still affect her. I'm a treasure. She'll kill all of you and destroy the entire world. When the sky-devouring clan wakes up, she can claim credit and survive. In the end, she'll slaughter all the sky-devouring clan and become the only existence left. This was the void demon's hideous thought. He wanted to nurture a progenitor. Of course, to Long Chen, it was impossible for the primitive troll to deal with the sky-devouring clan. This was a helpless rage that belonged to the primeval troll. Now, he finally knew what was going on and was no longer confused. He had wasted some time, but he had obtained the precious truth. It was time to rush out and stop Soi Yan. Although Soi Yan wasn't in danger for the time being, it would only be more troublesome if she was affected by the ancestral fiends. Kill. The three of them looked at each other and made up their minds. They definitely couldn't let the void demon live. No matter what the primitive troll did, they had to kill the void demon first. Samsara of all beings. Little Cat was not polite at all. He was about to take the reincarnation fruit. The other party had trapped him here. If he lost the reincarnation fruit, he would go crazy. Inverse dragon blood. The void demon came and went like a ghost. Everyone was worried that he would escape, so they attacked with killing moves. Seeing that they had all attacked, Mo Xiaolang didn't attack. He just wanted to prevent the void demon from escaping. The samsara of all beings and inverse dragon blood combined to form a destructive force that defied the heavens. The void demon's body started to crumble from the inside. Then, as the samsara of all beings wore him down, his whole body crumbled. He's not dodging. Long Chen was puzzled. Now that the realm of nothingness had fused with his body, the only way to destroy this place was to kill him. If he wanted to buy time, he should at least try to dodge a little. Although they were confused, they didn't stop attacking. They were determined to kill the void demon. Just like that, the void demon was completely annihilated by their attacks. The realm of nothingness disappeared together with it. They returned to the world where the samsara tree was. The samsara fruit, which was like a sun, was still there. Back there, the three of them had different goals. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were naturally anxious to find Soi Yan, but Kitten was about to get the samsara fruit, so he definitely didn't want to leave. Where's the heart of the void demon? When he killed the void demon, Long Chen seemed to have caught a glimpse of the void demon's heart. However, in the blink of an eye, everything became empty. It was as though it had never existed. However, Long Chen was sure that he had seen the heart of the void demon before. It can't have disappeared, Long Chen thought carefully and suddenly remembered that the void demon could turn itself invisible. Could it turn the heart of the void demon into invisible as well? Although it had already been annihilated, it was normal for some nomological laws to remain. At that moment, the void demon's final voice reverberated in the world. I have to say that you all fell into my trap. I was waiting for you to kill me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have transformed into a primitive demon without gathering enough ancestor demon hearts. Now, my heart of the void demon has reached her side. Next, the three of you can wait patiently for the birth of the primitive demon. It won't take long, although I left first, I also saw your miserable deaths. Today, none of you will be able to escape. At this point, his voice was completely cut off. I see. No wonder he trapped us with the realm of nothingness even though he knew he would die, waiting for us to kill him. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have killed him and wouldn't have experienced the final transformation. Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen all realized this. At this moment, the primitive giant demon seemed to be born unstoppably. Kitten looked at them and said, to be honest, if you want to find her, you won't be able to find her, and you can't stop her either. So, I have to take the sacred fruit of samsara first. Maybe I can deal with the primitive giant demon. He'll attack us. Mo Xiaolang was dumbfounded. They had to go out and search now. The tomb of samsara was huge. How could they know where Soi Yan was? Nonsense. She's under the influence of the 10 primeval troll. She won't attack us. Who will she attack? Who killed the 10 ancestor demons? Kitten said. Long Chen knew that although the 10 ancestor demons were killed and the other primeval troll were mostly dead, the crisis of the infinite worlds was not over. The 10 ancestor demons were basically gathered together and combined into one body. As long as Soyian really reached the progenitor realm, not just the 3 of them, but the entire infinite worlds would be in danger. No one could stop Soyian and the primitive demon. That was the scariest thing. Could it be that there's no way to make her regain her sanity without having to fight against her? Is there no way to completely make her one of us? Is there a way to make the wills of the 10 ancestral fiends dissipate in her body? This was the best outcome that Long Chen could imagine. What a joke. She has completely inherited the power of the 10 ancestor demons. The wills of the 10 ancestor demons have penetrated into every corner of her body with no exception. Eradicating them is no different from stripping away all her power. Because she is using the power of the 10 ancestor demons, unless, at this point, Kitten paused and didn't want to continue. Unless what? Long Chen clearly felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Mo Xiaolang also stared at him. It's nothing. You guys go find her. Hurry up. I want to destroy the reincarnation barrier and obtain my samsara fruit, Kitten said in an annoyed tone. Kitten. Long Chen was slightly angered. He said sternly, this is a matter of life and death. If we can solve this biggest problem, we'll have peace and a chance to truly improve. We'll finally have the chance to fight against the sky-devouring clan. You and I live together in this world, we're both members of the Draconic continent. If you have any ideas, just say them. Why are you hiding them? I am the reincarnation divine beast, not Kitten. The other party's eyes were cold as he confronted Long Chen. If Long Chen's attitude was so tough when he just woke up, he would probably slap Long Chen. Now, he couldn't easily crush Long Chen. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, who exactly are you? It's completely meaningless. I can forgive you if you can't remember the friendship between us. However, I hope that you won't be so selfish when it comes to such an important matter. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you remember everything that happened between us. It's just some boring friendship. What's there to regret? This world is destined to be destroyed. What's the point of struggling? The only thing I want now is to let this samsara fruit return me to the ancestor realm. That way, even if the world is destroyed, I might still be able to survive. The kitten stood guard in front of the samsara fruit. Long Chen looked at the samsara fruit and suddenly smiled. I understand. This samsara fruit is the key. Chapter 3278. It was obvious that he knew the method before, but he had kept his mouth shut afterwards. It was obvious that he was unwilling to use that method. And what Long Chen could imagine was that the only thing that Kitten was unwilling to do was the samsara fruit. When Long Chen mentioned the samsara fruit, Kitten fell silent. However, he still stood in front of the samsara fruit and did not say a word. The samsara fruit was very important to him. Ever since he had awakened, his greatest desire was to return to the ancestor realm. Now that such an opportunity was right in front of him, how could he give it up? The two people in front of him were familiar yet strange. He did not have any impression of them, but he felt that they were familiar. His silence made Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang understand that the samsara fruit was definitely useful to Soyian. Now that Soyian had devoured the hearts of the 10 ancestor demons, they did not know how terrifying she had become. However, no matter what, they had to let Soyian return to normal, especially for Mo Xiaolang. In his heart, Soyian was even more important than all the living beings in the myriad worlds. Kitten, give us the samsara fruit. In the future, I will definitely return this favor to you, even if I have to fight with my life. Mo Xiaolang's voice was cold, but it was extremely urgent. Now, the turning point was with the samsara fruit. It was not that Long Chen did not know how Kitten felt, but there were always priorities. Now that Soi Eon was in such a state, if the samsara fruit was the only solution, to him, of course, the best way was to give it to her. After all, there might be other ways for Kitten to recover his strength, so it was not so urgent. No, but, I can. The burly Kitten's eyes were cold, and he faced Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang as he spoke word by word. He was extremely resolute and decisive. There was even killing intent in his eyes. At this moment, he was only a reincarnation divine beast. Long Chen didn't expect that the brothers, who were fighting side by side a moment ago, would turn against each other. This was a feeling he had never felt before. It was a strong contradiction between Kitten and Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen didn't mean to stand on Mo Xiaolang's side, but he had a standard in his heart. Now it was Soi Eon who needed the samsara fruit more. Otherwise, he would have to kill her. Of course, Long Chen didn't want anyone to die. Kitten, we can definitely discuss this. There are always priorities. Now that the primitive giant demon has been born, if we don't handle it well, there will be more casualties. Kitten sneered and said, "You don't have to worry about that. Once I reach the ancestor realm, if that fellow dares to act recklessly, I'll kill her. In any case, she's completely a primeval troll. How can I allow her to bring disaster to the myriad worlds? So, you don't have to worry at all." You. Mo Xiaolang's eyes turned scarlet. From the beginning, he had also taken care of Kitten like Long Chen. They had been friends for many years. Today, when Kitten said such words, it was truly heartbreaking. However, Mo Xiaolang was clear that the one standing in front of them was indeed the reincarnation divine beast and not Kitten. If they asked him with the identity of Kitten, it would be too naive. "Big brother, it seems like we can only snatch it first," said Mo Xiaolang. "I know." Even if he was unwilling, he had to fight with the samsara divine sword. Long Chen had never thought that he would work together with Mo Xiaolang to attack Kitten. Now that the situation had developed to this point, perhaps it was fate. From a rational point of view, he would not hesitate to offend the reincarnation divine beast and snatch the samsara divine fruit. "You've finally revealed your true colors. In the end, you just want the samsara divine fruit. Hee, if it wasn't for me, the two of you would have been killed by the primeval troll long ago. You're biting the hand that fed you so quickly?" Kitten couldn't help but sneer. However, he was already prepared to attack. He directly transformed into the reincarnation divine beast's original form. It was extremely huge and pure white. The samsara was shown all over its body. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang, who was extremely angry, also revealed the huge body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. He was confronting Kitten. One white tiger and one black wolf. At that moment, the smell of gunpowder was thick and the murderous aura was strong. They could start fighting at any time. "Sky-devouring clan, you are one of the main culprits who destroyed our world. How dare you mix with us? Today, Lord Cat. I will teach you a lesson," the reincarnation divine beast said disdainfully. Between them, Long Chen did not hesitate much. This time, he stood on Mo Xiaolang's side. Perhaps it was a bit unfair to Kitten, but this concerned Soyan's life. He could only do this. What he was most depressed about was why Kitten had lost those memories. "Brother, I will deal with him." "You snatched the samsara divine fruit," Mo Xiaolang said, gritting his teeth. "I will do it. You can't stop him." "You snatch the samsara divine fruit and then find Yen," Long Chen said. Long Chen made the most reasonable arrangement. Moreover, he understood that if Kitten attacked him, he might show mercy. However, if he attacked Mo Xiaolang, he would definitely not show mercy. He could not let them fight. "Don't even think about leaving." At that moment, the reincarnation divine beast directly attacked. He returned to the state when he fought against the great Brahma ancient devil. He did not show mercy at all. His nomological laws instantly included Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. He did not even think of letting either of them snatch the samsara divine fruit. The battle between the brothers instantly erupted. Samsara divine mountain. Kitten used his nomological laws. His body changed. Countless white lights covered his body and swept out. They condensed into a huge mountain, pressing down on the heads of Long Chen and Emo Xiaolang, making it hard for them to breathe. The samsara divine fruit cannot be taken by you. It is the key for me to recover to the progenitor realm. You might have a chance in the future, but now Soi Eon needs it more. Kitten, as long as we get rid of the primitive giant demon, not only will we have a great helper, but we will also be more confident in the future. We will also completely solve the crisis of the primeval troll. We will have a lot of time to prepare to deal with the sky-swallowing clan. You will also have many chances to recover. As long as we work together, there is a high chance of saving the broken worlds. Don't be naive. My goal is different from yours. Now, I only want to recover to the progenitor realm. When the disaster comes, I will still be able to escape. Obviously, he did not have a shred of hope for the disaster in the future. Long Chen was very angry when he heard this. So, you, the so-called reincarnation divine beast, are a complete coward. You are a coward before the battle has even started. Kitten, I look down on you, Mo Xiaolang said coldly. You, the sky-swallowing clan, what right do you have to talk about me? The source of all evil comes from you. Who knows if you will be the first to betray us when the sky-swallowing clan descends? The reincarnation divine beast said in a mocking tone. Of course, he did not stop attacking. Saying this was even more overboard. Anyway, at this moment, no one would give way to the other. Rumble. The reincarnation sacred mountain pressed down on them, causing Long Chen and Little Cat to be unable to retaliate or move. They were completely suppressed by the reincarnation divine beast. As matters stood, Little Cat did not listen to Long Chen's advice. The reincarnation divine beasts had completely taken over his body. Long Chen could only choose to fight back. Karma Trial Light. In that instant, Long Chen transformed into the divine Wei heart-refining dragon. Only then did the third beast appear. The three of them, a divine dragon, a black demon wolf from the sky-swallowing clan, and an ancient demon ancestor white tiger, clashed fiercely. The divine Wei heart-refining dragon's body was surrounded by white light. The Karma Trial Light shot out like a sharp sword and pierced the Samsara divine mountain. In an instant, the Samsara divine mountain exploded. Kitten's reincarnation divine beast was turned into ashes by Long Chen's powerful charge. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were emptied. They were finally free from the attack. No wonder you're so confident. So it turns out that you're not bad. The 10 great ancestral dragons have given you too many good things, allowing you to reach such a realm in such a short period of time. You're even able to fight against me. However, you're too arrogant and overconfident. I'm still better than a coward like you. Long Chen really couldn't stand this guy. He wanted to slap him a few times and take back the kitten of the past. Although the kitten of the past was cheap, everyone liked him. Although he loved to teach Long Chen some messy things, he was still Long Chen's life and death brother. Now, he was indeed a selfish and cowardly guy. At least I'm stronger than you, a hothead who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Kitten was still unconvinced. However, after the Samsara divine mountain was destroyed, Long Chen rushed up while Mo Xiaolang went down to the Samsara fruit. You really don't know the meaning of life and death. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat? The reincarnation divine beast was furious. This time, it gathered a lot of energy and produced a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Long Chen. Very quickly, it used a Dharma law that Long Chen was familiar with. Samsara of all living beings. The terrifying Samsara law that killed the great Brahma ancient devil appeared. Kitten was crazy. It was as if he wanted to kill Long Chen. The Samsara fruit was too important to him. He wouldn't let it go no matter what. Therefore, the samsara of all living beings descended from the sky. A world with a Dharma law pressed down on Longchen. Although he knew that he wasn't Kitten, he still felt a little depressed. Such a destructive attack, if he didn't make a move, he would definitely die. Inverse Dragon Blood. For a moment, Longchen used the Dharma law of the inverse dragon blood to the maximum. Instantly, the inverse dragon blood descended on Kitten's body. Longchen reversed the flow of his blood and turned him into an ancient blood spirit dragon. At this moment, he attacked mercilessly. If he showed mercy, he would die. Although he was heaven-defying now, he knew that if he really wanted to fight to the death, he was still weaker than Kitten. Under the attack of the inverse dragon blood, a lot of blood burst out of Kitten's pure white body. For a moment, the samsara of all living beings trembled continuously. Finally, it was destroyed by Longchen's powerful attack. Of course, the inverse dragon blood's Dharma law was also suppressed by Kitten. Chapter 3279. However, the impact of the inverse dragon blood made Kitten even angrier. His eyes, which were originally pure white, turned into a whirlpool. He stared at Longchen and roared, "I don't want to kill you. Don't force me. If you dare to touch my samsara fruit, I will start a massacre. Especially you, sky-swallowing clan." He was in a state of madness. This was not what Longchen and Mo Shaolang wanted. At the end of the day, they still cared about Kitten. It was just that they were more worried about Soyen's life. "We don't want to be enemies with you either. However, we have to save Yen-er's life. Kitten, she is just like you. She is an important member of our group." Longchen gestured for Mo Shaolang to stop. In his mind, the best outcome would be to discuss it with Kitten. Discussing things was better than taking things by force. Bullshit. I am not one of you. I am the samsara divine beast. Even if I have interacted with you for a period of time, it is nothing. In my long life, it is just a short moment. Although it was a short moment in your life, it was the most important moment. You cannot escape from us. Today, as long as you are willing to take a step back, we will repay you many times over in the future, Longchen said solemnly. I don't need it. When I return to the ancestor realm, I will not care about you. Kitten said indifferently. No matter how many times Longchen said, he was still so determined. There was no room for discussion at all. Big brother, there is nothing more to say. Although Mo Shaolang and Longchen had similar thoughts, he did not have much patience for Soyen's matter. If it was Longchen, he would do the same. Yes, there is indeed nothing more to say. I will count to 3. If you do not scram, don't blame me for killing you, Kitten said impolitely. The destructive power of the rules was brewing again. 1. 2. At this point, there was still no movement. Longchen and Mo Shaolang would not retreat at all, so at this time, Kitten dropped the last number. 3. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could attack, a huge change happened. The entire samsara tomb in the world, the 3 of them were in shook. It was as if the entire samsara tomb had been rammed by someone. Amidst the turbulence, all 3 of them felt the aura of a terrifying giant beast descending. For a time, even Kitten's face was solemn. All 3 of them stared in one direction, which was the direction where Soyan had left. Roar. An ancient and heavy roar erupted, piercing through the boundless world and reverberating through the air. After hearing such a voice, even little Cat felt how small she was. The 3 of them couldn't help but take a step back. They knew very well what exactly it was. That primitive troll has clearly been born. It has already taken shape. The Void Demon's plan has succeeded. The final Void Demon's heart has also reached that side. Kitten said with a hint of schadenfreude. However, his expression changed very quickly, because he could feel that the newly born primitive giant demon was heading in their direction. The reincarnation barrier had not been broken, so he could not leave this place at all. He could only leave this place if he obtained the samsara fruit as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely die if he fought with the primitive giant demon now. Hurry up and move aside. If you don't move aside and let me refine the samsara fruit, all three of us will die if that guy gets here. Move aside and you might have a chance to survive. This made Kitten anxious. However, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang did not move. They looked solemnly in the direction where the primitive giant demon was descending and stood their ground. They knew very well that once Kitten refined the samsara fruit, Soy Eon would have no hope at all. Otherwise, Kitten would kill Soy Eon in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Otherwise, Soy Eon would escape. If she destroyed the world, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang would still have to destroy her in the future. Therefore, they could not let Kitten refine the samsara fruit. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang and Soy Eon had just had a wonderful ending. How could they? Therefore, they could not move aside at this time. Kitten was really anxious. He prepared to attack without saying anything. However, he had underestimated the speed of the primitive giant demon. At this moment, the entire world shook violently. Under the shocked gazes of the three, a terrifying super beast of unprecedented size rushed into the world. Rumble. Under that dazzling brilliance, the first thing that everyone saw was an ancient giant devil in the mouth of the gigantic beast. It was a devil lord at the Great Perfection Realm. Even a devil lord at the Great Perfection Realm was like a tiger in the mouth of a tiger in front of this gigantic beast. The devil lord was torn apart into a bloody mess before being swallowed whole. Crack. Blood sprayed down like rain. At this moment, the true appearance of this beast, which was even bigger than the Jiuli giant demon, was revealed in front of Long Chen and the others. This was the primitive giant demon. The most eye-catching part of the primitive giant demon was its pure white dragon scales. There was not a single blemish. It was like a gem, dazzling and beautiful. It added an exquisite sense of beauty to the cruel and cold-blooded primeval troll. Then, its head was long and slender. It was very similar to a divine dragon. It had a pair of exquisite, spiral-shaped pure white demon horns. Beneath the fiend horn were 10 pairs of relatively tiny eyes. Each pair of eyes had different colors and natures. On careful look, one could tell that these 10 pairs of eyes came from the 10 ancestral fiends. Their eyes were the only other color on the primitive troll demon's body. Its body was long and slender like Demon Hua. However, there were many pure white bone spikes that looked like platinum all over its body. Especially its tail, which was covered in bone spikes. It was the most hideous part of its body. A pair of gigantic platinum-colored wings unfurled, emitting a dazzling brilliance. A simple flap would produce an incredible storm. The platinum-colored bone spurs and 10 pairs of eyes were the greatest differences of the primitive troll. One could sense the aura of all the ancestral fiends from its body. Clearly, the primitive troll now possessed all the laws of the ancestral fiends. She seemed to be a combination of the 10 ancestor demons. The 10 ancestor demons that had died in battle seemed to have been reborn on her body. From their first encounter, Long Chen knew that this primitive giant devil would be very difficult to deal with. It was even more terrifying than the little cat. In fact, even the little cat's hairs were standing on end, and he was even more impatient. He couldn't wait to obtain the samsara fruit. But it was too late. The 10 ancestor demons had fused into one, causing the primitive giant demon's eyes to be extremely cold. From her violent gaze, it was obvious that she did not know Long Chen or Mo Xiaolang. She even wanted to swallow the other primeval troll alive. Clearly, the primitive giant demon, which the void demon had created with her own life, was a peerless killing machine. She only knew one thing, and that was to kill. Her killing was more like a wild beast's primal hunt. At that moment, she saw Kitten, Long Chen, and Mo Xiaolang. Among them, Kitten's body was the largest and the strongest, so he attracted her attention. At that moment, the primitive giant demon let out an earth-shattering roar that shook the entire tomb of Samsara. The 10 pairs of eyes exploded with different cold glints. Instantly, her hunt began. Whoosh! At that moment, the primitive giant demon gave Long Chen and company a show of strength. Her body suddenly vanished into thin air, completely undetectable. What a void demon is capable of. Clearly, the primitive giant demon was using the rule of nothingness. The rule of nothingness was the hardest part of the void demon to deal with. But the void demon wasn't very strong because it did not have as strong an attack as the other ancestor demons. But now, the primitive giant demon had the rule of nothingness and could disappear without a trace. It also had the most terrifying attack laws from the other 9 ancestor demons, such as the Brahma ancient demon and the primordial blood demon. When the primitive giant demon disappeared, the trio couldn't help but feel nervous. We have to let Yen Er refine the samsara fruit, but I don't think she will take the initiative. Besides, the reincarnation barrier hasn't been broken yet. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were trying hard to think of a solution. Normally, the primitive giant demon was the most terrifying existence. Although there was only slaughter in her eyes, that didn't mean she was stupid. With her ability, she definitely wouldn't personally consume the samsara fruit. After all, she definitely knew that it was a threat to her current situation. She might even personally destroy the samsara fruit. Now that she was in the rule of nothingness, the battle was about to begin. Long Chen could sense that the primitive giant demon's target was the 3 of them. Her most direct and important goal was to kill Long Chen and company. As for the samsara fruit, she wasn't interested in it for now. After all, Long Chen and company were her real prey. This was also the result of the 10 ancestor demons' influence. After all the ancestor demons had been killed by these 3. This was also their revenge. Among them, the one that threatened the primitive giant demon the most was the reincarnation divine beast. Therefore, while the reincarnation divine beast was still on guard, Long Chen suddenly sensed that the primitive giant demon's platinum divine body had already appeared behind Kitten. Be careful. The primitive giant demon's first move was to kill. Even though it had previously clashed with Kitten, it definitely didn't want him to die now. With Long Chen's warning, Kitten reacted quickly. Samsara mirror. Behind him, a samsara mirror appeared and blocked the primitive giant demon's first attack. Of course, it was also because of this that the final battle was about to begin. The primitive troll's slender tail with platinum bone spike stabbed out. Without any rules, the power alone pierced through the mirror of samsara and destroyed it. Chapter 3280. The first time he attacked, he combined the abilities of the Void Demon and the 9-Li Giant Demon. The power he displayed made Long Chen and the rest gasp. Kitten escaped the primitive demon's attack in his shock. He moved to another position, anxious and angry. He roared, "You've seen how strong she is. Let me tell you, the only way is for me to consume and refine the samsara fruit. Hold her off for a while so I can finish her off. Otherwise, once she reaches the infinite worlds, you'll know what it means to destroy the infinite worlds." Not only did he have to get Long Chen and the rest to move away, he also had to get Long Chen to help hold off the primitive demon for a while. Because the primitive demon was scarier than he had imagined, Kitten was asking for more. This was the combination of 10 ancestral devils, and they were the strongest weapons of the Sky-Swallowing clan apart from themselves. Impossible. The only way is for the 3 of us to work together and force the samsara fruit into her stomach. Let her refine it and recover. That was Long Chen's idea. In the end, it was still a matter of whether or not Kitten was willing to give up. You're too naive. If she doesn't want to refine it, you can't force her. Kitten sneered. No, I believe Yen can do it. She must be fighting the 10 ancestral devils now. Mo Xiaolang said firmly. At this time, the primitive troll disappeared again. No one knew where she would appear and give them a fatal blow. Ridiculous, naive. You'll regret this. Kitten was still unwilling to give up. He looked at the samsara fruit with burning eyes and looked around warily. He really wanted to refine it immediately, but the problem was that Long Chen was still blocking him. If he tried to take the samsara fruit, Long Chen would probably attack him. Damn it, if the samsara fruit doesn't have the ability to calm, and purify evil spirits, they won't be able to use it. Kitten was very frustrated. Everything was in a hopeless situation, and the danger was not over yet. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang's sun-devouring wolf form appeared before Long Chen. He looked around with burning eyes and said loudly, Yen, you're being controlled by the 10 ancestral devils, but I believe you can defeat us. No matter what, I'll be by your side. I told you to work hard. I'll get through this with you. Mo Xiaolang's gaze had never wavered after so many years of companionship and vows of undying love. He looked around resolutely, searching for traces of Suyan. In his eyes, there was only gentleness for Suyan. Mo Xiaolang had long become the person closest to her. He longed to help her resist the will of the 10 ancestral devils. Idiot. Kitten suddenly scolded angrily. Just then, as expected, the primitive giant demon appeared right in front of Mo Xiaolang. Its 10 pairs of eyes flickered and its huge wings flapped. A terrifying storm swept out and tore apart the samsara tree that was on the verge of withering. Yen. The sun-devouring wolf was like a baby mouse before an eagle. It was extremely tiny. Seeing the primitive troll appear, he was overjoyed. Yen, can you hear me? At that moment, what Mo Xiaolang faced was the primitive troll's sudden attack. It was an absolute killing move. Great Heavenly Fiend Seal. This was Ancestor Shi's rule. In the past, Ancestor Shi had allowed Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen to work together to kill him, but this rule had left a deep impression on Mo Xiaolang. But now, the rule had reappeared on Soyan's body, becoming a tool to kill Mo Xiaolang. The primitive troll's eyes were cold, and it had no intention of holding back. Its platinum claws swept up a violent storm, and the great heavenly fiend seal reappeared. It was even more terrifying, and its power increased greatly. The destructive power instantly descended on Mo Xiaolang's head. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang was still smiling, but his smile froze. The primitive troll's cold eyes made him understand that the one in control of this body was definitely not Soyan. Life and death were decided in this instant. But Mo Xiaolang was still very unwilling, and he felt even more guilty. If he hadn't given the heart of the demon to Soyan, this wouldn't have happened. If anything happened to Soyan, he would never forgive himself. Get out of the way. Long Chen knew this would happen. It would be very difficult for Soyan to win, so he had made preparations by the side. Now, he was fully prepared, and the 2 origin-grade destinable artifacts were at the ready. When the opponent used the Great Heavenly Fiend Seal, Long Chen stabbed it in front of Mo Xiaolang. Nirvana Primordial. This was Long Chen's strongest move. Chaos Dragon Fist, Grand Mist Dragon World, and Creation Reincarnation. The 3 powers combined together, and they were all on the primordial dragon halberd. The destructive power collided with the Great Heavenly Fiend Seal. The opponent's rule power swept over, and the huge impact sent Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang flying. Even the primordial dragon halberd almost flew out. So strong. If it wasn't for the Origin Dragon Palace blocking most of the Great Heavenly Fiend Seal's destructive power, Long Chen would have been heavily injured. It was no wonder Kitten was so nervous. Even if the primitive giant demon wasn't Soyan, it would still be difficult to defeat it. The most frightening thing was that she could use all 10 of the Ancestor Devil's rule power. Not being able to kill Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang in one go infuriated the primitive giant demon. Its target was Long Chen and the others. At this time, no one could leave the battlefield, and everyone was locked down by the primitive giant demon. At this time, the 3 of them had no choice but to stick together. Kitten had no choice but to put down his arrogant head and team up with Long Chen and the others. Let me tell you, let me refine this samsara fruit, I can. Before Kitten could finish, Long Chen interrupted, no discussion. We can only save Soyan first, and find a way for her to refine and recover. You can't do it. If you don't try, how do you know it can't be done? At most, I'll swallow the samsara fruit and then let her swallow it. I don't believe it won't work. Mo Xiaolang suddenly turned his head and glared at Kitten. Huh, you can try. If you fail, or if the effects are slow, you'll become the primitive giant demon's food. There's at least a 90% chance of success. If you really want to die, go ahead and try. Even now, Kitten was still teasing. Hearing Mo Xiaolang's decision, Long Chen was a little shocked. It was too risky. However, if he were Mo Xiaolang, he might do the same. There was no other reason, and there was no need to weigh the pros and cons. She was the woman he loved, and that was enough. Protecting her was his responsibility. Of course, Kitten would not give up on the samsara fruit for the time being. Even now, he had made up his mind. He couldn't care too much. After all, the primitive giant demon did not give them any time. The other party's massacre finally began. From this moment on, the primitive giant demon showed Long Chen and the others the power of the 10 ancestor devils when they joined forces. When the giant beast appeared out of thin air again, more laws poured down like a heavy downpour. In an instant, it brought the three brothers the most devastating blow. Mind demonic voice. It was Ancestor Shi's attack again. This was an attack at the soul level, and its power was much more terrifying than Ancestor Shi's. It directly hit the three brothers, causing their souls to fall into disorder. Black hole in the heavens. This was Demon Wa's attack. It had once targeted the chaotic divine might and Long Chen. This time, the black hole appeared beside the sun-devouring demonic wolf, making it feel like it had fallen into a swamp. It struggled with all its might, but it could not move for a short time. Undying, indestructible, eternal fighting spirit. Unprecedented trillion divine punches. The Eternal War Demon's terrifying attack appeared again, and it was even more powerful. First, the undying, indestructible, eternal fighting spirit directly gave the three brothers a new mental blow. Then, the unprecedented trillion divine punches directly landed on Long Chen. This was like 10 ancestor devils fighting against the three of them at the same time. The speed at which they released laws exceeded Long Chen's by a lot. The power of each law was much stronger than the original ancestor devil. The last law targeted Kitten. At that moment, the primitive giant demon's body emitted a dazzling white light. The karma law appeared perfectly on her body. It was as though she was the divine Tao heart demon. Karmic judgment light. The destructive light crossed the limits of space and instantly landed on Kitten. The karmic judgment light she used was much more powerful than Long Chen's and the divine Tao heart demons. Kitten was facing a huge blow at this moment. He had no choice but to use the All-Beings reincarnation law to resist. The All-Beings reincarnation world blocked in front of Kitten, but under the impact of the karmic judgment light, it continued to collapse. The destructive power of the light was too great. At least, Long Chen could not withstand it. Of course, the unprecedented trillion divine punches were also terrifying enough. At this juncture, Long Chen could not care about anything else. He directly transformed into the divine Tao heart demon. Karmic judgment light. It was similar to how the primitive giant demon dealt with the reincarnation divine beast, but its might was much weaker. However, this was already Long Chen's limit. He clenched his teeth and attacked with all his might to block the billions of divine fists. But even so, under the eruption of the billions of divine fists, 100 million attacks in an instant, Long Chen was still heavily injured. The karma trial light was shattered by the fist shadows. Even with the origin dragon palace blocking it, Long Chen's chi and blood were tumbling for a moment. His body was dented in many places. Requiem of life. Long Chen could only use this method to prevent his body from being destroyed. Fortunately, he had enough power to withstand the trillion divine punches. On Kitten's side, he used the All-Beings reincarnation to resolve the primitive giant demon's attack. However, he was exhausted and injured. As for Mo Xiaolang, he struggled to break free from the black hole in the sky. At this moment, he charged at the primitive giant demon without a care for his life. Chapter 3281. Perhaps he only wanted So-Yeon to see him, so that she could defeat the wills of the 10 ancestral fiends and make her think of him. However, it was extremely difficult. It had to be said that Mo Xiaolang had been rash this time. However, that was completely understandable. From the moment he entered the tomb of Samsara until now, his spirit had always been tormented. He was constantly tense and had to suppress it several times. However, the knot in his heart was indeed difficult to resolve. In front of the primitive troll's gigantic body, the sun-devouring demon wolf broke free from the black hole in the firmament. He gave up all resistance and charged in front of the primitive troll. He even transformed into human form in front of the primitive troll. Compared to the primitive troll, the humanoid Mo Xiaolang was just too tiny. He was too sudden. Long Chen did not even have time to hold him back. It's me. Can you see me clearly? Standing in front of the primitive troll, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the primitive troll with a heart-wrenching voice. I believe that you must be fighting against the 10 ancestral fiends. You don't want to see such a battle either. You must be working hard. I believe in you. You can succeed. There's no need to be afraid of them. Mo Xiaolang clenched his fists and could not stop his tears. He looked at the primitive troll too with a burning gaze. No matter what So-Yeon had become, he had never abandoned her. Roar! The primitive troll was still dealing with Kitten and Long Chen. Only now did he notice the tiny Mo Xiaolang. To him, this was like an ant. Something the size of a speck of dust actually dared to roar in front of him. You can successfully wake up. You must remember that I told you that even if there comes a day when I can't control myself, I won't hurt you at all. But now, it's you. You must be the same. I know it's tough for you. I'm willing to bear it with you. Perhaps it was because he thought of how hard So-Yeon must be fighting right now that he started to cry. He thought about this girl. She had been suffering with him ever since they were in the desolate imperial region. She had suffered on the Devil Star. Now, in the tomb of reincarnation, she was still suffering. And the root cause of all this was the devil-was heart that he had given her. It's my fault. He was a 7-foot-tall man, but he was on the verge of breaking down. The primitive giant demon let out a deafening roar and waved its massive claws. The platinum claws were like divine weapons of fate as they smashed towards Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang saw her attack. So that was how it was. She was still under the influence of the ancestral fiend's will. She could not even see the most important person in front of her. But at Mo Xiaolang's helpless roar, her claws suddenly stopped not far from Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang was overjoyed and excited. He could clearly see the 10 pairs of eyes of the primitive giant demon changing their gazes. Coincidentally, he saw the same gaze that belonged to So-Yeon. But her gaze was filled with tears. Clearly, she was also fighting and struggling within her own body. It wasn't that she could not see Mo Xiaolang, but that she could not control herself at all. Big Brother Xiaolang, that call made Mo Xiaolang feel the dawn of hope. It stunned him. What he desired the most was for the primitive giant demon to be under So-Yeon's control again. Seeing Mo Xiaolang really succeed in making So-Yeon's will appear, Long Chen was somewhat surprised. This must be because of the deep feelings between them. If it were Long Chen standing here, he would definitely be attacked. However, all of a sudden, there was a change that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang could not have predicted. The primitive giant demon, which had been showing So-Yeon's pained gaze, instantly turned cold and bloodthirsty. The 10 ancestral fiends' wills rushed out in the most intense manner. They were like hungry wolves, and So-Yeon's will was like a sheep to them. They could not stop it at all. This sudden change created an absolute crisis for Mo Xiaolang. In that instant, Long Chen's heart went cold. He charged at Mo Xiaolang as fast as he could, and in the instant their gazes changed, a terrifying nomological law descended on Mo Xiaolang's body. Inverse dragon blood. In an instant, the endless blood in Mo Xiaolang's body transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon, giving Mo Xiaolang the most terrifying blow and destruction. In such a short period of time, Long Chen saw Mo Xiaolang's body covered in blood as he fell limply to the ground without any resistance. At the same time, the primitive giant demon used the strength of the 9-Li giant demon to swipe its huge claws at Mo Xiaolang's body. To Mo Xiaolang, it was like the sky had collapsed. But the most terrifying thing was the damage caused by the inverse dragon blood. Of course, there was also the rush in his heart. Xiaolang. The instant Long Chen caught him, the overwhelming claws had already descended before he could move. Under the circumstances, Long Chen could only protect Mo Xiaolang and use the Origin Dragon Palace to withstand this attack. Of course, he would be severely injured. But the most important thing now was to save Mo Xiaolang's life. As long as he wasn't crushed to death, he didn't care. His regenerative abilities were much stronger than Xiaolang's and Kitten's. Boom! However, the final attack didn't land on Long Chen. This allowed Long Chen to carry Mo Xiaolang and teleport away from the primitive giant demon. The one who had helped him was Kitten. He had used his body to knock the primitive giant demon away, so that Long Chen wouldn't be attacked by the primitive giant demon when he was defenseless. Thank you. Kitten had saved him from danger. You saved me last time. We are even now. Kitten escaped and said unhappily. He was stubborn. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Even was even. The key was the inverse dragon blood in Mo Xiaolang's body. Melody of life circling. First, Long Chen knew the rules of the inverse dragon blood. Therefore, even if it was the primitive giant demon, he had the confidence to suppress it. After all, he knew the rules and knew what was going on. Secondly, he had melody of life to suppress the inverse dragon blood and heal Mo Xiaolang's injuries at the same time. This time, Mo Xiaolang's injuries were quite severe. Luckily, Long Chen had arrived. Otherwise, his life would have been in danger. When Long Chen was protecting him, his body's insides were almost destroyed. Even now, he was still in a heavily injured state and had temporarily lost his fighting strength. Big brother, I saw Yen Er. She called my name. Mo Xiaolang was extremely excited. He grabbed Long Chen with one hand and his eyes were burning. He continued, let go of me. I can call her and let her remember us. Don't mess around. Long Chen pressed him down and said, Yen Er must be fighting with the 10 great ancestor fiends will, but it won't be that easy. You were so heavily injured because of your recklessness. Calm down first. The samsara fruit is the key. Looking back, the primitive giant demon was staring at Kitten. Perhaps because Kitten was the strongest among them, she ignored Long Chen and Long Chen. She was focused on killing Kitten. The scene became a one-on-one battle between the samsara divine beast and the primitive giant demon. At this time, Long Chen suddenly had an idea. Now that the primitive giant demon is pestering Kitten, it's my chance to get the samsara fruit. As long as I get the samsara fruit, I might be able to wake Yen Er up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Kitten wasn't suppressed, Long Chen wouldn't have this opportunity. Now that Mo Xiaolang was heavily injured and his inverse dragon blood was suppressed by Long Chen, it was only a matter of time before he recovered. He had to rely on himself for everything. Moreover, the reincarnation barrier had already been mostly destroyed by Kitten. In the battle, it was on the verge of shattering. At that moment, Long Chen's eyes were fixed on the samsara fruit. His breathing quickened. There was an intense struggle going on in his heart. No, this thing is so important to Kitten. How can I be so heartless? I must take this opportunity to get it. Absolutely not. He pushed Mo Xiaolang to a remote place to rest. At this time, he had already given up his previous idea. It was wrong to let the Kitten bear the terrifying attacks of the primitive troll alone. Therefore, he immediately joined the battle. "You're actually not taking this opportunity to get the samsara fruit?" Kitten, who was being suppressed, said coldly when he saw Longchen. Longchen didn't reply. Instead, he and Kitten launched a pincer attack on the primitive giant demon. To be honest, although the primitive giant demon was terrifying and powerful, it wasn't that easy for it to kill Longchen and the others. "Get out of the way. I'm going to deal with her personally. I'll let her have a taste of the power of the reincarnation divine beast." Kitten was completely enraged after being repeatedly suppressed. Roar! The primitive giant demon became even more berserk. It couldn't be bothered with Longchen. It was fighting the reincarnation divine beast, treating it as its strongest opponent. At this time, Kitten's strength was completely stimulated. He clashed fiercely with the primitive giant demon several times. Right at this moment, the reincarnation beast retreated a certain distance. Suddenly, an even more heaven-defying aura erupted from its body. Boundless reincarnation energy formed a shocking vortex that swept out in all directions. It was boundless, and its aura was monstrous. The strength of the reincarnation power had already affected the entire world. It seemed that Kitten was truly enraged. He hadn't used this method against the great Nirvana ancient devil. Maybe Kitten can suppress the primitive giant demon. I'll stay here and see if I can restrain the primitive giant demon. Longchen thought. He would let Kitten display his strength first. However, as if sensing Kitten's attack, the primitive giant demon let out an earth-shattering roar. An even more terrifying power exploded from its body. In that instant, it had the characteristics of a great Nirvana ancient devil. It had lost to Kitten last time. This time, it had come for revenge. Chapter 3282. He could even be sure that it was the will of the great Brahma ancient devil that was controlling the primitive troll's body. The other's patience and outburst gave Longchen a bad feeling, so he moved to Kitten's side to prevent any accidents. To Longchen, everyone around him, all his family, all his brothers and sisters, were important to him. Whether it was Soyan, Kitten, or Mo Xiaolang, Longchen didn't want anything to happen to them. As the pillar of support, Longchen carried too much responsibility. Just now, Mo Xiaolang had been seriously injured. If Longchen hadn't gone over in time, he might have died in battle. The primitive troll was terrifying now. Longchen's entire body tensed up, worried that something unbearable would happen. When he sneaked up behind the Kitten, the reincarnation mythological beast that the Kitten had transformed into had reached its peak. In an instant, the laws that he had hidden so deeply that it would be extremely difficult to use, the laws that surpassed the world of reincarnation, were unleashed at this moment. Myriad Tribulations World. This was the amplification of the world of reincarnation. The world of reincarnation was a world of reincarnation, and this Myriad Tribulations world was 10,000 worlds. 10,000 worlds of reincarnation formed above the reincarnation beast's head. Although none of them were as large as the world of reincarnation, there were 10,000 of them. This power was the pinnacle of the reincarnation beast's current peak. It was simply attacking with its life on the line. Kitten was different from Longchen. He didn't want to show mercy. To him, if he could kill the primitive troll, then no one would compete with him for the samsara fruit. That would be the perfect ending. The Myriad Tribulations world was like 10,000 full moons, shining with silver light. Each world was made up of life and tribulations. At the critical moment, each world would turn into the most devastating blow. But just as Kitten was about to attack, the primitive troll didn't show any weakness. This was a vengeful rage from the firstborn primeval troll. He was mad and angry, and he hated Kitten to the extreme. The world of gods and Buddhas. It was still the same rule, but its power was much stronger than before. The world of gods and Buddhas was magnified by more than 10 times. A real world descended. There were countless living beings, gods, demons, suns, moons, stars, mountains, rivers, and trees. The sky was filled with the chanting of gods and Buddhas, forming a magnificent music. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For a moment, the world of gods and Buddhas seemed to be the core of everything. It was like a blazing sun, while the world of samsara of tribulations was like a tiny star. The two strongest existences had unleashed their laws at this moment, forming the most intense confrontation. Under Long Chen's astonished gaze, the samsara world of 10,000 tribulations and the world of deities and Buddhas were engaged in a destructive confrontation near the samsara tree. Boom! One by one, the worlds of myriad tribulations fell into the world of gods and Buddhas like meteorites. Every time it fell, it would cause a huge roar and laughter. It was like a collision between a real star and a continent. Bang! A deafening sound filled the air. This kind of rule was simply a competition to see who could last longer. It was obvious that the outcome was not clear yet, but at least Kitten was not defeated quickly. This made Long Chen feel that the samsara divine beast was still qualified to fight against the primitive giant demon. He was wondering if he should ambush the primitive giant demon at this moment. He did not expect a new change to happen at this moment. The primitive giant demon had the wills of the 10 great ancestor devils. Most of the time, it was Long Chen and the others fighting against the 10 opponents. Therefore, when the confrontation was at its most intense, the primitive giant demon could still take advantage of the gap in the middle to unleash another rule. Inverse Dragon Blood. This silent rule instantly landed on Kitten. Kitten was frantically controlling the world of 10,000 tribulations to attack the opponent, trying to break the opponent's defense. He did not expect this to happen at this moment. The inverse dragon blood triggered the transformation of the blood in his body, turning it into billions of primordial spiritual blood dragons that unleashed countless slaughtering rules. Like countless meat grinders, they carried out a destructive attack on the insides of his body that was hard to defend against. Ugh! In an instant, the samsara divine beast was completely drowned in the bloody light. The primitive giant demon was determined to kill him. Every rule was deadly. Under the influence of the inverse dragon blood, if Kitten used his strength to suppress the rampaging inverse dragon blood, he would not have the strength to control the world of 10,000 tribulations. This was a fatal crisis. If the inverse dragon blood did not suppress it, he would be reduced to ashes. In the face of such a terrifying crisis, Kitten panicked and his face turned pale. Damn it! He could vaguely see that the samsara fruit was not far away from him. Just a little more and I would have succeeded. I can't accept this. In the moment of despair and pain, Kitten chose to suppress the inverse dragon blood first. Although it was only for a short time, his body had been damaged too much. The inverse dragon blood rule was much more terrifying than what Long Chen had used. Destroy all of them. When Kitten turned his attention to the world inside his body, the world of 10,000 tribulations outside was being destroyed one by one. Without the support of Kitten's strength, each world of 10,000 tribulations was like a bubble in front of the gods and Buddhas. They were crushed one by one, and the gods and Buddhas in the world of 10,000 tribulations descended on Kitten's head with a solemn Sanskrit chant. At this time, Kitten had not managed to suppress the inverse dragon blood in time. It's all my fault for being too arrogant. I thought I could deal with this monster. I finally had the chance to be reborn, and I'm going to die here? How sad, how lamentable. With Kitten's level, she knew that she was definitely going to die from both the inside and the outside of her body. As for Long Chen, he did not take the opportunity to snatch the samsara fruit, and Kitten felt that he was a good friend. He did not think much about anything else. Anyway, he was in despair about the sky-swallowing clan, and Long Chen might not think highly of him. Whatever, it's good to die in battle. If I don't die now, I might die even worse in the future. Anyway, I don't want to return to the progenitor realm and let the sky-swallowing clan eat me and shit me. Thinking about it made Kitten feel disgusted. Inside his body, the blood dragon was rampaging. Outside his body, the gods and Buddhas were crushing down. Wherever this world went, all the samsara trees were destroyed and turned to ashes. One could see how destructive it was. Not far away, the huge primitive demon revealed a cold smile. It was ferocious, cold-blooded, and it was the pride of revenge. The great Brahma ancient demon wanted Kitten to die because of the rules he had broken. This time, the gods and Buddhas were unharmed. They descended, and Kitten was tormented by the inverse dragon blood. He did not even have the strength to escape. Die. Die. My fate as the samsara divine beast will end here. I should have died long ago before the epoch. He cried out in pain. It seemed very carefree. However, he suddenly burst into tears. Why did he feel so fearful and unwilling to die when death was truly upon him? He had deceived himself for too long. He, the samsara divine beast, was a proud existence. He was unwilling to be suppressed by the ancestral dragons on the dragon sacrificial continent. That was why he dared to challenge the void infinity dragon time and time again. Back then, everyone knew of his courage as the samsara divine beast. However, no one knew that he actually admired the 10 ancestral dragons the most. It was because he admired them that he dared to challenge them and felt that defeating them was the most meaningful thing. To Kitten, the first ancestral dragon and the second ancestral dragon were as if they did not exist. In the world, the void infinity dragon had the highest status. Therefore, he challenged the void infinity dragon and was sealed. Back then, he hated himself for being sealed. But who would have thought that it was precisely because of this that he actually survived? Everyone else had died, and only he himself was still alive. He was the only progenitor who survived. When he woke up, he saw that 90% of the world had been devoured. He saw that his admirers had all died in battle. He saw that everything was gone. How sorrowful was that? How desolate was that? Hence, the pain and helplessness in his heart was unfathomable. No one could understand the pain and helplessness in his heart. He was once the most arrogant fellow. After suffering such a blow, he was afraid. In his heart, the sky-devouring clan was already undefeatable. His former arrogance had long since vanished into thin air. He discovered that he was now a coward. What was even more tragic was that he clearly knew that he was already a coward, but he still didn't have the courage to resist. He just wanted to close his eyes and die just like that. He wanted to follow the footsteps of everyone from millions of years ago and no longer have to struggle pointlessly. The Divine Dragon Clan. Rule over all realms. Peace in all realms, balance in all things. Everyone is like a dragon, the common people prosper. Everything is but a dream. As for me, I am just an insignificant accident in this great dream. From today onwards, accidents are no longer accidents. Because the dragon's inverse blood and the gods and Buddhas had become his final talisman. At this moment, the reincarnation divine beast gave up resisting and allowed himself to be destroyed. He closed his eyes and thought of too many things in the past. The proud reincarnation divine beast had long passed away. The moment he was sealed, he was already dead. They, in the invisible world of death, are summoning me. Kitten could not help but laugh. However, his laughter was accompanied by tears. When death truly descended and the golden light pierced through his eyes, he suddenly trembled in agitation. He did not want to die. He did not want to die like this. At least, he definitely could not die in the hands of the primeval troll. No. No. I cannot accept this. At this moment, he wanted to roar and roar. But it was already over. When he opened his eyes, the gods and Buddhas were right in front of him. In the next instant, he would be engulfed by the rules and turned into ashes. Death descended without warning. At that moment, the golden light drowned him, causing him immense pain. Why was he so unwilling before death? Until he saw a figure standing in front of him, blocking his way. Same old rules. WeChat, Feng Qingyang has sent the game's gift pack exchange code. In addition, the Dragon Blood God of War mobile game had been updated. You could see the original work in the game. It was the dragon blood god of war. It had also added a soul refining system. Chapter 3283. He couldn't accept it. He didn't want to die. He still had worries. His pride had never disappeared. It was just that he hid it after the blow. But deep in his bones, he wasn't willing to admit defeat just like that. At this moment, he had a strong desire to live. He couldn't accept it. In his eyes, the sky-devouring clan was undoubtedly an insignificant existence. He had actually seen the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon before. Among the 10 great ancestor dragons, it was the most terrifying existence other than the first and second ancestor dragons. He didn't control anything and didn't do anything for the dragon sacrificial continent. He only knew how to devour and strengthen himself. A long time ago, Kitten had felt that something would happen to this chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. He just didn't expect it to cause such a huge ruckus. Back then, his 9 elder brothers and sisters were too lenient with this youngest brother. Perhaps it was because of this that he knew of this situation. Thinking of the sky-devouring clan, thinking of the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon, thinking of the current myriad worlds, Kitten's heart was filled with boundless rage. But this rage could only be drowned by endless despair. Until he saw a divine dragon appear in front of him. It was a huge silver-gray divine dragon. On its dragon scales, there was a virtual image of the entire dragon sacrificial continent. It was beautiful and majestic. That was also Kitten's home. This divine dragon was revered by Kitten. Primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, his body was the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Kitten was born here, so to him, primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony was simply like a parent. He blocked above Kitten and withstood the terrifying attacks of the primitive trolls gods and Buddhas. That kind of attack was supposed to destroy Kitten. But because of the appearance of primordial dragon sacrificial ceremony, everything was different. Long Chen. In that instant, Kitten's head felt as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. Long Chen actually came to save him. But this wasn't an ordinary rescue. This was risking his life. Even the reincarnation divine beast would die under such an attack, let alone Long Chen. Why did he disregard his own life and come to save him? I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. Kitten was stunned in that instant. He could only watch helplessly as the primordial dragon sacrificial ritual rushed in front of him. He could only watch helplessly as Long Chen fought desperately for his survival. It seemed like he had never regretted coming to this position for Kitten. Why? At that moment, Kitten's mind went blank. He knew very well that his current appearance had disappointed Long Chen. He knew very well that there was indeed friendship between him and them. It was just that he didn't want to care about it. To him, it was insignificant. He also knew that it was Long Chen who had brought him back to this world. However, even if she had disappointed him, why did he still come to save her? In this battle, Kitten would indeed save Long Chen, but that was on the premise of his own safety. Such a life-risking rescue at the most critical moment, Kitten knew that he would never be able to do it. He definitely wouldn't throw away his own life for Zhou Donghuang's sake. When he was most unwilling and in despair, Long Chen's appearance at the risk of his life had really shocked him. Everything had happened in that instant. All the gods and Buddhas had descended. In Kitten's eyes, Long Chen's expression was cold, and only his eyes were slightly red. Nirvana primordial beginning. The primeval dragon sacrificial ceremony roared and fused with the entire dragon sacrificial continent. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly powerful. He fused the Chaos Dragon Fist, the Grand Mist Dragon World, and the Creation Reincarnation Cycle's power together, forming a pitch-black sphere in his mouth. That was the fusion of the Chaos, Grand Mist, and Creation powers. And before that, there was something else. That was the primordial sacrificial stone that the Grand Mist God Master and the Creation God Master had gifted to Mo Shaolang when he got married. Long Chen had refined this primordial sacrificial stone, and this was the first time he used it. The Nirvana primordial beginning's power struck the primordial sacrificial stone. The billions of divine dragons in the primordial sacrificial stone enlarged and penetrated through. The moment the gods and Buddhas descended, the Nirvana primordial beginning's power and the primordial sacrificial stone's power struck the world of gods and Buddhas. In that instant, destruction. Rumble. Even the space of the tomb of Samsara started to crumble. Large patches of the reincarnation sacred tree were severely damaged and turned into dust. In Kitten's eyes, the Nirvana primordial beginning's power tore a huge hole in the world of gods and Buddhas. However, the world of gods and Buddhas didn't suffer a destructive blow. That terrifying destructive power still drowned Long Chen completely. At this instant, a huge force from Long Chen's side struck Kitten's body and sent Kitten flying in the opposite direction. Just like that, it became a confrontation between the primordial sacrificial dragon and the primordial giant devil. The Nirvana primordial beginning and the world of gods and Buddhas were facing off. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The surrounding space was exploding. Big Brother. Mo Xiaolang, who had been severely injured, looked over in horror. His whole body was trembling. The two people in front of him were the most important people in his life. Little Cat's throat was dry. He stared blankly at all of this, unable to say a single word. But there was no doubt that he had survived. When he longed for survival the most, he was pulled out of despair and obtained survival. And the person who pulled him directly fell into the depths of despair. Kitten's eyes were wide open. The inverse dragon blood alone wasn't a threat to him. However, why was he feeling so sad? Why was he in so much pain? Why was he blaming himself? What was going on? Kitten didn't want to be like this, but his body couldn't control itself. It was as if many blurry images were rapidly emerging in the gorgeous collision of the rules. He trembled. He felt that the world in the past was blurry, but the world now was much clearer. I am Kitten. No, I am the reincarnation mythological beast. He struggled in pain in his memories. With his pride from before the era, it was hard for him to believe that he had such an image. Is he dead? He saw that Mo Xiaolang also seemed to have gone mad. He desperately chased after the battlefield, hoping to be buried in it. He couldn't understand why a person would risk his life to save another person when he couldn't even save his own life. Are you crazy? Kitten found it strange. He actually rushed up and blocked Mo Xiaolang's path. Because Mo Xiaolang was still seriously injured, he would definitely die if he entered the destruction of the rules. I'm not crazy. I just don't want to be a coward. Kitten, but you are. Mo Xiaolang spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Kitten and walked past him. At this moment, Kitten had suppressed the inverse dragon blood. I'm not. He was heartbroken. Even the sky-swallowing clan looked down on him. From the perspective of the reincarnation mythological beast, he didn't need to care about what Mo Xiaolang thought. But why was he so agitated now? At this moment, a badly wounded figure fell from the sky. It was Long Chen. His body was being destroyed at a terrifying speed. The golden light was like countless swords rampaging through his body, quickly taking his life. Because he had already used the resurrection from the dead, it was difficult to do so now. Even the power of the primordial sacrificial stone couldn't block this fatal blow from the primitive giant demon. At this moment, 90% of Long Chen was dead. Even the Void Aeon Dragon's primordial spirit was dissipating. Big Brother. Mo Xiaolang caught him. When he saw Long Chen's current state, his eyes were filled with tears of blood. His veins were bulging, and his black hair was flying. He was in his most deranged state. Roar. In the sky, the primitive giant demon had been hit by the Nirvana primordial beginning. The snow-white dragon scales on his body were broken. Although he had almost killed Long Chen, he had also been injured by Long Chen. At this moment, he was using the eternal flame to recover. After inheriting the power of the 10 great ancestor fiends, Sui Yan was invincible. Chaos Green Flame. Mo Xiaolang could only use this flame to save Long Chen. He couldn't watch Long Chen die like this. At this moment, his heart was drowning in anger. Monstrous demonic aura exploded from his body. How is he? Kitten approached, a little stupefied. Scram. Mo Xiaolang hated him now. If not for saving him, Long Chen wouldn't be in such a state. Looking at Long Chen's heavy injuries, his heart was in torment. Kitten swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If Mo Xiaolang had said this to him on any other day, he would definitely have flipped out. But now, he kept his mouth shut. In comparison, he was more concerned about Long Chen's life. Samsara of life and death. He also had the laws of recovery, and was helping Long Chen. With the two of them working together, an emerald flame suddenly spread on Long Chen's body. It was as though there was a melody floating around. This was Long Chen's soul-circling melody. It was the strongest form of recovery. With the help of the soul-circling melody and the will of all living beings, Long Chen's injuries were recovering rapidly. Suddenly, Long Chen opened his eyes. He was out of the danger of death. Now, as long as the soul-circling melody continued, he would be able to recover. Fortunately, the primordial sacrificial stone had blocked in front of him. Otherwise, Long Chen was certain that he would have died. But at that time, he couldn't care so much. Big brother. Seeing that Long Chen had woken up, Mo Xiaolang was overjoyed. The demonic intent in his heart had also disappeared. The baleful aura on his body was also weakening. Why didn't you give up your life to save me? Kitten took a deep breath. He wanted to know the answer because he felt that he wasn't worth it. Chapter 3284. He didn't know how to answer, so he shook his head and said with a smile, "There's something wrong with my brain. If I had known that I would lose so miserably, I wouldn't have bothered to save you." Actually, that wasn't the case. At that moment, he had seen that he was about to be killed. Who would have had the time to think? Because he hadn't thought about anything, Long Chen had rushed forward. At that moment, he hadn't cared about his own life at all. Although Long Chen had answered this way, Kitten wasn't stupid. He didn't need to ask to know the answer. Long Chen treated him like his own brother. Even though Kitten was very annoying now, he was still his brother. As long as he was, Long Chen couldn't bear to see him die in front of him. In their big family, the eldest brother was the father. Long Chen had to bear this responsibility. He stood up. With the help of the soul echo of life, he recovered much faster. Actually, for Long Chen, as long as he was alive, it was enough. His biggest hope was that nothing would happen to the people around him. Are you trying to use this method to move me so that I will give you the samsara fruit? Kitten couldn't help but ask. I'm not as bored as you are. I will take the samsara fruit myself. You don't have to give it to me, Long Chen said with a determined look in his eyes. Little Cat's words made him a little speechless. Just now, he had almost lost his life. That little bit of effort in exchange for such a reprimand was indeed very sad. Long Chen's response made Kitten grit his teeth. Seeing that the primitive troll puppet was about to attack, he suddenly said with a determined look in his eyes, "You have made me think highly of you. It's really impressive that you were able to inherit the ancestral dragon's inheritance. I hate owing people favors. Since you risked your life to save me, I will repay you no matter what your motive is." At this point, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Had this guy finally thought it through? Kitten made up his mind. He said seriously, "I will give you half of the samsara fruit. The other half belongs to me. Your life is only worth half a samsara fruit." Just as Long Chen was about to speak, the other party added, "Don't worry, it's only for purification, tranquilizing, and exorcising purposes. Half a pill was enough. You can forget about the other half." The only reason why Long Chen wanted the samsara fruit was to wake Sui Yan up. After all, it was very likely that only the sacred fruit of reincarnation could save Sui Yan. Once the sacred fruit of reincarnation was gone, no one would be able to control Sui Yan. It would be terrible if she went to the infinite world. He could not control it, only kill it. And the primitive giant demon was so strong. Either the myriad worlds would be destroyed, or Sui Yan would die. Neither of those were the results that Long Chen wanted. I only want half of it. Why are you so stingy? Why didn't you just hand over half of it earlier? Wouldn't the other half make you stronger? With this news, there was finally hope. Mo Xiaolang had been very hostile towards Kitten because of Long Chen's death, but now it was gone. The conflict between men had always been this simple. Nonsense. Only half a pill. How do you expect me to return to the progenitor realm? Kitten was shaking with anger. Although he had only handed over half a pill, it was enough to make him tremble with pain. This was the samsara fruit. Before the epoch, he had to wait 100,000 years before he could enjoy one. He had finally found out that he had to give half to someone else. Alright, enough talk. The most important thing now is to break through this reincarnation barrier. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, the primitive giant demon had completely recovered. But because it was the first time it had been injured, it was even more furious. It used the karmic judgment light to attack Long Chen and the other two. Her goal was to scatter these three opponents. The karmic judgment light was too strong, too fierce. In the next instant, the pure white destructive light attacked. Under the judgment, everything would be destroyed. In an instant, Long Chen and the other two split up. After all, the primitive giant demon was still some distance away, so they could dodge now. However, just as they dodged, Long Chen discovered that the karmic judgment light had pierced through their previous position, pierced right into the reincarnation barrier. Boom! Under the karmic judgment light, the reincarnation barrier could not withstand such a strong force and directly exploded. The remaining force pierced the samsara fruit and split it into two halves. The two halves flew in different directions. When the barrier of reincarnation was broken, the sacred fruit of reincarnation was completely revealed. Instantly, a rich fragrance swept through the area and filled the entire tomb of reincarnation in a short period of time. Just taking a breath was enough to increase one's strength. It was too fragrant. Unfortunately, there was only one. If there were more, they could directly throw it into the dragon sacrificial continent. The levels of the people in the dragon sacrificial continent would probably soar, and countless gods would be born in an instant. Long Chen and the others were a little dazed. This was too much of a coincidence. They had not even made a move, and the primitive giant demon had already helped them break the reincarnation barrier and even split the samsara fruit. The first to react was Kitten. He instantly drooled and rushed towards the half of the samsara fruit. With the huge body of the samsara beast, he directly swallowed the half of the samsara fruit and refined it. Within Kitten's body, majestic power began to explode. This was an unprecedented rapid improvement. He looked at the other half with envy. After all, he had already said it, so he held back in the end. At this time, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang controlled this half of the samsara fruit. This was the most important thing to save Sui Yan. Kitten paid attention to the primitive giant demon's movements while focusing on refining it. The most precious samsara fruit swept through his body, allowing him to rapidly recover and improve himself. It's a pity that it's still lacking. I can't reach the ancestor realm. Kitten still felt the pinch. That half of the fruit, when the samsara fruit turned into liquid and swept through his body, Kitten suddenly froze. It was precisely because of the effect of the samsara fruit. When it purified his body, it seemed that some buried memories actually gushed out like a spring and surged out from an invisible corner of his body. Void Dragon Talisman. Lord Cat. God Wushu Sage Dynasty. Archaic Cemetery. 3 Great Emperor Domains. Void Dragon. Eternal God Realm. Myriad worlds, the memories of the past, like a line, came back to his mind one by one. Every moment when he laughed and scolded was so clear. He remembered those funny things, those tough battles, those days. Kitten couldn't help but smile. He had never thought that he would have such an interesting time. Is this really me? That's right, I am like this. The memories were replacing his current personality. He remembered everything, including the battles that Long Chen had gone through and the hardships that he had gone through to find his real body. Including the love that everyone had for him. Everyone was so familiar. Even the sky-devouring clan, which he hated, did not hate anymore. He had said that this was just a moment of his life, but Long Chen was right. This was the most important moment of his life. The me from before the epoch disappeared long ago. The me that has been reborn is the real me. Actually, I am the same as Soyeon. She was affected by the will of the 10 ancestor devils, while I was affected by my will from before the epoch. It's just that the me from before the epoch is already dead. Just like just now, I am reborn. Actually, Kitten did not just lose that part of his memory. He and Soyeon were almost the same. They were both greatly affected. The samsara fruit had purified him. It had eliminated the lingering will of the samsara divine beast in his real body. When the will had dissipated, he had returned. Long Chen had always wanted to help him find his memory, but in fact, even if he did, there was no real Kitten. Only by purifying the lingering will he be able to return. This time, even Kitten did not expect that consuming and refining the samsara fruit would result in such a change. Young master, you're finally back. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised after his rebirth, as well as the guilt he felt for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang in his memories. Fortunately, his selfishness from before the epoch did not cause him to suffer for the rest of his life. Fortunately, Long Chen did not die. Thinking of what had happened, Kitten could not help but tear up. Of course, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang did not know about his internal changes. Now, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were rapidly discussing. Now that we have the samsara fruit, the problem is to send it into the primitive giant demon's abdomen and let it refine it. If we force it in, it will definitely be impossible. She is not stupid and will not refine what we put in. Moreover, it will be very difficult to put such a big samsara fruit into her abdomen. This was the problem that Long Chen was having a headache about. But actually, Mo Xiaolang had thought about it long ago. He had also said this before. Now, he said resolutely, Big brother, I will swallow the samsara fruit and not refine it. Think of a way to make her swallow me. After that, I will spit out the samsara fruit. If she wants to digest me, she will also digest the samsara fruit. As long as she digests it, it will be fine. This was the most feasible and most likely to succeed. This method is too dangerous for you. Long Chen took a deep breath. He also knew of this method, but it was too risky. However, apart from this method, there was no other better method. Although the primitive giant demon was like a beast under the influence of the 10 ancestor demons' wills, it was not stupid. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang shouted angrily. This is the only way. I know it is risky, but how can there be a way to save Yen, without taking risks? I once promised to protect her for the rest of her life. I will block all dangers for her. Now is the time when she needs me the most. How can I not do it because I am worried about the risks? You should know better than me that there are some things that you can't choose. You can only fight with your life. You taught me this and even demonstrated it for me. Why are you hesitating when it comes to me? Long Chen understood. Yes, just like just now, he had risked his life to block that kind of attack for Kitten. He had not hesitated at all. Now was a great opportunity, why should he hesitate? Mo Xiaolang had his own persistence and protection. He was not only his own brother, but also someone else's man. Like him, he also needed to be protected for the sake of love. Okay. Chapter 3285. In this way, the two halves of the samsara fruit had a home. Although Kitten couldn't return to his peak realm after refining the samsara fruit, it had greatly improved his current realm. The samsara fruit was a relatively easy thing to refine. As long as one could withstand its power, one would be able to quickly control this power and use it. Furthermore, Kitten's realm was already high, so it was mainly for recovery. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't know about the changes that had occurred in Kitten's body. Mo Xiaolang had temporarily stored the half of the samsara fruit in the sun-devouring demonic wolf's abdomen. The only problem now was how to make the primitive giant demon swallow him. The primitive giant demon wouldn't let them control him. Furthermore, even if he swallowed him, he would be in grave danger. He didn't know if he would survive. To Mo Xiaolang, this was a life-and-death calamity. Of course, he didn't care about the woman he would protect for the rest of his life. Now, while they were still clueless, the primitive giant demon attacked again. Just as Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were about to retreat, the reincarnation divine beast, whose divine body had grown larger, suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang and blocked the primitive giant demon's path. This stunned Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Previously, Kitten had only cared about himself, so it was difficult for him to take the initiative to block them when they weren't in danger. My body is full of power now. Is it finally time for me to show off my power? You two little bitches, watch carefully. Watch how Master Cat takes care of this crazy little girl. The huge reincarnation divine beast suddenly turned its head. Its originally majestic and overbearing aura suddenly changed. It was hard to imagine that a fierce white tiger would actually say such words to the two of them. This familiar tone, this cheap expression, and this wretched gaze made Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang feel a huge surprise. Kitten, you're back. For them, this surprise was too big. Of course, they hoped that Kitten could return to his original state and not have any conflict with him. But at least for now, Long Chen had not thought of any solution. He thought that it would be a headache, but it was suddenly solved. One could imagine how carefree and excited they were. For a moment, even Long Chen could not help but tear up. Boss, you're still crying. I understand now. It seems like you're not as strong as me. Now, you're so grateful that you're ready to give up your position as the boss and let me be the boss from today onwards? And you, little black dog, you used to suppress me. Now, Lord Cat is awesome. Once I settle this crazy woman, you'll have to call me boss. This was Kitten. Although he was a bit noisy and annoying, this was him, not the cold and aloof appearance of the reincarnation divine beast. From then on, it was obvious that he had returned to the big family. Of course, today's crisis was not over yet. But at least, Kitten would not kill Soy Yan to solve the problem. Based on the current situation, it was actually more difficult for Primitive Troll to refine the rest of the samsara fruit than to kill her. If that's the case, the samsara fruit must have helped Kitten recover. Obviously, this samsara fruit is very useful. It's quite possible, Mo Xiaolang analyzed. At this time, Kitten had already started fighting with Primitive Troll. Kitten seems to have become stronger after refining the samsara fruit. He's actually on par with Primitive Troll for now. We'll go help him. You find a chance to charge in. Long Chen said. Okay. The two of them moved forward, one on the left and the other on the right. Until now, the three of them had united and fought together. They even entrusted their own safety to each other. Reincarnation divine beast, sun-devouring demonic wolf, Primitive Troll. This time, Kitten was the main force, while Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were helping from the side. But it also caused a lot of trouble for Primitive Troll. We have to exhaust her power, or even injure her. That's why she needs the samsara fruit to recover. Only then can we stimulate her to devour. Long Chen naturally knew this from the battle with Primeval Troll. Of course, if she recognized the samsara fruit, she might not devour it. She might even destroy it. If the samsara fruit was destroyed, it would be over. So the final part of the plan was to let Mo Xiaolang enter her body. Only then would it work. Although it was a huge crisis, at least Mo Xiaolang had no regrets. Then let's fight first. In order to save Soyan, they had to end the battle with Primeval Troll once and for all. Not only Long Chen and Kitten, but even Mo Xiaolang attacked mercilessly. Heaven-devouring fire diagram. At this moment, the billions of sacred flames on his body turned into a 7-colored sea of flames in front of Mo Xiaolang. In the next moment, 5 types of flames were born on Mo Xiaolang's body and merged into the sea of flames. They were 9 Hell Demon Ancestral Flame, Heaven Emperor Ancestral Flame, Chaos Green Fire, Primordial Calamity Fire, and Eternal Sacred Fire. The 5 types of ancestral flames became the center of the billions of sacred flames. In an instant, the sea of flames turned into a huge whirlpool and started spinning. Spinning at high speed. An unprecedented devouring power descended. The flames formed a whirlpool, and all its power was directed at Primitive Troll. Of course, Mo Xiaolang's heaven-devouring fire diagram was not enough to devour Primitive Troll. After all, he was far from the heaven-devouring troll's level of power. However, this heaven-defying devouring power could cause Primitive Troll some trouble. Being pulled by the endless flames, Primitive Troll naturally had to struggle. It had to use its power to resist, and it could not precisely control its body. Right now, sun-devouring direwolf had to use all its power to barely control Soyan. Karmic Judgment Light. Long Chen was not afraid of hurting Primitive Troll. After all, Primitive Troll had such a strong life force that it would be difficult to kill. As long as it did not die, as long as Soyan could wake up, Long Chen could restore her to a complete state. Shindao Heart Dragon appeared. Gold and black fused, karma and moral judgment fused. In an instant, the karmic judgment light exploded, and in front of Long Chen, the primordial sacrificial stone appeared again. It magnified Long Chen's attack, forming a terrifying attack. That karmic judgment light was directly magnified, exploding with dazzling light. Like a pure white sword, it rushed towards Primitive Troll's eyes. She had 10 pairs of eyes, and they were emitting a demonic light. Because of Mo Xiaolang's heaven-devouring fire diagram, Primitive Troll hurriedly used its laws to resist. The 2 karmic judgment light clashed, and just like Long Chen and Shindao Heart Dragon, Primitive Troll actually had the upper hand. The magnification of the primordial sacrificial stone allowed the karmic judgment light to pierce Primitive Troll's eyes. Instantly, Primitive Troll let out an angry roar. Those 10 pairs of strange eyes were actually blasted into a bloody mess by Long Chen. This was the first time they had injured Primitive Troll. Although it did not affect its core, it would affect its senses to a certain extent. However, the biggest killer move was still with Kitten. When it came to fighting, he was still quite serious. Looks like I have to injure her to a certain extent. Now that he was surrounded by 3 people, and he had become stronger, it was indeed a good opportunity. Kitten used this chance, and in front of everyone, he once again used the supreme reincarnation laws. 10,000 worlds of reincarnation. 10,000 worlds of reincarnation gathered around the reincarnation divine beast like countless whirlpools, descending once again. These were like 10,000 rotating killing discs that danced in the air. Then, under the control of the kitten, they locked onto any part of the primitive giant devil. I'll let you have a taste of Grandpa Cat's power. Kitten shouted loudly. The myriad tribulation samsara world rushed out. Tens of thousands of samsara worlds crushed over. Seeing such a majestic attack, Mo Xiaolang simply couldn't bear to imagine it. However, for the sake of Su Yan's survival, he had to endure the anxiety in his heart. Golden Battle Realm. The eyes were destroyed, and an even more terrifying attack descended. Kitten, who had absorbed the samsara fruit, was stronger than before. The 10,000 worlds of reincarnation was no weaker than Primitive Troll's world of gods and Buddhas. In his haste, Primitive Troll could only use the Golden Battle Realm to resist. It was quite effective, and Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten were completely trapped in the Golden Battle Realm. From the outside, it looked like a giant metal ball had trapped all three of them. If other gods and demons were under this control, they would not be able to move at all. But the 10,000 worlds of reincarnation rushed out of the Golden Battle Realm, tearing through the metal and attacking Primitive Troll's body. Endless demon body. But Primitive Troll was Primitive Troll. This was a terrifying existence created by the Void Demon at the cost of everything. Primitive Troll also had the endless demon body. Suddenly, Primitive Troll became illusory. All the 10,000 worlds of reincarnation rushed into her body, but it was as if she had entered another world. Of course, many of the 10,000 worlds of reincarnation hit her before she could transform into the endless demon body. Each world of reincarnation tore huge bloody marks on her body. Oh no! Endless demon body could retaliate. Rumble. At this time, the three of them worked together to tear apart the Golden Battle Realm. But in the next moment, endless demon body exploded, and thousands of 10,000 worlds of reincarnation returned. Their target was Long Chen and the others. Such a terrifying attack was the Primitive Troll's shocking counterattack. Each world of reincarnation was fatal. At this critical juncture, everyone's faces changed. They did not expect that the three of them working together, using all their strength, could not do anything to Primitive Troll. And now they were facing such a crisis. This was Kitten's 10,000 worlds of reincarnation. He could only rely on himself to solve this. Chapter 3286. 10,000 Tribulations of Reincarnation, Worldly Bond Dispelled. Fortunately, Kitten had absolute control over his own laws. When the other 10,000 tribulations of reincarnation descended from the endless demon physique, he was able to dispel them at the first instance. Of course, they were also not injured. Because of the endless demon physique, although the three of them had used all their strength, it had not dealt much damage to the primitive ogre. However, it seemed to have succeeded in making the primitive ogre even more berserk. Under the eternal flame, the wounds and eyes of the primitive ogre were healing. Xiaolang. Hearing Long Chen's warning, Mo Xiaolang knew what to do. He rushed to the side of the primitive ogre, opened the sun-devouring demon wolf's mouth, and devoured. The primitive ogre was in the same predicament as the eternal combat demon. Because the eternal flame could not burn her body, it was devoured by Mo Xiaolang. As such, the wounds on her body were difficult to heal. Roar. Troubled by the wounds, the primitive ogre was even more enraged. Especially after losing her eyes, the wills of the 10 ancestral demons were also in chaos. Although Soi Eon could not fight against these wills, it was still her body. She was the only true primordial spirit. Therefore, she could still cause some trouble in her body. Mo Xiaolang was constantly communicating with her, encouraging her. Although they did not speak, Mo Xiaolang still believed that she was awake. She was giving it her all. In this way, the primitive ogre could not really unleash much of her strength. This is a chance. We have to work harder and add more wounds to her body. When the time comes, we can make her even more berserk and devour Xiaolang. Long Chen had to be calm. All right. The three of them continued to attack. While ensuring their own safety, they added small wounds to the primitive ogre's body. Of course, they did not give her a chance to use the eternal flame. Long Chen could feel that the primitive giant devil hated Mo Xiaolang the most because Mo Xiaolang had devoured the eternal flame. Therefore, many of the fatal attacks were aimed at Mo Xiaolang. However, they were all blocked by Long Chen and Kitten. The three of them had been companions for many years and had an excellent tacit understanding. Boom! Boom! The destruction of the sacred reincarnation tree's crown was simply too great. But there was no other way. After a series of fierce battles, the three brothers were all injured, but with Long Chen around, as long as they were not killed, they were able to hold on. But the primordial giant devil was different. Although she was the one going crazy most of the time, her body was now drenched in blood. Her wings, tail, and other parts of her body were riddled with wounds that were deep to the bone. Roar! The primordial giant demon's eyes hadn't recovered. If they still existed, they would definitely be scarlet red. It's about time. This battle had finally reached the most dangerous moment. The primitive giant devil was so terrifying. If they continued to fight, it would be dangerous for the three of them. Now that the primitive giant devil was enraged, it was the best time for her to devour Mo Xiaolang. Xiaolang. Long Chen exchanged a look with him. Big brother, I'm ready. At this time, Mo Xiaolang was actually very relaxed. His eyes flashed with a light that Long Chen was very familiar with. Perhaps after becoming a husband, Mo Xiaolang had great confidence in himself and Soyan. Little black dog, protect your life. Kitten shouted. And then he and Long Chen rushed in front of Mo Xiaolang and set off. Long Chen transformed into the primordial worshipping dragon at this time. Although he didn't have the primordial dragon spirit now, his body was still quite large. Let's go. This time, everyone was unafraid of death. The primordial worshipping dragon, the mythical beast of samsara, the sun-devouring demon wolf. This time, they gave up on the battle of laws and chose to fight hand to hand. First up were Long Chen and the mythical beast of samsara. The mythical beast of samsara crashed into the primitive giant devil's abdomen, while Long Chen rushed above his head. They attacked at the same time. The mythological beast of reincarnation slammed into the ancient troll once. As blood flashed, his huge tiger claws pierced into the ancient troll's lower jaw and pulled open its huge mouth. At the same time, Long Chen descended above the ancient troll. The primordial sacrificial dragon wrapped itself around the ancient troll's neck and pulled open the ancient troll's mouth at the last moment. They had already discussed this. At this time, Mo Xiaolang transformed into his human form and rushed into the primitive giant devil's body. The primitive giant devil's devouring was also his weapon. Long Chen and the mythical beast of samsara's daring actions only lasted for a moment. Although it was only a moment, at least they succeeded. Back. At this time, Long Chen fled from above, while Kitten fled downwards. The enraged primitive giant devil chased after Kitten, who was the greatest threat to her. At this time, Mo Xiaolang was in her mouth. She could choose to swallow or spit him out. Therefore, this was a dangerous moment. Long Chen and Kitten both held their breaths. Boom! Ancestral fire burned at the corner of the primitive giant devil's mouth. The primitive giant devil knew of Mo Xiaolang's existence, and made her choice in the shortest time possible. Perhaps influenced by Soyan, the enraged primitive giant devil directly swallowed Mo Xiaolang. With the primitive giant devil's digestive ability, she was confident that once swallowed into the world within her body, there would be nothing left of him. Success. Of course, this was only the first step. Next was when Long Chen and Kitten were the most nervous. They held their breaths and stared intently at the primitive giant devil. In the primitive giant devil's abdomen, Mo Xiaolang revealed the body of the sun-devouring demon wolf. The surroundings were dark and gloomy. Countless nomological storms swept this place, and the power of death descended instantly. Clearly, the wills of the 10 ancestral demons were controlling this. They wanted to reduce Mo Xiaolang to ashes. This was their territory. As such, from the outside, the primitive giant devil stopped chasing Long Chen and Kitten, and focused on dealing with Mo Xiaolang. After swallowing Mo Xiaolang, she could still recover some strength. Should we disturb her? Kitten asked when the primitive giant devil finally calmed down. No need. Let her refine the sacred fruit of samsara faster. Xiaolang will definitely be fine. This was his confidence in the pair of lovers. Mo Xiaolang was very smart. When countless death nomological laws exploded within the primeval troll, he immediately spat out the sacred fruit of samsara and transformed into his human form. Under the protection of the 5 ancestral fires, he rushed into the center of the sacred fruit of samsara. This way, if the primitive giant devil wanted to refine him, he had to refine the sacred fruit of samsara first. In an instant, countless terrifying nomological laws descended on the sacred fruit of samsara. The rich fragrance of the sacred fruit of samsara was a great temptation to the primitive giant devil. In essence, the greatest benefit of the sacred fruit of samsara was its power. Chi. Under the tearing of the primeval troll's nomological laws, the sacred fruit of samsara rapidly melted, turning into endless power that surged into the primitive giant devil's body. From the outside, the primitive giant devil's body was emitting the fragrance of the sacred fruit of samsara. Even without the fire of eternal life, his injuries were recovering. Especially his eyes, which had already regained a few pairs. This made the primitive giant devil a little excited. He had never expected to be able to devour such a good thing. The most obvious thing was that the primitive giant devil's strength was also increasing rapidly. This made Long Chen even more worried. If the primitive giant devil's strength was still being controlled by the wills of the 10 ancestral demons, that would be equivalent to shooting himself in the foot. Very soon, an unforeseen event happened. As his strength increased, the exorcism and calming effects of the sacred fruit of samsara began to take effect. The wills of the 10 ancestral demons had spread throughout the primitive giant devil's body, but under the purification of the sacred fruit of samsara, those wills were rapidly dissipating. It was these wills that were leading the digestion. Although they were enjoying the increase in strength, once their wills dissipated, they would disappear. Therefore, although they were confused, they reached a consensus in a very short time. They stopped devouring and spat out the sacred fruit of samsara. Mo Xiaolang was hiding in the sacred fruit of samsara, trying his best to avoid the storm of nomological laws. But at this moment, he clearly felt the storm suddenly stop. Clearly, the primitive giant devil had realized that something was amiss. Once it spat him out, he would be finished. Yen Air. Everything depends on you. This is the last chance. You must grab hold of it. If we fail this time, the two of us will be finished. Mo Xiaolang kept calling out to Soi Yan in this world of death. Scenes of the past flashed through his mind, from meeting to accompanying each other in life and death. Until today, the final moment of calamity. Yen Air, I don't want to die, and I don't want you to die either. We have to live on. Perhaps it was for survival. Perhaps it was for her deep love for Mo Xiaolang. Perhaps it was because the sacred fruit of samsara had been largely digested, causing the wills of the 10 ancestral demons to be largely destroyed. At this moment, under Mo Xiaolang's summons, Soyan's spirit seemed to have awakened. When the wills of the 10 ancestral demons wanted to chase Mo Xiaolang and the sacred fruit of samsara away, Soyan tried her best to digest it. In the unseen world, the desire, battle, and resistance of the two of them converged together. In this world of death, Mo Xiaolang could feel Soyan's resolute gaze. That power was everywhere. In an instant, the storm swept again. No one could have expected that the frail Soyan would be able to defeat the wills of the 10 ancestral demons at this moment. She must have been extremely crazy and desperate to achieve this. Every bit of sacred fruit of samsara she digested was a blow to the wills of the 10 ancestral demons. This time, Soyan had really gone crazy. Mo Xiaolang had taken such a huge risk to come here, and everyone was fighting for her. She was just short of that final bit. Her only chance to fight. Mo Xiaolang's gaze was her courage to break through all obstacles. Chapter 3287. Large amounts of the samsara fruit's power surged towards the primitive giant demon's body. The only thing Soyan had to do now that she had control over this huge body was to refine it with all her might. With every bit of refinement, the 10 ancestral fiends' wills would dissipate a little. The 10 ancestral fiends were not complete souls. Instead, they were remnants of the will that remained in the body. Perhaps to them, it was just instinct. They were actually attached to Soyan's primordial spirit. When Soy Eon displayed her will to destroy them, they were also doing their best to crush Soy Eon. Persevere. One could imagine how unbelievably terrifying the impact of the 10 ancestral fiends' wills was. Before this, Soy Eon did not even have a chance to control the body. If not for the 10 ancestral fiends' wills being attacked by the samsara fruit, this chance would not have appeared. But now was the best opportunity. All the hard work was for this final moment. Kill. While Soy Eon was working hard, Mo Xiaolang was not idling around either. In order to let the primitive giant demon refine it as soon as possible, he even gave up the chance to dodge and charged out of the samsara fruit. Then, he split the samsara fruit into pieces. He was doing his best to shatter the samsara fruit. This way, it would be much easier for Soy Eon to refine it. The two of them were fighting for the final victory, for each other, for the peace of the myriad worlds. Mo Xiaolang was doing this to force Soy Eon. At this moment, he was exposed to the primitive giant demon's destructive rules and was facing the same danger. His only chance of survival was for Soy Eon to destroy the 10 ancestral fiends as soon as possible and gain complete control of the body. At that moment, she could even control Mo Xiaolang to be safe and sound. The primitive giant demon was only refining the samsara fruit. The longer Yen lasts, the closer we are to victory. Long Chen was extremely nervous. After all, as the samsara fruit was being refined, the 10 ancestral fiends' wills were being destroyed. The longer it lasted, the weaker they became. Those two fellows are insane. Kitten looked at this scene and was quite impressed. Unfortunately, this was a battle within the body of the primitive troll, and they couldn't help at the moment. Although Long Chen was worried, he knew that the power of love would allow them to break through everything. At this important moment, they would reunite and embrace each other. With every passing moment, they felt more at ease. Of course, Mo Xiaolang wasn't having a good time in this destructive storm either. As the samsara fruit died, he was also dying. However, he didn't make a sound and kept urging Soy Eon. His willpower alone was almost the same as Long Chen's. Silently, he watched as he was destroyed. Of course, what made him happy was that Soy Eon was still in control of her body. The reincarnation sacred fruit was still being refined. More and more energy was being absorbed. Although the 10 ancestral fiends had regained control a few times, Soyan's desperation had allowed her to snatch it back. A crazy woman's willpower was rather terrifying. Soy Eon had been weak at the beginning, but at this moment, especially when Mo Xiaolang was in danger, she was a real tigress. Crazy, Kitten's mouth was agape, looking incredulous. After another 15 minutes, almost all the samsara fruit inside the primitive troll's body had been refined. Mo Xiaolang was surrounded by many ancestral fires and was on the verge of death. The destructive nomological laws had caused him serious damage. Suddenly, a powerful force sent Mo Xiaolang out of the primitive troll's body. Mo Xiaolang woke up with a start. He thought he had failed at first, but the force was very gentle. He instantly understood that Soy Eon had sent him out, but a small portion of the samsara fruit was still inside. This simply meant that Suyin had gained the upper hand to a large extent. Brother Xiaolang, wait for me. Now that she was strong enough, it was time to fight to the death with the 10 ancestral fiends. In a trance, Mo Xiaolang had already appeared outside. Long Chen saw him and instantly appeared in front of him. Without a word, the life-circling melody enveloped Mo Xiaolang's body, saving him from the brink of death. Seeing Mo Xiaolang gradually waking up and getting better, Long Chen was completely relieved. The three could not help but look at the primitive troll. Now, the primitive troll seemed to have gone mad, rampaging through the world, destroying and aimlessly. That was the final struggle of the 10 ancestral fiends. Follow him. Long Chen and the other two followed behind the primitive troll. Not long after, all the samsara fruit in the primitive troll's body was devoured, digested, and turned into energy that completely broke through the defenses of the 10 ancestral fiends. Roar, roar, the primitive troll kept roaring angrily. The 10 pairs of eyes that had recovered shone with light. One moment it was ferocious, the next, it was determined. It was a resistance, the final indignation of the primeval troll race, but the outcome was already decided. When Mo Xiaolang had more or less recovered, the primitive troll's body froze in the air, gradually calming down from its rampage. Mo Xiaolang looked at the huge beast in a daze. He had already turned into human form. In front of him, the wills of the 10 ancestral fiends on the primitive troll's body let out one last scream. Even if they were so indignant, they had no choice but to dissipate. They were completely destroyed by Sui Yan. Sui Yan controlled the body and had the upper hand. With the support of the samsara fruit, she naturally would not let them go. She cleaned up every part of the body. Finally, the primitive troll gradually shrank, turning from its largest state into a human figure. The former Sui Yan looked weak, with her long hair dancing in the wind. Her eyes were filled with tears as she floated between heaven and earth. Her gaze was also fixed on Mo Xiaolang's body. They looked at each other without words, only tears could be seen. The battle of life and death was completely over. The primitive troll had completely become Sui Yan. From today onwards, the primeval troll would no longer exist. All the primeval troll in the tomb of Samsara, the remaining ones would definitely not be able to escape. Go. This beautiful ending was a little unbelievable to Long Chen. Kitten beside him was also extremely excited. He said, "Damn it. It's so good to have a woman. It can still be so touching after the battle, don't you have Zhu Shi?" Long Chen turned his head and asked. Her. Ah. Kitten's mind was in a mess. Now, he still had the memories from before the era. Everything that was covered in dust had a certain impact on the current situation. For a moment, Kitten did not know how to answer. In the distance, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan, who had gone through the ordeal of life and death, were already hugging each other tightly. No one could disturb them. Let's go. We'll go and kill the remaining primeval troll. Kill as many as we can. Now, there were still many Perfection Realm devil supremacies wandering around. To Long Chen, although there were only so many left, the primeval troll had to be killed. He had already spread the news of defeating the primitive giant demons to the Death World and to the 10,000 realms. The 10,000 realms, who were previously like ants on a hot pan, were first relieved when they heard the news. Then, they became excited and cheered. They were extremely nervous before. The pressure brought by the 7 ancestor devils was too great. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang went to the battle alone. It was hard to imagine that they could still return victorious under such circumstances. Miracle was no longer enough to describe it. Everyone was extremely happy. This time, Long Chen and the others had indeed changed the entire world. In the 10,000 realms now, they were a big family clan. All of them were legends. Their story had become many versions of legends that spread to every other world. Even the people of other origin grade realms were full of respect for them. The 10,000 realms were celebrating. To them, the primeval troll was the world's biggest disaster. Now, the disaster is over. To the people of the 10,000 realms, they did not know the truth about the sky-devouring clan. So, in their world, there was no more worry. The greatest era of peace was about to come. With Long Chen guarding, everything in the 10,000 realms would definitely be endlessly prosperous. But this prosperity was all an illusion. Perhaps, the real war will come next. This kind of peace is also the peace that leads to destruction. Long Chen and Kitten looked for the remaining primeval troll while killing them. Of course, they were also looking for the exit to leave the tomb of reincarnation. Kitten was more familiar with this place. With him leading the way, it seemed to be much easier. After spending some time, Long Chen and the others had more or less cleared out the remaining Perfection Realm devil supremacies. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan also came over. Now, the 4 of them were the strongest existences in the 10,000 realms. In the future, they would be able to fight against the sky-devouring clan. Among them, Sui Yan and Kitten had both swallowed half a reincarnation sacred fruit. They were even more terrifying. In the future battles, they would definitely be of greater use. Big brother Long Chen. Soyan's return had caused such a huge commotion. She was a little shy and did not know how to face Long Chen. Don't worry. I won't let you be isolated in the future and endure such a disaster again. Long Chen smiled. I will be careful in the future. Soy Eon was still the same. No matter how many disasters she faced, she still had a pure heart. Thank you, Big Brother Long Chen, for giving the Supreme Divine Dragon's inheritance essence blood to Big Sister. Soy Eon was referring to Bai Sushue. Xia Mao, he is looking forward to the revival of a new love. Maybe that infatuated sister of yours will go to his bed one day. Kitten said with a look of disdain. Haha, he was indeed back. Although what he said made Long Chen want to beat him up, he was still here. It felt so good to have him with everyone. Let's go. Let's leave this place. In a trance, Long Chen felt that everything was over. However, he was very clear in his heart that the real battle was about to begin from this moment onwards. That was the most important battle. That was the battle of life and death for the 10,000 realms, but now, if there was peace, it would be the eve of the biggest storm. It was so quiet that it would probably be suffocating. The 37th volume, Chaos God Race, ended. Tomorrow, a new volume would be released. Just like in the book, the last climax, the last explosion, the last wave, the last battle of life and death was about to come. Writing books is my life. I love it. I love it. Chapter 3288. Above the Earth Martial Arts realm, it took a lot of time and comprehension to advance to the next level. There were probably only a few people in the entire myriad territories who could have Long Chen's abnormal speed. Therefore, experts in the third level of the Earth Martial Arts realm and above were very precious. Now, Long Chen and the others wanted to personally create someone in the fourth level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Long Shan's actual strength was in the fifth level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. However, without a few years of rest and recovery, he wouldn't have that kind of strength. Long Chen could feel that this old man definitely had a lot of resentment and hatred in his heart. This kind of resentment couldn't be appeased by Chen Xiong's death. Of course, the people who would bear his anger would be the Wuxia Alliance. For Long Chen, this was a great thing. No one knew that a force to resist the Wuxia Alliance was quickly forming in this small place. Very quickly, another half a day passed. At this time, the royal crystals around Long Shan had already dimmed a lot. The martial yuan in them had already gradually disappeared. It's about time, Long Chen said. Just as his voice fell, the royal crystals that were still floating in the air had already turned into ordinary stones. They all fell to the ground with a crackling sound. The light in the cave had also weakened. For ordinary people, this was already an environment where they couldn't see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. After everything was over, Long Shan slowly stood up. At this time, he gave Long Chen a rather dangerous feeling. Ever since he had reached the second level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, very few people would give Long Chen this kind of feeling. Long Chen had a premonition that at this time, Long Shan already had the strength to kill him. Presumably, this level was the level of Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. Long Shan carefully felt the strength in his body. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen first. His face, which had been stiff for many years, once again gave Long Chen a smile. Little friend, thank you so much. Long San's eyes were filled with gratitude. Long Yu smiled sweetly and said, Grandfather, this time, my younger brother and I were trapped in the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds. It was he who obtained the method to leave the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds from the Wuxia Alliance's Martial Emperor, and then he came to save us. It was his idea for us to follow the stone scorpion here. Long Shan laughed and said, in that case, you are my true savior. These king crystals are all yours. You have done so much for my family. If you need anything from me today, just say it. I, Long Shan, will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Long Chen laughed dryly and said, "You're exaggerating. We're all on the same side. It's just a small effort. It's getting late now. Let's get out of here quickly." This was not a place where they could stay for long. Everyone nodded and headed up together. Soon, they followed the original path and arrived at the wilderness of the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds. Looking around, Long Shan sighed and said, "This Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds hasn't changed at all. However, since ancient times, there should be tens of thousands of people who have died here." Then, he looked at Long Chen and asked, "Little friend, you also know the way to get out of the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds? I've heard that there is a 10-meter tall hill in the Ninth Serenity Morning Soul Land. If we dig down 100 meters, there will be a geomantic compass. If we follow the direction indicated by the geomantic compass, we will be able to leave." Long Chen nodded. "That's right. It's the same as what I know." Long Shan showed a satisfied expression. Thus, the four of them stopped talking and began to search for the hill. Because of Long Shan, they had already wasted a day. Now that there was an expert in the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm in charge, even if they got out, Long Chen wouldn't be worried. The gray-clothed youth had seen that small mountain before. The four of them persevered. After going around for a long time, they finally found that legendary small mountain. During these 4 days, the four of them were relatively relaxed. They chatted from time to time and improved their relationship. Long Chen also learned about some of Long Shan's deeds. Back then, he and the Martial Emperor were both in the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm. However, they had a good relationship. Later on, when Long Shan reached the fifth level of the Earth martial arts realm, he fell into his good friend's trap and was sent to the Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds. Because of his trust, he fell into the hands of Martial Emperor Qin Xiong. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years had passed. Back then, he had been so glorious, but now he had become an old man. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Back then, the old ancestor of the Yang clan was right. He had to understand his good friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Fortunately for Long Chen, the people he had met were all good people he could befriend. After finding the small mountain, Long Chen personally dove down a distance of over 100 meters. Sure enough, he dug out an ice-cold geomantic compass. After taking it out, Long Chen and the others carefully examined the geomantic compass. The compass was quite ordinary. They couldn't see any clues. It was bronze in color and looked no different from an ordinary compass. However, when Long Chen held the compass, he vaguely felt that the compass seemed to be connected to the entire Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds. Holding the compass horizontally, the compass quickly pointed in a direction. After getting the compass, they were obviously ready to leave. This way. They immediately set off following the direction of the compass. However, after walking more than 10 steps, the compass actually reversed the direction it pointed to. How could this be? The young man in gray was somewhat depressed. They had just come from that direction. "Don't worry about it. Let's keep going." Long Chen frowned slightly. He turned around and began to walk back with the compass in hand. "It's precisely because the direction the compass is pointing to is strange that we can't get out of this damned place. Let's try to follow it no matter what," Long Chen said as he walked. Sure enough, after walking back for a while, the direction of the compass began to change again. Long Chen and the others firmly moved in the direction indicated by the compass. This Nine Hells Morning Soul Grounds is really magical. We walked around randomly according to the compass. At first, I thought it was just blindly walking around like before. I didn't expect that these unremarkable routes would actually be the real way out. After a few days, everyone sighed in their hearts. In these few days, Long Chen and the others had become quite familiar with the expert called Long Shan. They also roughly understood some of the things that had happened in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty in the past few decades. Long Shan also knew what was going on in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. So, it's still the martial emperor's family. Even the ancient demon area has surrendered to the Wushu alliance. Long Shan asked doubtfully. Indeed, the ancient demon area has already surrendered to the Wushu alliance more than 10 years ago. At that time, the martial emperor directly went out and defeated all the experts of the ancient demon area in front of countless people with just a few moves. Long Yu said somewhat gloomily. The martial emperor was indeed recognized as the strongest expert in the divine Wushu sage dynasty. He defeated all the experts of the ancient demon area. Long Shan nodded slowly and continued, every generation of martial emperors can practice the highest secret of the Wushu alliance, the only advanced king-level battle skill of the divine Wushu sage dynasty. It's reasonable that the experts of the ancient demon region are no match for the martial emperor's seal. You should know that the gap between battle skills of the same level can be very large, let alone a high king-level battle skill. It can definitely suppress all other battle skills. Unless there is a royal-level battle skill that has never appeared in the Shenwu sacred dynasty, no one will be a match for the martial emperor's seal. 5 Emperor Seals. Long Chen was a little puzzled. Seeing the confusion on Long Chen's face, Long Yu smiled and said, not the 5 Emperor Seals, but the Martial Emperor's seal, the Martial Emperor of the Wushu Alliance Martial Emperor. Long Chen finally understood. Long Chen had thought that Long Shan was talking about the 5 Emperor Seals, but it turned out that it was just a battle skill with the same name. Maybe it was just a fake. However, being able to reach superior grade king grade was much more powerful than the soul-scattering dragon claw that Long Chen knew. Long Chen knew that he would have to face a martial emperor in the future, so he still felt some fear in his heart. Oh right. Isn't there a corpse in the sevenfold realm of the ancient demon area? It is said that every generation of the ancient demon area's master can control the ancient demon's corpse. The ancient demon's corpse has great fighting power. Even the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm can't defeat it. This generation's master didn't use the ancient demon's corpse. Long Shan suddenly looked confused. The ancient demon's corpse. The 3 young people looked at each other. They had never heard of this thing. Seeing their confused faces, Long Shan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, maybe the legend is false. If the ancient demon area had the ancient demon's corpse and could control it, how could the Wushu alliance be able to ride on top of them? Long Yu and the others nodded. Long Chen had a question in his heart because he remembered the situation in the ancient demon area. While Long Yu and Long Shan were talking, Long Chen asked Kitten in the great virtual realm, Fat Cat, does the ancient demon's corpse have anything to do with the life chi in the ancient demon area? When you were in the sevenfold realm, you always felt that there was something down there. Could it be the ancient demon's corpse? Kitten said lazily, oh, boy, you're pretty smart. No wonder you're a young man under my protection, cut the crap. Long Chen said calmly. Chapter 3289. The 2 sides confronted each other. Amidst Zhao Danchen's provocative tone, the tension between the 2 sides intensified. The people from the Wushu alliance obviously did not take the war people seriously at all. Hence, when they arrived, all of their originally cold faces revealed a mocking smile. When Zhao Danchen called the war people his grandchildren, they burst into laughter and pointed at Lei Zhen and the others. So the people from the Wushu alliance only know how to take advantage of others with their mouths? The Wushu alliance is the #1 force in the Wushu sage's empire. It's unbelievable that all of you are so weak, Lei Zhen sneered and retorted. What? Zhao Danchen's personality was similar to Long Chen's. They were more talkative and would never lose to others in a quarrel. At this time, he said, what do you mean by the Wushu alliance is the #1 force in the Wushu sage's empire? There is only one force in the Wushu sage's empire, and that is the Wushu alliance. The other forces are just the lackeys of the Wushu alliance. What kind of ridiculous war people are you? You'll be one of them in a while. The word lackeys deeply pierced the hearts of the war people. After they appeared, every war people's expression was cold. This was a great hatred of life and death. The Wushu alliance was the enemy of the war people. The battle hasn't started yet. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Don't be too happy yet, Jiang Wuya said as he stood next to Lei Zhen. Zhao Danshan's gaze shifted to Jiang Wuya. He suddenly remembered something and laughed heartily. Dragons, you are the most reckless clowns. If you weren't used to being cowards and couldn't be found, you would have been eliminated by the Wushu alliance long ago. You wouldn't even have the chance to meddle in other people's business today. The Wushu alliance is arrogant and despotic. They don't take others seriously. You, Zhao Danshan, are even more brutal. We came here not for anything else but to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Jiang Wuya's face showed a proud expression. Enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Huh, what a good enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. What a good dragons. Unfortunately, what you don't know is that your dragons are now leaderless. Zhao Danshan's face was filled with a crazy smile. When he said this, the other dragons were shocked, including Long Chen. Zhao Danshan meant that Long Yu was dead. Everyone's face turned pale for a moment. Don't believe him. Don't be affected by him. Long Yu isn't a fool. How could she have been killed? Jiang Wuya quickly said, pulling the gradually heartbroken crowd back from their sadness. They thought about it and agreed that Zhao Danshan's words could not be trusted. Seeing that Long Chen and the others did not have much of a reaction, Zhao Danshan laughed even harder. His eyes revealed a lustful light as he said, "It seems that you still don't believe me. Long Yu wanted to enter the Nine Hells Mourning Grounds to save her brother, but she did not expect that she would alarm my master, the martial emperor. With her strength, how could she have escaped? Long Yu was stripped naked by my master in the sky above Wu Emperor City. She slept with him for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights. Then, she committed suicide. That scene was truly shocking. Think about it, under that beautiful moonlight, 2 naked bodies entangled in midair, while tens of thousands of people watched. Zhao Danshan spoke unscrupulously. His words caused the eyes of all the dragons to turn red. Their breathing became incomparably heavy, especially Jiang Wuya. His eyes were already bloodshot. He was the person who cared about Long Yu the most. If that was really the case, his entire world would have collapsed at this moment. A towering murderous aura emanated from all the dragons. Among them, Jiang Wuya's aura was the heaviest. It seemed that in a very short period of time, he had already lost his rationality and turned into a bloodthirsty and crazy beast. Without a doubt, Jiang Wuya liked Long Yu. Otherwise, he would not have betrayed the ancient demon region and started to wander with Long Yu. Normally, when they were together, he did not say anything to Long Yu. However, the way he looked at Long Yu, Long Chen could see that it was similar to the way he looked at Lingxi. It was a kind of love and pampering that came from the heart. That was why Zhao Danshan's words were such a blow to Jiang Wuya. Long Chen was anxious. Bullshit, who would believe your nonsense? Bullshit. Who would believe your nonsense? If it was really as you said, we would have known long ago that something so big had happened in Martial Emperor City. Would it be your turn to tell us? Zhao Danshan, even if you're lying, you don't need to prepare a draft. Furthermore, my eldest sister is no weakling. If she wanted to commit suicide, would Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji even bother to stop her? Long Chen shouted in a clear voice. He was the only one with a clear mind. Therefore, he absolutely did not believe Zhao Danshan's words. After all, there were too many loopholes. Moreover, Zhao Danshan's words at this time were obviously to cause the emotions of the war people of the dragons to fluctuate greatly and affect their performance in the future. Long Chen's words successfully woke everyone up. Jiang Wuya and the others secretly thought that it was a close call. If it were not for Long Chen, they might have fallen into a trap. Long Yu had taken care of each of them very much. If something had happened to Long Yu, it was very likely that they would lose their rationality and fight Zhao Danshan to the death. Then they would have fallen into Zhao Danshan's trap. Zhao Danshan and Yang Ningfeng were the two great martial emperors of the Wushu alliance. Long Chen's side did not have the power to resist them at all. Zhao Danshan was extremely shameless. Seeing that his scheme had not succeeded, Zhao Danshan was not disappointed. He laughed complacently and looked at the other side with a smile. He said, "It seems that there is someone among you who is not an idiot. Not bad, not bad. Your name is Long Chen, right? I reckon that you are also a descendant of the Long clan. The Long clan has 3 descendants. Now, 2 of them have already entered the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. I'm afraid that they will not be able to come out in this lifetime." Long Yu had also been imprisoned in the 9 Nether Morning Soul Land. These words were probably true. After all, if this was not the case, with Long Yu's ability to conceal herself, how would they have known that she had gone to Martial Emperor City? Only by knowing that Long Yu had gone to Martial Emperor City could Zhao Danshan say these words in front of everyone. Jiang Wuya, Jian Chen, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Long Chen's mind was relatively clear. Moreover, he was currently the strongest person on the side. Unknowingly, he had already become the center of everyone's attention. As a result, he said, "It doesn't matter whether Big Sister's matter is true or not. We can wait until the end of the gambling battle to resolve it. Zhao Danshan has many tricks up his sleeves. We cannot let this matter affect the gambling battle. Big Sister might not be in trouble. We don't know the situation, so don't worry too much." Everyone nodded. Long Chen's words were indeed reasonable. No matter how worried they were, it was useless right now. After all, the Wushu Alliance was a colossal organization. Among them, the strongest, Long Chen, was still far from the Wushu Alliance. If it were not for Yang Ningfeng's gamble for the sake of a bloodless victory, they would not even have the right to stand in front of the Wushu Alliance today. Especially you, second brother. You must believe in Big Sister. Long Chen was most worried that Jiang Wuya would perform poorly because of Zhao Danshan's words. "Don't worry. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore." Being instructed by Long Chen, who was 20 years younger than him, Jiang Wuya could only say with a bitter smile. Of course, he knew in his heart what he should do. Therefore, Long Chen did not intend to give Zhao Danshan a chance. He directly looked at Zhao Danshan, who was smiling, and said, "Since the time is up, let's not waste time and words. Let the gambling battle begin now." The expert in the first LV of the Earth martial arts realm from the Wushu Alliance cannot fight. Zhao Danshan looked indifferent. He had originally wanted to use Long Yu's matter to hit the dragons a little. Now that his goal had been achieved, he took a few steps back. He was too lazy to pay attention to Long Chen. This gambling battle was made by Yang Ningfeng, and it had nothing to do with Zhao Danshan. Behind Zhao Danshan, a martial king took out a comfortable and gorgeous chair and placed it behind Zhao Danshan. He said to Zhao Danshan, "Please sit down." Zhao Danshan lazily sat on the chair that looked like a recliner. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yang Ningfeng coldly. He said angrily, "You made the bet. You handle it yourself." Although Zhao Danshan's tone was very impolite, Yang Ningfeng, who had always been overbearing, did not dare to say anything. He nodded obediently and then silently prepared for the gambling battle to begin. Although they were both martial emperors, the difference in status between Yang Ningfeng and Zhao Danshan was quite large. They were both martial emperors, and their strength should be similar. Just because Zhao Danshan was a genius and the direct disciple of the martial emperor Zhao Wuji, he could order Yang Ningfeng around like this? Long Chen did not understand this. When he saw Lan Ling, beside him, Long Chen asked, "Sister Lan, this Zhao Danshan is so powerful that even Yang Ningfeng has to give him face." Lan Ling nodded and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. She said, "Only now you know? This guy is famous for being arrogant and cruel. He has done many heinous things. He is a supervillain. However, he does have the right to be arrogant because he is very powerful. Among the 3 martial emperors, Zhao Danshan is fully deserving of being the strongest. He is also recognized as the second strongest person in the Wushu alliance. He is even the second strongest person in the Wushu Sage Empire. Otherwise, how could the old war emperor have died at his hands? So it's like that. Long Chen and Zhao Danshan had only exchanged a few moves. He still didn't know that Zhao Danshan was so powerful. Lan Ling revealed a helpless expression and said, "If we lose this gambling battle today, I'm afraid many people will die at the hands of Zhao Danshan, including you and me. Few people in the Wushu Sage Empire are a match for this monster." "Why?" Long Chen asked in a low voice. Chapter 3290. Return. Many world lords, the four rulers, and the masters of the many original grade worlds, such as the Lord Gods of the three divine realms, the Demon Lord of six paths, and the Skirich Spirit Overlord, were all waiting for Long Chen and the others to return victorious. Tens of millions of years of cultivation made it difficult for them to shed tears, but the respect and gratitude they felt for Long Chen and the others came from the bottom of their hearts. The three ancestor devils brought billions of primeval troll with them, and it was Long Chen who led them to find the worlds hidden outside the infinite worlds. He saved them, and they finally won and killed the three ancestor devils. Later on, the 7 great ancestral demons descended once again. Furthermore, there were 6 half-martial ancestors among them. This time, only the 3 of them managed to charge into the tomb of reincarnation. In a situation that was practically impossible, they managed to annihilate all their opponents and even managed to obtain an enormous increase in strength. From then on, the infinite worlds were no longer a threat to them, and a true era of prosperity was about to come. With Long Chen as the Lord of the Myriad Worlds, this was an era of prosperity and prosperity. In fact, many people were calling this day as the beginning of a new era. From now on, it would be an era that belonged to Long Chen and the others. But the deepest worry was still hidden in Long Chen's heart. "Everyone, we are exhausted from the battle. We still need to rest for a while. Everyone, please return first. There will be many more opportunities for us to meet in the future. From now on, a different era has indeed arrived." Long Chen could not tell them about the Sky-Swallowing clan for now. There was no movement at the moment, and this was a good opportunity to rest, and he could have a lot of time to slowly grow stronger. When the various world lords saw that Long Chen and the others had returned successfully, they were relieved. Indeed, there was still a long way to go, so they took their leave one by one and returned to their own worlds. The most important characters were actually the world lords of the original grade worlds. Including the chaotic divine might, there were a total of 7 of them in 7 origin-level worlds. Of course, there were more experts on Long Chen's dragon sacrificial continent. Among them, Kitten and Soy Eon were the scariest. Soy Eon was now a primitive troll. The Void Demon thought it could directly create a progenitor primeval troll, but it wasn't that easy. Even though the primitive troll had the power of a progenitor, it wasn't really a progenitor, because she didn't have the important things of a progenitor. Of course, Kitten didn't count. At the very most, they were peak half-martial ancestors. Of course, even with that being the case, they were still more powerful than Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. They were the 2 supreme experts of the myriad worlds. It's time to train seriously. After returning to the dragon sacrificial continent, looking at the world that belonged to the divine dragon, Long Chen's mood was completely relaxed. Mo Xiaolang and Soy Eon went to be intimate, while Kitten returned to the familiar world and began to play tricks on others. However, the Sky-Swallowing clan was like a poisonous thorn, making him unable to completely relax. If this world doesn't have the Sky-Swallowing clan, then it should stop here. If that's the case, I can let the dragon sacrificial continent return to the myriad worlds, instead of hiding in the god nation. The reason why he didn't let the dragon sacrificial continent return to the myriad worlds was because he was worried that the Sky-Swallowing clan would find out. After all, this was the world that the Sky-Swallowing clan used to be their mortal enemy. Continue forward. A great opportunity, a lot of time. Long Chen was very clear what he had to do now. He wasn't relaxing, but working even harder. He had to strive to have enough power to fight against the sky-swallowing clan before they awakened. As long as I reach the peak of the Tai immortal realm and find the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul, I will be able to step into the progenitor realm and become a true ancestral dragon. That will be my strongest time. This was the deepest desire in Long Chen's heart. He was preparing for the upcoming time. This was the most important thing for him. I have to have enough confidence before the sky-swallowing clan awakens. Therefore, he was very anxious. However, he also understood that the ancestral dragon's origin dragon's soul was definitely more difficult to find than the inheritance blood essence. In addition, he was still lacking the first ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. In the following time, he would move according to his opportunities, becoming stronger and searching at the same time. If he wanted to cultivate the nomological power, he would basically do it in the Tower of Time. If he wanted to increase his power, he would do it on the dragon sacrificial continent. If he wanted to search, he would search the entire myriad worlds, not letting go of any details. In just a few days, the entire myriad worlds had become peaceful and prosperous. Only Long Chen and the others could see the terrifying crisis behind this prosperity. Myriad worlds, this was the final radiance of the setting sun. Such a world might make Long Chen a bit sentimental, but more than that, he was filled with hatred. His fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. Now that Kitten and Soy Eon had returned to his side, he was unprecedentedly powerful. Next, it would depend on whether he could have enough capital in the urgent time. Time gradually passed. Li Xuanji was in the Tower of Time. When Long Chen was free and relaxed, he would stay by her side, waiting for the birth of this new little life. Of course, Lingxi and the others were also on her side. The family was unprecedentedly happy and harmonious. Little Longyan was anxious every day, waiting for the birth of her younger brother. She was even more anxious than Long Chen. However, this little life had been in the mother's womb for a longer time than Long Yan. As a result, it was unknown what kind of commotion it would cause when it really appeared. Long Chen was not anxious about his birth. As for Lingxi, she was still pondering about the divine curse ring, so Long Chen was not anxious either. The chaotic sky-devouring dragon's curse was not that easy to be removed. If he really wanted to remove it, he would have to wait for a suitable time. Therefore, Long Chen had never urged Lingxi. What he was most anxious about was the improvement of his strength and the search for the origin dragon soul. Up until now, Kitten did not have the sacred fruit of samsara and Mo Xiaolang did not have the flame. Their progress was very slow while Soy Eon could not make any further progress. The only one who had great potential was Long Chen, but it was not easy for him to cultivate. Therefore, he was anxious. If this goes on, it's not difficult for me to reach the perfect realm of ultimate God. It's only a matter of time before I enter the ultimate God realm. I can do it as long as I have enough time. However, where can I find the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul? In just a few days, Long Chen had traveled to many places. There was no news of many mysterious places. Long Chen even went back to the Samsara tomb and searched for a while, but there was no news. Instead, he saw that the Samsara sacred tree, which had once been glorious, had withered even more during their last battle. Long Chen tried to use the resurrection song of life to restore it, but it was to no avail. It was the death of the entire tomb of Samsara. In the future, let's see if there's a chance for the tomb of Samsara to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. At least for now, it was unreal. The current tomb of Samsara was bigger than the entire dragon sacrificial continent. In terms of world level, it was a world above the origin world. In the end, Long Chen thought of the divine dragon's origin dragon. This mysterious place. I wonder if it's possible to have the ancestral dragon's origin dragon soul. Long Chen had gone in a few times before, but he couldn't go deep each time. However, it was different this time. His realm and ability were much higher this time. Thinking of this place, Long Chen quickly returned to this place through the death world. The place where the dragon sacrificial continent used to be was now only left with the dense fog in the divine planet of destiny. The divine dragon's origin dragon was really too small. Others might not be able to find it even if they came here. Long Chen came to the strange cave. There was a power in the cave that even he couldn't see clearly. He couldn't see through it at all. The stronger he was, the more he felt that the divine dragon's origin dragon was magical. This is normal. After all, even the 10 great ancestral dragons were born here. Now, this place is even older than the dragon sacrificial continent. He didn't expect that this mountain rock would have such an ancient history. Long Chen didn't think too much about it. This time, he used the origin dragon's soul to protect himself and the primordial dragon halberd to open a path. He directly barged into the passage of the divine dragon's origin dragon. No matter how strong he was, the resistance he faced after entering was hard to resist. However, this time, Long Chen persevered. He mustered all his strength and moved forward with all his might. Step by step, he felt that he was indeed moving forward. Soon, he was completely surrounded by that force. However, even he didn't know how far he had walked. There's nothing. After walking for a while, he realized that he was in an endless world where he couldn't see or hear anything. He even lost the direction he came from. When he wanted to continue moving forward, he realized that his feet seemed to be stuck in some kind of quagmire. He couldn't move forward anymore. Whoosh whoosh, a mystical sound of wind kept ringing in his ears. It seemed real and fake, like a dream and an illusion. It made him feel relaxed and at ease. All of a sudden, Long Chen had a feeling that he wanted to sleep here. That wouldn't do. Long Chen stimulated himself to wake up. At this time, he opened his eyes wide. In a trance, he saw that there seemed to be shadows around him. Some of these shadows looked like humans, some looked like beasts. There were all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. The shadows drifted past him, but he still couldn't see them clearly. At that moment, a human-shaped shadow drifted past Long Chen's eyes. Based on the curves of its body, it was definitely a robust woman with an excellent figure and primitive wildness. Long Chen stretched out his hand to touch the shadow. The instant he touched it, Long Chen heard a soft cry. Then, the shadow in front of him actually vanished into thin air. What's going on? That strange feeling made Long Chen even more confused. After all, he could already kill a half-martial ancestor now. How could such a miraculous thing happen? Before he could think too much about it, he lost his balance. Perhaps it was because the repulsive force of the divine dragon's origin grounds was stronger, but in the blink of an eye, Long Chen was rushed out. After thinking for a long time, he wrote in the afternoon. After all, there were a lot of plots and outlines that needed to be carefully arranged. He wanted to strive for the best plot, so he was a little late. After dinner, he continued writing. There are still 2 chapters that will be slightly late, probably after 22 p.m. Sorry for the trouble, everyone. This lunatic also wants to write the last part better. Thank you for your support. Chapter 3291. When he came out of the dragon god's origin grounds, Long Chen was a little confused. Just now, what was that? It was a blurry image that seemed unreal. However, that feeling could not deceive Long Chen. There must be something strange in this dragon god's origin grounds. He wanted to go in and explore again, but he realized that he was a little tired. He did not really want to go in. There was a feeling of resistance. I'll come back next time. It's hard to find anything else even if I go in this time. At the thought of this, Long Chen returned to the dragon's sacrifice continent and continued his cultivation. Now that there was no other pressure, his days were peaceful. The myriad worlds were as quiet as a lake. All the worlds seemed to be growing. At a certain moment, it was as if a pebble had fallen into the lake. For a moment, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. However, the ripples were too small and hard to notice. Of course, when the pebbles sank into the depths of the lake, there would always be some mystical changes. Before him was a colorful giant star. Around the giant star, there were tens of thousands of stars orbiting it. This was the beautiful spirit essence star ocean. There used to be a total of 2 trillion living beings. Due to the primeval troll disaster, the number had decreased slightly. Outside the spirit essence star ocean, an insignificant 9-colored light suddenly flashed. Compared to the entire spirit essence star ocean, this light was actually very insignificant. But it always existed. When the light gradually solidified, a figure appeared. It was a graceful figure. Not long after, all the light condensed and formed a person. It was a woman. This was a tall woman with tan skin. She was as strong as a cheetah and was filled with a wild nature that was hard to tame. She exuded an enchanting charm. Every part of her body was perfect and had the best proportions. It was as if she was a masterpiece created by the heavens. In fact, only 2 important parts of her body were draped with simple beast skins. That tattered beast skin was unable to block this spring scenery at all. Instead, because it was hidden, it made one's blood boil. This was a woman filled with a primitive aura. Her every move affected the world around her, as if she was a part of the huge world around her. The only thing that made people feel strange was that from the beginning to the end, her eyes were filled with confusion. She was like a newborn that had suddenly arrived in this world. To her, this world was filled with unknowns, and this kind of unknowns made her a little confused and curious. When she opened her colorful eyes, the first thing she saw was the beautiful spirit essence star sea. Where is this? The woman looked around in confusion. This was her first doubt. Her second doubt was, who am I? Everything was a blur. She did not know anything. She only felt that there was a guide in the dark that led her to the world in front of her. Go to here? She was a little dazed, but she still followed the instructions and walked towards this world. Her body was insignificant compared to the entire world. It was a tiny part of it, so it wasn't eye-catching at all. She passed through the tens of thousands of stars and headed straight for the spirit essence planet. In fact, her speed seemed very slow, but she traveled millions of miles in the blink of an eye. It didn't take long for her to descend on the spirit essence planet. She saw a huge city below her, and in that city, there were many people who looked exactly like her. She was still full of confusion. At this moment, she was standing on a bustling street, surrounded by people coming and going. Her eyes were a little innocent, and she looked around curiously. She looked at the transactions, saw children running, and even saw people fighting in the corners. Thanks to the god Ancestor, many people in the spirit essence star ocean could come back to life. Yes, the god Ancestor is really powerful. It is said that when he first appeared in the spirit essence star ocean, he was about the same level as the gods in the spirit essence star ocean. In just a few hundred years, he has become the master of the myriad world. She heard a lot of people talking about the god Ancestor with admiration. God. Ancestor. This name sounded familiar. Who was it? She tilted her head. She still could not understand. There were so many people like her around. Who was it? At this time, there were already quite a few people who noticed her. They couldn't feel the slightest bit of power from her body. There was only a kind of mysterious, strange, and indistinct feeling. This woman was too outstanding, especially her curvaceous figure. She was constantly attracting the eyes of men. Many people's hearts were burning with passion. For a moment, the crowd unconsciously surrounded her. The sudden appearance of such a hot, yet perplexed, and somewhat retarded woman naturally attracted everyone's attention. Most of the people just wanted to watch the show and point at her. However, there were some bold ones who quickly approached her. One of the leaders said, "Miss, I'm Chu Fengxing. May I ask for your name? To be able to meet here is also fate. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you for a drink?" You. What do you mean? The woman looked at him in a daze. She didn't know what the strong desire in his eyes meant. She looked at her full chest and didn't know what was attracting him. I mean, can you accompany me? The man thought that the woman was teasing him. Usually, this meant that the other party had the same intention. So he was very excited. He had some power here. Usually, he had the final say here. When he spoke, no one dared to come forward. Today, he suddenly met such a tempting woman. Naturally, he would not let her go. After saying that, he walked towards the woman. Without saying anything, he took the woman's hand and put it in his palm. With a smile that he thought was like a spring breeze, he said, "Miss, please come with me." The people around looked at him and felt very sorry. This girl has probably lost her mind. Although she is so unique and charming, her life will be ruined if she is taken away by Chu Fengxing. Although they said that, everyone knew themselves and did not dare to stop them. "Don't touch me." Suddenly, the woman retracted her hand. Her expression was one of disgust. For a moment, Chu Fengxing did not understand how she had retracted her hand. At this moment, his gaze met the woman's. Only then did he clearly see that her eyes were actually so colorful. Before he could say a word, under the woman's gaze, Chu Fengxing started to disappear from his head. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. Nothing was left. He appeared in this world out of thin air. How annoying. The woman was in a bad mood. She looked around. Everyone in her line of sight disappeared in an instant. Not even ashes were left. The ground below disappeared into thin air. From above, it looked like the entire city had become completely empty. The millions of people had all disappeared without a trace. Only the woman remained in the air. These things are the same as me, but why are they so weak? This world is also so weak, and I seem to have great power. The woman felt that this was very strange. Although she did not know why she was happy, she did not want to know the reason. This was good. She also wanted to go to the next place with many people to take a look. This is good. There are many people here. It was impossible for a huge city to disappear without anyone noticing. Following that, several cities disappeared one after another. Not a single person was left. Why is it that everywhere I go, people talk to me with bad intentions? She was still puzzled. What she did not know was that the commotion she had caused in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean had quickly spread throughout the world. The experts of the 10,000 realms who were stationed here also quickly received the news. They rushed towards the woman's location while notifying the headquarters in the Death Rain. Several cities in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean have been evaporated. Millions of people have disappeared in an instant. I suspect that there are primeval troll remnants. We are now rushing over there to request for reinforcements. Such news quickly reached the Death Rain. The 15 Dragon Emperors were there to oversee the situation. Soon, they sent an expert to the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. It was a Perfection Realm Deity Emperor. Just as they approached, the Perfection Realm Deity Emperor disappeared instantly. This attracted the attention of the 15 Dragon Emperors. What's going on? The Eternal Dragon Emperor said angrily. It had not been long since he had calmed down. She is too strong. All the cities disappeared in her eyes. Even the Deity Emperor just now was turned into ashes by her eyes. This is an incredible woman. Please inform the God Ancestor as soon as possible. Hearing this news, the 15 Dragon Emperors started discussing. Should we tell Long Chen? It should not be a big deal. He is still cultivating. There is no need to disturb him. In the end, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor said, let's tell him. This is a critical moment. It is better to be cautious. As long as we tell him, he will handle it himself. If it is something good, he will not bother to do it. The other Dragon Emperors agreed with her. Soon, the news was passed to Long Chen. Eyes, a woman who disappeared into thin air and appeared out of nowhere. Long Chen was shocked. He knew very well that there were no enemies in the myriad worlds apart from the Sky Devourer clan. Based on the description, although it was highly possible that an ordinary ultimate god could do it, the problem was that no ultimate god in the myriad worlds would act so recklessly. Let me take a look. Long Chen made a decision instantly. When he arrived above the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, he was different from the others. He felt a suffocating aura. Kitten, Xiaolang, Yen Air, come here. Something has happened. Long Chen called out. Chapter 3292. However, Long Chen did not know who it was at all. However, there really wasn't anyone in the infinite worlds that could strike fear into his heart. This made him think of the Sky-Swallowing clan. Not much time had passed since the final battle with the primeval troll. Or rather, it had just ended. Yet, a new danger had appeared. Long Chen thought that no one would disturb the Sky-Swallowing clan for millions or even tens of millions of years. That was the reason why Long Chen had ordered his experts to come to the Spirit Essence Star Sea as quickly as possible. However, Long Chen was still very cautious. One must know that this was the myriad worlds. If a battle between half-martial ancestors or above were to occur, the Spirit Essence Star Sea might be instantly destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaolang, Kitten and the others arrived and stood beside Long Chen. At first, they did not know what was happening. However, when they felt the aura of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, their faces turned solemn. Who is this? Mo Xiaolang's eyes were solemn, just like Long Chen's. Kitten's eyes widened. That's strange. How can there be such an existence in the myriad worlds? This can't be the Sky-Swallowing clan. It doesn't feel like you at all. It looks like a human, but other than the Sky-Swallowing clan, what made Long Chen less nervous was that he also felt that it was the Sky-Swallowing clan. As long as it wasn't the Sky-Swallowing clan, it wouldn't be that scary. However, this only made him more curious. In the myriad worlds, other than the Sky-Swallowing clan, who else could it be? We'll know once we go down and take a look. Be careful. Long Chen gestured to the other three. They nodded and went down together. Not long after, they landed on the Spirit Essence Star. The mysterious lady was heading towards another gathering place of the spirit race. In the middle of a mountain range, Long Chen and the other three intercepted the mysterious lady and blocked her way. The mysterious lady could naturally feel their power. This made her even more curious. She had seen so much and finally, there was someone like her who wasn't so weak. Who are you guys? The mysterious woman opened her mouth and sized up Long Chen's group of 4 as she asked slowly. Of course, at the same time, Long Chen was also sizing her up. From the look in his eyes, this mysterious existence seemed to be a bit confused, as if she didn't know anything. Long Chen asked, "My name is Long Chen. These are my brothers and sisters. I would like to ask, who are you?" The mysterious woman was stunned for a moment. She shook her head and said, "I don't know who I am, and I don't know where this place is. I suddenly appeared here. Can you tell me who I am, why I'm here, and where this place is?" Hearing this, Long Chen and the others became even more puzzled. He carefully looked at the woman and found that she had a familiar temperament, especially her colorful eyes. Just then, she became a little impatient and said, "Since you don't know me, then don't block my way. I will ask the others." As she spoke, she was about to leave. Her footsteps seemed slow, but they were actually very orderly. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed a long distance. But at this moment, in order to prevent her from causing any more damage, Long Chen and the others continued to follow. "Big brother, is she faking it or does she really not know anything? If she doesn't know anything, then we have no idea who she is or where she came from." Mo Xiaolang analyzed. "I don't think she is faking it." Long Chen had no way of knowing her identity. Just then, Kitten said, "Let me say something. Don't be scared. I feel that this lady was once a progenitor. Although she is a little weak now, she is still stronger than me. Moreover, other than the sky-devouring race, there are only the ancestor gods who were devoured by the sky-devouring race. But they have long become a part of the sky-devouring race's power. Why would they reappear? Moreover, they look completely blank. Ancestor gods. Actually, this was also within Long Chen's guess. Kitten said, before the epoch, there were tens of thousands of ancestor gods of the myriad worlds. The spirit essence star sea was considered a small world at that time, so I don't know the creator of this place. However, I have a slight impression of him. It might be the guy you saw. Actually, Long Chen guessed so too. Now that even Kitten said so, it must be close to the truth. Because of the sky-devouring race's devouring, the gods of the myriad worlds have lost their memories and everything from before the era. But they are not completely blank. And this woman who suddenly appeared is completely blank. Her appearance must be related to the sky-devouring race, but he had no idea what the sky-devouring race was planning. Long Chen had a headache. So this is ancestor god Ling Su. Soyan's eyes widened as she looked at the graceful woman in front of her. Indeed, this woman had the aura of a creator. Her entire body was filled with an ancient aura. Every move she made affected the entire Ling Su galaxy. It was as though the Ling Su galaxy was born along with her. Ancestor god Ling Su. Long Chen took a deep breath. He did not expect that one of the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds, who had been devoured, would reappear. Moreover, she had lost all of her memories. Could it be that this ancestor god Ling Su had escaped from being devoured by the sky-devouring clan and had hidden for an entire era before reappearing now? No matter what, she was now destroying the surroundings and killing living beings. This was to stop her. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at a new city and blended into it. Many people noticed her arrival. Who are you? Do you know me? Everyone stared at this beauty blankly. Perhaps they had heard about the destruction of the other cities. When she appeared, many people were scared away. Boring. In her vision, the world was beginning to be destroyed. Wait, I know you. Long Chen instantly stood in front of her and clashed with her gaze. In that instant, Long Chen felt a strong impact that nearly suffocated him. The gaze of a progenitor. You are here to cause trouble. You will deceive me. The mysterious woman seemed to dislike Long Chen. She ignored Long Chen and directly destroyed the surroundings. Seeing more and more people die under her gaze, Long Chen gave Kitten a look. Let's go. Kitten knew what Long Chen meant. He nodded and used his rule, samsara reversal. Back then, it was this rule that separated the 7 ancestor fiends and saved Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Now, the rule appeared again and its target was this mysterious woman. In an instant, samsara reversal swept her into it. Kitten brought Long Chen and the others and instantly appeared in the distant starry sky. From this position, the spirit essence star ocean was only the size of a small dot. Long Chen and the others stood in front of the mysterious woman. Long Chen said sincerely, I do know who you are. I remember now. But I don't want to believe you. I just want to see if you are as powerful as me. Suddenly discovering that she had teleported so far away, the mysterious woman felt somewhat curious. Within the entire spirit essence star sea, not a single person could stop her. Only these people in front of her could stop her. She felt a desire to fight with these people. Don't run. The mysterious woman clenched her fists. A pure, ancient and mysterious aura that resembled an amplified half-martial ancestor's power filled her fists. Although they appeared to be like ripples, they were actually astonishingly powerful and unfathomable. She wanted to attack. Until now, she still did not know what kind of power she possessed. It was not easy for her to meet Long Chen and the others. Of course, she could not control herself. Her desire for battle was something that was deep in her blood. Hiss. A terrifying feeling swept over her body, threatening the lives of Long Chen and the others. At this moment, if they did not counterattack, it would be very dangerous. As such, Longchen gestured for everyone to attack. She is a very unstable factor. If we can shock and control her, it will be fine. But if she has no bottom line and causes more trouble, it will be terrible. This was what Longchen was thinking. Attack. In an instant, 3 super behemoths appeared beside him. They were the pure white primitive giant demon that shone like platinum, the pure black sun-devouring fiend wolf that was surrounded by flames, and the illusory and domineering reincarnation divine beast. The 3 behemoths surrounded the woman in 3 different directions. How interesting. An excited smile finally appeared on the mysterious woman's face. In front of her was Longchen. The only person she cared about was Longchen. I feel a sense of reverence from your body. What is it? I really want to know. Longchen said, we don't have to fight. If you don't attack us, we can be friends. I can even tell you who you are. That won't do. I really want to attack you. I really want to, take this. At the end of her words, she directly attacked. She casually punched out, and a small fist imprint faced Longchen. In fact, it was impossible to tell that it was a natural law, but it was actually so profound. That heaven-defying might was hidden within the mysteriousness. It was truly breathtaking. Nirvana primordial beginning. Longchen held on to the primeval dragon halberd and unleashed the rules of the primeval sacrificial dragon. The primeval dragon halberd brought along the Nirvana primeval, and in an extremely short moment, it collided with the casual fist seal. It looked like a simple collision, but it brought about a huge impact to Longchen, causing his chi and blood to churn, and he deeply felt the power of this woman. Is this the power of the progenitor realm? Although she is in a state where her power is severely depleted, the essence of the progenitor realm is still there. There is a difference between her and Kitten. She is not easy to deal with. But, she has her eyes on us. Chapter 3293. Even a casual punch from ancestor god Ling Su was a little too much for Longchen. Moreover, he had even used a nomological law like the Nirvana primordial beginning. Because of this, Longchen was even more certain of the other party's identity. Of course, no one knew why she had appeared out of nowhere. Her first attack didn't really injure Longchen, which made the mysterious woman very excited. She had finally found an opponent that could withstand her attack. Perhaps she still didn't know that the person she was facing was already one of the strongest people in the myriad worlds. When she attacked Longchen, Mo Xiaolang and the other 2 attacked at the same time out of consideration for Longchen's safety. Their attacks came almost at the same time. Mo Xiaolang used the 5 ancestral flames as the core. Billions of divine flames swept out and spat out a huge fireball that looked like a real sun. It released a terrifying heat that rushed towards the mysterious woman. In an instant, the burning sun-like flames caused the entire sky to distort. Kitten could sense how strong this woman was. He knew that ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to suppress her. 10,000 Tribulations Reincarnation. All of a sudden, the 10,000 Tribulations Reincarnation realm descended and turned into countless discs that danced in the sky like blades. One by one, the reincarnation realms rushed towards her. Kitten was facing off against Mo Xiaolang. Their attacks were competing to outshine each other. Among the 4 of them, Soi Ian was the strongest. Although Soi Ian had a kind nature after transforming into the primitive giant demon, she still gave off a terrifying aura when she transformed into the primitive giant demon. All gods and Buddhas. This was the strongest attack of the great Brahma ancient demon, and it was easily cast by the primitive giant demon. Its power was even greater than Kitten's 10,000 Kalpa Samsara world. The primitive giant demon was proficient in too many laws, even more than Longchen. Plus, there were many top laws. In a short period of time, the 3 terrifying attacks from the 3 great experts had practically drowned the mysterious woman. The burning sun fireball, the samsara of 10,000 tribulations, and the descent of the gods and Buddhas at the same time. The burning of the flames, the power of the samsara of tribulations, and the power of the world destruction of the gods and Buddhas gathered together. In Long Chen's opinion, such an attack was too threatening. Boom, boom, boom. However, what the four of them had witnessed was a miracle. It was because she was still the same as before, using the simplest martial arts to deal with them. Her divine body was extremely vigorous, and her movements were swift and violent. The most basic attacks were executed smoothly like floating clouds and flowing water. The deafening rumble could be heard even in the distant spirit essence starry sea and the primal chaos god world. They could also feel the terrifying impact, which made them realize that the terrifying calamity was still nearby. Not long after, Long Chen and the others were shocked to discover that although she was in a difficult position while fighting against the three types of rules, none of the rules could really hurt her. On the contrary, her attacks were rapidly destroying the rules. Not long after, the blazing sun fireball was destroyed, and the thousand tribulations world of samsara was completely destroyed. As long as she punched out, she would definitely be able to destroy a huge piece of it. Also, although the world of gods and Buddhas was suppressing her head, it was still destroyed after a few kicks. All the attacks vanished into thin air. Rumble. With a final loud bang, under the terrifying and mystical might, Long Chen and the others were shaken off. So tired, the mysterious woman who was surrounded by the crowd was panting at this time. She lowered her head and looked at Long Chen and the others with vigilance. As she panted, the animal skin on her chest almost fell off. Her plump breasts were also on the verge of bursting out. She gave off the feeling that she was the mother of all things. At least, when Long Chen saw her delicate body, it was hard for him to have any evil thoughts, but a kind of reverence. I'm not going to fight with you guys anymore. Actually, she didn't attack much, but she got tired very quickly. One could understand that she had a high cultivation realm, but her strength was exhausted. She had the essence of the progenitor realm, but right now, she didn't have enough strength that belonged to the progenitor realm. At this time, she actually chose to escape. But when she escaped, her speed was still relatively fast. In just a blink of an eye, she rushed out of the encirclement, turning into a dot and disappeared into the starry sky. Given her ability, honestly speaking, it was really difficult for Long Chen and the others to chase after her. But she ran away just like that, leaving Long Chen and the others speechless. We can't catch up to her, boss. Long Chen looked at the direction where she left, unable to calm down for a long time. He first instructed the 15 dragon emperors, immediately inform all the world lords of the myriad worlds and our people stationed here. If they discover any news of this mysterious woman, they must inform me in the shortest time possible. Describe her appearance to them. All right. Now, the 15 dragon emperors also understood that something big had happened. Before one wave had subsided, another wave had risen. Turning back to look at Mo Xiaolang and the other two, Long Chen said, "From the battle just now, she is indeed very strong, but she is a little exhausted. Why would she appear here? I think it's hard for us to know. What we need to do now is to get to know her as much as possible, or even befriend her." Mo Xiaolang also said, "Yes, everything about her is blank, just like a baby, easily influenced by others. In her heart, she probably doesn't have the concept of good and evil, and doesn't know that killing and destroying the world is not a good thing. We have to find her and guide her. Right now, she is blank, and she doesn't seem to have any evil intentions. If we can become friends with her, we will know a lot of things, and it will be very beneficial for us." On this point, everyone had the same idea. Kitten chuckled and said, "In the end, isn't it just picking up girls? Boss is good at this. Look at this big beauty, those arms, those legs, those big breasts, and that butt. She is definitely the type that boss likes. We should retreat first, and let boss go first. Under boss's bravery, this big beauty will probably fall head over heels in a few moves." To be honest, Long Chen regretted letting him return to this personality. This mouth of his really deserved to be slapped. Befriend her, guide her to do good, that is the most important thing. At the same time, we must know why she appeared here, or else we will be quite passive. In the end, Longchen decided that the four of them would split up and go to the various worlds of the infinite worlds. If they met her, they would try not to fight with her, and solve it with words. If they went out personally, it would be more reliable than the people of the infinite worlds finding her themselves. After all, this woman was so strong, if she was nearby, she wouldn't be able to escape their eyes. Longchen searched the entire northern star region, while the others went to the east, south, and west. Why is she doing this? Longchen racked his brains, but he still couldn't figure it out. Could it be related to the mystical dragon origin grounds? Longchen recalled that he had touched a figure in the mystical dragon origin grounds, and that figure was somewhat similar to this mysterious woman. However, if she was ancestor god Ling Su, why would she be related to the mystical dragon origin grounds? Because of this woman's appearance, the infinite worlds became nervous again, and Longchen couldn't cultivate in peace. He led the entire infinite worlds and devoted himself to searching for this woman's location. He moved through more than 2,000 worlds in the northern star region, over and over again, but there was no news from the other 3 star regions. This proved that the mysterious woman might not be near the infinite worlds yet, and was wandering in space. Finally, after moving around a few times, Longchen found traces of her in a primordial world called the Firmament Sea of Stars. She was indeed heading north, and after a few days, she reached the vicinity of the Firmament Sea of Stars. She probably saw the Firmament Sea of Stars, and that was why she was approaching this beautiful world. She sat on a blue, sparkling, broken star. Her legs were bent, and her body was leaning on the broken star. Her beautiful eyes looked at this world in surprise. This was probably the second world she had seen. This place is bigger and more beautiful than the place I saw before. She couldn't wait to go to this world. Suddenly, she saw a figure coming towards her from the center of the Firmament Sea of Stars. She saw it clearly. It was Longchen. When Longchen found her, he didn't summon Kitten and the others, lest she felt too much hostility from them. He quickly came before the woman and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, I've come to find you again. This time, I don't want to fight you. I just want to tell you something you want to know. You've just come to this world, and there are many things you don't understand. I hope I can be your friend." He realized that talking to her was like talking to an ignorant and curious little girl. Friends? Like your relationship with each other? Alright, I don't want to fight you guys either. I'm too tired, and I can't breathe. But it's strange. In such a big place, besides the 4 of you, everyone else seems so weak. The woman looked at Longchen with an innocent expression, as if she had completely forgotten about their previous fight. This made Longchen feel a lot more relaxed. It seemed that she wasn't as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. It's not that they're weak, but we're different from them. Of course, you're different from them too. In comparison, you should be closer to us. What I mean is, I think I know who you are. Do you want to know? Longchen, of course I want to know. The woman was a little excited. She stood up from the shattered star and gestured for Longchen to come over. She said, "Friend, do you want to come over and sit with us?" She still remembered Longchen's name. It wasn't that she had a problem with her intelligence, but her mind was really blank. Apart from being able to talk normally, she had no memory of what she had experienced. Longchen stood beside her. To be honest, he was a little nervous standing next to such a strong person. Seeing that her eyes were pure and flawless, he felt a lot more at ease. He said, "We're different from those creatures, and you're different from them too. That's because you're the one who created them. At the same time, you're also responsible for protecting them." Chapter 3294. Create, Protect. Hearing these 2 words, she tried hard to search for the meaning of these 2 words in her mind. Of course, she quickly understood and asked, "In other words, that world and all of them exist because of me, right?" Seeing the light in her eyes, Long Chen knew that whatever he said to her today would have a huge impact on her. She was currently the most unstable element in the myriad worlds, and it was very likely that she would cause unprecedented destruction. Therefore, Long Chen had to be careful and guide her in a good direction. Fortunately, she began to trust Long Chen. The previous battle was also because she was curious about Long Chen and the others. That's right, you created that world and those people. They all exist because of you. They have reproduced for many generations, and you are immortal. All of them are related to you by blood, and they are your closest people. Long Chen said seriously. I'll take you to a place to have a look. Sure. Hearing that they were going to a place, Ancestor God Ling Su was very happy. From the curious light in her eyes, it could be seen that she trusted Long Chen more and more. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen brought her to his divine kingdom. In fact, he could have brought her into the realm of life and death, into the time tunnel, or into the demonic dragon tomb. As long as he sealed her in these worlds, it was very likely that he could imprison her forever, so that she would no longer be in danger. However, Long Chen did not do this. That was a method that would not make up for the losses. It would offend her and betray her trust in him. Once she had a way to escape, it would be destruction. Moreover, at this time, Long Chen also felt that this ancestor god Ling Su, who knew nothing, was actually very cute. It was just that she did not have any rules or good or evil in her heart. These were all things that Long Chen needed to quickly instill in her. This place is called the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. You can think of it as a world that I created. Of course, it was not entirely true, but it was equivalent to it. After all, the current Dragon Sacrificial Continent was a part of Long Chen. If Long Chen died, this place might also perish. What a beautiful world, much more beautiful than the one I created. I'm so envious. Ancestor God Ling Su had already been brought into Long Chen's mind. Long Chen led her around the Dragon Sacrificial Continent as he said, "You are the creation god of the Spirit Essence Star Sea, the Creator. Your title is Spirit Essence Ancestor God. This title is the same as others calling me God Ancestor. Of course, if you don't like it and think it's too old-fashioned, you can also change your name." He did not say a word to her and was basically very careful. However, Ancestor God Ling Su did not notice. She thought carefully and said, "Ancestor God Ling Su. Then call me Susu." Long Chen was a little embarrassed. In his mind, this was actually a rather ancient and terrifying existence. She had once created the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Although it was very weak now, before the epoch, it was still a world that was at least equivalent to a primordial chaos realm. Susu, this name is not bad. Long Chen chuckled. He looked at the god of creation who had suddenly appeared from ancient times. No matter which angle he looked at her from, she was different in every way. She walked happily on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, changing her position, making it very difficult for others to catch up with her. After playing for a while, Ancestor God Ling Su asked Long Chen very seriously, "Although the world I created is small, it is very beautiful. Those people are the closest to me." "That's right. Then I want to go back and see my world." "Alright, I'll bring you there. But before that, you have to promise me a few things." "Speak quickly, friend." Ancestor God Ling Su's tone was a little coquettish. Clearly, she trusted Long Chen very much, which was why she would do this. Now, she was basically defenseless in front of Long Chen. Long Chen believed that as long as he was sincere, he would definitely be able to win her friendship and even help her in the future. He said solemnly, "You have to remember what I said. First of all, the Spirit Essence Star Ocean is the world you created. Everything there is a masterpiece of your beauty. As a creator god, the creator, you should love your world and your people, just like how I love this world. Why are we so much stronger than mortals? That's because all the mortals gave us power. Therefore, we have to protect them from harm, and even more so, not harm them. Their lives are very fragile, and if you get angry, they will completely die. That way, the people around them will be very sad. Is that so? Last time, someone touched me, and I was very angry. I don't know why, but was it wrong? Ancestor God Ling Su remembered Long Chen's words very seriously. You've just appeared, so they definitely don't know who you are. But now that you've arrived, they'll know. From now on, they'll definitely treat you with the utmost respect, because you're their guardian, just like how the people here respect me. Along the way, many people saw Long Chen, and all of them had deep faith in him. Yeah, I'm so envious of you. So many people like you. Fortunately, Ancestor God Ling Su was a good friend. Long Chen explained many things to her, and as expected, she remembered them all. This made Long Chen relax quite a bit. If this went on, not only would there be no trouble, but he would also be able to add a super expert to his camp. Although, he still did not know her background. You can do it too. Now, I will introduce you to your people. When you reach that world, feel it carefully, and you will understand that you are connected to that world. Alright, let's hurry back. I can't wait anymore. And so, when the preparations were complete, Long Chen brought her through the death rain and instantly returned to the air above the spirit essence star ocean. Where did you come from? That was amazing. Ancestor God Ling Su looked at Long Chen curiously. I'll tell you about it in the future. From now on, you will stay in your world. This is your home, your territory. In the future, I will often come here to accompany you. After all, we are friends. Furthermore, I will introduce you to even more friends. All of them will like you very much. Really? That's great. She said excitedly, you're absolutely right. Now that I've taken a closer look, it seems as though I was the one who created this place. Every single blade of grass and tree is my work. Every single living thing comes from me. This is my home, a place that I will protect. I will not allow others to bully my people. They are the people closest to me. Hearing Ancestor God Ling Su say this, Long Chen knew that the problem was not too big. At this time, he and Ancestor God Ling Su descended in the air above the spirit essence star ocean. For a time, the entire sky was filled with the figures of Long Chen and Ancestor God Ling Su. Every spirit could see the two of them. Every one of the spirit essence star ocean, gods and demons. Long Chen's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone could see him when they raised their heads. When Long Chen appeared, many of them knelt to the ground and shouted in unison, "Greetings, God Ancestor." They were all very excited. After all, Long Chen's status in the infinite worlds was simply too high. They all like you and respect you. Why? I want to be like that too. Ancestor God Ling Su realized that she was enjoying this feeling. It was very comfortable. Because there were bad people who came to destroy this place. I saved them. Long Chen smiled calmly. I hate bad people. I also thank you, my friend. Thank you for protecting my world. Ancestor God Ling Su said seriously. Long Chen treated her with sincerity, and she could feel it. Long Chen smiled at her, then said to everyone, "Today is a special day for the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, a day worthy of celebration. That is because the creator of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, the creator, has returned. And she is right in front of you. Countless years ago, when the heavens and earth were first formed, she was the one who created the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, the spirit race. She is the common ancestor of all of you. Everyone must find this unbelievable, but this is an unbelievable era. Please believe me, your ancestor has returned." To everyone, this was no longer unbelievable. It was like a dream. The ancestor god who created this world had returned, and it was this woman. It had to be said that Ancestor God Ling Su had her own divine might. When they felt this divine might, coupled with their absolute trust in Long Chen, after a short moment of shock, they were greeted with extreme joy. Ancestor God. Instantly, many of the spirit race's eyes were brimming with tears. They had naturally heard of the story of the Creator, and knew that this entire world had been created by an ancestor god. Of course, that was just a legend, but now that Long Chen had brought the creator to them, they believed it. How magical. I can feel their love and respect for me. I am willing to protect this world. Ancestor god Ling Su smiled happily. She was very simple right now. Happiness and sadness were written all over her face. Hearing this, Long Chen relaxed. He knew that he had succeeded today. Of course, he would still need to spend a long time communicating with her in the future. He would need to teach her the correct way of thinking. This process was like raising a child. Ancestor god Ling Su had too many things she was curious about. Long Chen did not dare to leave for now. He accompanied Ancestor god Ling Su as they wandered the spirit essence star ocean. Ancestor god Ling Su seemed to want to memorize every single place. Do you remember my name? Su. Correct. But only you can use this name. Chapter 3295. Everyone knew how terrifying it would be if a god of creation were to stand against them and against the entire world. She alone could cause a disaster that would be even more terrifying than the entire primeval troll race. Therefore, Long Chen was very responsible. From beginning to end, he was the one who accompanied Elder God Ling Su. Just like that, it had been half a month. By now, Elder God Ling Su had learned many things, and she was living a very happy life. Every day, she would learn about many new worlds. She was as happy as a little bird, innocent and innocent. Long Chen rejoiced that he had chosen to guide her instead of fearing her and then fighting against her. If he had done that, he might have personally created a fiend for himself. However, he could not stay by her side forever. He needed to cultivate, and at the same time, Elder God Ling Su needed to face the world on her own. Therefore, after half a month, Long Chen said to her, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my home. But if you need me, you can call me at any time. I'll definitely be by your side as soon as possible and keep you company." Elder God Ling Su was a little unhappy to see him leave. However, she was still a child, and it was fine to coax her a little. "Remember, when I'm not here, you have to protect your world and your people. Don't let them come to harm. Don't worry. I'll remember everything." Elder God Ling Su nodded solemnly. Then she said, "Then you have to promise me that if I need you, you will be by my side at any time. I'm alone, and I'm quite lonely." She was the one who created the world, and it was difficult for her to get along with mortal beings as equals. Therefore, she was afraid of being alone. No problem. Not long after, Long Chen returned to the realm of death. At this time, the world lords of the engine grade worlds, the three lord gods, and Mo Shaolang were all in the realm of death, waiting for Long Chen's news. Everyone was a little nervous. "How is it?" Long Chen replied, "It shouldn't be much of a problem. She's like a child. I've instilled a lot of good and evil into her, and she's kind to us now. If this goes on, we'll only have one more powerful friend. Of course, we still have to be careful. Don't worry, everyone. Leave this to me for now. I'll handle it. Then there shouldn't be a problem." The world lords trusted Long Chen a lot. She's the one who created the spirit essence star ocean. That's why we say that there are creators in our world. But where have they all gone? For a moment, the world lords of the origin grade worlds all had such doubts. Long Chen thought about it and decided not to tell them about the sky-swallowing clan for the time being, in case it caused chaos in the myriad worlds. At least for now, the world lords were still rather vague about the sky-swallowing clan. At most, they were a little suspicious. "Everyone, go back first. Be prepared. I feel that the worlds won't be peaceful. Although the primeval troll is gone, it's still a troubled time." "That's right. The worlds are so vast. Anything can happen. We'd better strengthen ourselves." And so, they went back first. Only Long Chen's core team was here. Boss, be honest. Did you do something bad to her when she was ignorant? That's why she's so dependent on you. Kitten said sneakily. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Luckily, Li Xuanji and Lingxi were at the Tower of Time. Bullshit. I'm not a dog. Tell him to let me go. Kitten burst into laughter. His wretched expression and his sturdy body were a bit of a conflict. He pointed at Mo Xiaolang. Anyway, they couldn't relax about ancestor god Ling Su. Long Chen was always paying attention to that place. Soon after they settled down, there was a slight movement in the realm of life that Long Chen hadn't been to for a long time. Among the four worlds, Long Chen went to the Death Realm and the Tower of Time most often. Especially after the Dragon Sacrificial Continent was rebuilt and the Origin Realm, he spent most of his time in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and the Tower of Time. In the past, everyone was in the realm of life. But now, they had basically moved out. Now, the realm of life was basically empty. Therefore, when there was a movement there, Long Chen was quite surprised. Without saying anything, he directly went to the realm of life. When he came to the realm of life, it was still lush and very quiet. But at this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the center of the realm of life. This was not under Long Chen's control. Could it be, after he got closer, he suddenly found that there was another space inside this turquoise vortex. This space was hidden in the realm of life. Long Chen had never found this place. Today, it had opened on its own. Never could Long Chen have imagined that there would be another dimension hidden within the realm of life, which came as a huge surprise to him. That was especially true when, as soon as the dimension was revealed, Long Chen saw the primordial dragon soul. There were a total of 8 syndicate dragons in the Tai Chi living dragon. In fact, Long Chen had already found the inheritance blood and origin dragon soul of the spiritual dragon and succeeded in giving birth to the spiritual dragon. Of course, it was Yang Lingqing. And now, there were 7 origin dragon souls in the secret space of the realm of life. In the origin dragon palace, there were a total of 5 types of supreme divine dragon inheritance essence blood, including the spirit dragon inheritance essence blood. Here, the remaining 3 drops were also present. This meant that the 8 great syndicate dragons of the Tai Chi life-form dragon could be completely reborn. With these, I can nurture another 8 unparalleled divine dragons. Each supreme divine dragon could probably reach the level of Long Chen or even the level of Soi Yan and Kitten when they reached their peak. This was very terrifying. All they needed was time. However, the most terrifying thing was Long Chen's reproduction. Long Yan had almost reached the realm of an ultimate god. She was very terrifying, especially in the Tower of Time. However, she was still too young, so Long Chen was not willing to let her fight. I need to select another 7 people to inherit this supreme divine dragon. Now, I've basically found all the people I'm close to. The rest of them should be fairly inherited to those with good talents and temperament in the divine dragon clan. He had obtained more inheritance blood and origin dragon souls of the supreme divine dragons. Now, there were almost 50 supreme divine dragons. There were still 4 ancestral dragons that he had yet to find, namely the first ancestral dragon, the primeval sacrificial dragon, and the void cosmic dragon. As for the chaotic heaven devouring dragon syndicate dragons, of course, they had all betrayed him. Among them, only the primeval sacrificial dragon syndicate dragon was inherited by Lingxi. There is a hidden space in the realm of life that was only opened today. The most likely place to be found now is the syndicate dragon of the void cosmic dragon. However, I have almost searched the entire myriad worlds. Then, could such a space also exist in the time tunnel? Perhaps, all the void cosmic dragon syndicate dragons are in the time tunnel. Currently, Zhang Tai only had 2 kinds of void cosmic dragon syndicate dragons, 8 origin dragon souls and 6 drops of inheritance blood. After all, there were many mysterious places in the time tunnel. For instance, the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, where the time was 10,000 times faster. Long Chen had entered it before, however, it had been closed now. There shouldn't be any in the fourth floor of the Tower of Time or the Eternal Swirl. Therefore, it might be the ruins of time. However, the price to pay for the ruins of time was too great. Time slowed down there by 10,000 times. Even if Long Chen existed there for 2 hours, 10,000 hours would pass in the outside world. Who knew what would happen in such a long time? Therefore, Long Chen didn't enter it for the time being. He collected the origin dragon souls first before discussing with the 15 dragon emperors about the candidates. Right at this moment, he felt the call of ancestor god Ling Su. Long Chen, hurry up, hurry up. Hearing her anxious voice, Long Chen was startled. Nothing could have happened, right? He had only left for a few days. He hurriedly collected the origin dragon soul and crossed into the death world. Then, he quickly descended into the spirit essence star ocean. Because he was worried that something would happen to the spirit essence star ocean, he left behind many death world dragon gates in the spirit essence star ocean. After finding the position closest to ancestor god Ling Su, he rushed out. In front of him was a beautiful sea of flowers. Not far away, an alluring woman was dancing amidst the sea of flowers. She was wearing a long skirt woven from flowers. It was gorgeous and moving, showing off her alluring figure. She had a slender waist, ample breasts, and plump buttocks. As she danced, it was a feast for the eyes. There were also flowers in her long hair, adding color to it. The power of a progenitor created an incomparably dreamy atmosphere for her. Her innocent laughter could be heard all around. Do I look good? As ancestor god Ling Su danced gracefully, she looked at Long Chen expectantly with a pair of enchanting eyes. It seemed that during the period when Long Chen was away, she had learned to dress up. Naturally, she had thrown away the beast hide she had been wearing. After changing her clothes, she looked like a brand new person. She matched well with the entire spirit essence star ocean. Of course you do. When a woman asked this question, there was only one answer. Fortunately, nothing happened. Friend, if you like me, look at me a bit longer. I don't want you to leave. Ancestor god Ling Su smiled sweetly as she danced amidst the countless flowers. Long Chen noticed that the flowers and trees were all listening to her commands. As long as she willed it, the flowers would bloom instantly. Even the trees would dance with her. Is this the power of a creator god? Long Chen finally understood what it meant to be a progenitor. Come here, ancestor god Ling Su appeared by his side. She held his hand, and the two of them wandered amidst the sea of flowers. They went to many places, and ancestor god Ling Su was very satisfied with his company. What are you doing? Suddenly, they saw two people in the sea of flowers. A man and a woman. They were naked, and they were in the middle of it. Chapter 3296. What are they doing? They look like they're having a good time. Interesting. Ancestor god Ling Su stared at them with interest. After a few more glances, her expression changed. Long Chen hurriedly took her away. Suddenly seeing this scene, it could be considered quite awkward. Let go of me. You haven't told me what they're doing. Besides, didn't you tell me that there shouldn't be any secrets between friends? Why do you want to hide it? Ancestor god Ling Su looked at him angrily. She was like a little girl throwing a tantrum. It was cute. However, her question was sharp. Long Chen had to answer. They're reproducing. That's the only way for all the living beings in the spiritual essence starry sea to reproduce. After this process, women usually get pregnant and have children. So that's how it is. Ancestor god Ling Su nodded in satisfaction. But from now on, the way she looked at Long Chen changed. She looked at Long Chen and walked up to him. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Long Chen's waist. Her pretty eyes looked at Long Chen shyly, but she said boldly, I want to have children with you. Oh, no. Long Chen was shocked. This guy was too direct. He couldn't handle it. Long Chen quickly explained, "It's like this. Only husband and wife can reproduce. We're just friends, so we can't do that." Ancestor god Lingsu was a little disappointed. She looked at Long Chen with her colorful eyes and said, "So that's how it is. In other words, husband and wife are better than friends. Since you're taking care of me, I want to be husband and wife with you. Is that okay?" From her hopeful eyes, if he rejected her directly, she might change her mind. Long Chen said, "Lingsu, we've only known each other for a short time. We need to spend a lot of time together to become husband and wife. Husband and wife are built on love. You need to love each other deeply to have love." Then, what is love? This was not easy to answer. Long Chen thought for a long time and found a more vivid answer. He said, "The deepest love is probably when both parties are willing to leave this world and disappear forever for the sake of the other party's survival and happiness." "Is he that great?" Ancestor god Lingsu said, patting her chest and sticking out her tongue. "I just appeared here, and I don't want to die forever. So, I don't want to have love. Susu, in fact, I already have a wife. But I believe that in the future, someone will love you, and you will love someone else. It's still early, so don't worry. No wonder you don't want to have children with me." To be honest, Lingsu ancestral god was still a little angry. Coaxing a kid like this was giving Long Chen a headache. But luckily, this was over. But Long Chen also realized that Lingsu was still a dangerous person. She couldn't control her emotions yet, and would need to be guided for a long time. She was a blank piece of paper, and would be easily influenced by others. So, Long Chen had to spend a lot of time with her. "Oh, right. Let me introduce you to more friends." "Okay." As the topic shifted to another topic, ancestor god Lingsu became excited again. Because it involved the issue of husband and wife, Long Chen did not introduce Lingxi and Li Xuanji to her. This time, it was Imo Xiaolang, Xiao Mao, and Su Yan who appeared. Last time, you guys beat me up. You made me so tired." Ancestor god Lingsu stared at them. As the saying goes, friendship comes from discord. We got to know each other through battle, so our relationship will be better in the future. With Long Chen's words, Ling Su was able to let go of the previous matter. Before long, everyone was familiar with each other, and they were friends. Long Chen was relieved. Because females were attracted to each other, ancestor god Ling Su and Soi Yan got along very well. Looks like Yen will be able to keep her company. After all, among the group, Soyan's ancient troll was the strongest, and she got along best with ancestor god Ling Su. Long Chen still needed a long time to cultivate. "Yen, you and he are husband and wife, right?" "Yes, Sister Su Su." "Then do you guys have children?" "I just wanted to have children with Long Chen." Soi Yan was stunned. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Even Mo Xiaolang had an evil smile on his face. "But he said we're not husband and wife, so we can't have children." Hee hee. Hearing that, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After a few days, when Lingsu ancestor god's mental state stabilized, it was time for Long Chen to leave. They left Su Yan here to accompany Lingsu ancestor god for a long time. "Remember to come to my house and play." Before Long Chen left, ancestor god Lingsu reminded him. "Don't worry, I'll come. You have to remember to protect this place." "No problem." Long Chen secretly watched Soi Yan and told her to report to him if anything happened. Then, he left with Mo Xiaolang and the others. Once ancestor god Lingsu calmed down, he would begin his new cultivation. But this time, he had something on his mind, so he couldn't be at ease. Why did she suddenly appear and have no memory of anything? This huge doubt made Long Chen unable to feel at ease. It made him lack a sense of security. He kept having the feeling that a terrifying crisis was gradually descending. Who knew when it would descend upon him? This reminded him of the origin of the mystical dragons. Could it be that I went there and touched that figure, so she came to the myriad worlds? Is she really ancestor god Lingsu? If she came to this world because of me, then all the answers should be in the origin of the mystical dragons. Whether it was in terms of laws or cultivation, he couldn't calm down, let alone improve. So, he stood up and left the dragon sacrifice continent, appearing at its original location. He headed east, where the origin of the mystical dragons was. After arriving here, Long Chen was still hesitating whether to enter or not. One last try. If there's a chance to know the answer, it's better than being in a daze. Even if other ancestor gods come, I'll just follow ancestor god Lingsu's method again. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. Go in. Of course, after entering, Long Chen informed Soi Yan, Mo Xiaolang, and Kitten. Now that they were overseeing the myriad worlds, Long Chen was relieved. Of course, every time he entered the origin of the mystical dragons, the ancestral dragon cave, he would be forced out not long after. When he entered, it was the same feeling as last time. The deeper he went, the more he felt like he had entered an ancient and open world. Everything was blurry, and as he went deeper, he could feel his own insignificance and fragility. The mystical dragons originated here. This is the oldest place since the beginning of the world. Long Chen sighed as he continued to venture deeper. He realized that it was the same as the last time. He was gradually losing his mind, and even his consciousness was starting to blur. He did not feel the existence of any rules, but once he entered this place, he seemed to have lost all his strength and become a powerless mortal. He didn't know what was affecting him. It's here again. After a period of time, he found it difficult to move. In front of him, a few more figures appeared. They were also walking aimlessly, just like him. The figures couldn't be seen clearly, but he could feel that there were people and beasts. This time, Long Chen still maintained a certain level of consciousness. He didn't dare to touch them, and if they encountered Long Chen, they would avoid him. I should continue. When he was kept in the dark about so many secrets, this feeling was too uncomfortable. Long Chen had no choice but to continue. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. Today might be his last chance. Why couldn't he continue? What secrets did this world, the origin of the mystical dragons, have? Why couldn't he understand them? Ignorance would lead to destruction. The current situation was that the Sky Devourer clan was in the dark and didn't know what was going on. This feeling made Long Chen feel a little scared. I must persevere, this was his strong will, urging him on all the time. Onward. Even though he felt very sleepy, he still struggled to move his feet, 1 step, 2 steps. He found that it seemed that his walking was getting smoother and smoother. There were more and more figures around him, but Long Chen didn't dare to touch them this time. They might be the ancestral gods of the myriad realms. If he touched them, they would all go to the myriad realms, and the myriad realms would be finished. He didn't know how long he walked, but he was getting more and more confused. At a certain moment, the dragon Jade Dao seal in the center of the primordial spirit of the Great Void Universe Dragon suddenly flickered. A black light shrouded Long Chen's body. This dragon Jade Dao seal hadn't moved for a long time. The deepest secret. What's wrong? Long Chen was a little more awake. His vision was completely covered by the black light, making it difficult for him to see what was going on around him. In order to avoid touching those figures, he didn't dare to move. What's wrong? I feel like I'm being squeezed. He felt light beneath his feet. It was as if he was in a void. However, this void was really firm and stable. Even he was not used to it. It was not that Long Chen could not withstand it, but he had spent too much time in the fragile space-time. When he came here, he felt a sense of pressure. At this time, the black light in front of him disappeared. What's going on? Chapter 3297. Long Chen's eyes widened as he looked around in awe. This didn't seem to be the origin of the divine dragons. Long Chen was only focused on walking. He had no idea why he was here. Before the jade dragon seal's black light appeared, he knew that he was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. But now, when he looked around, all he saw was a beautiful ancient starry sky with countless stars. He was in a starry sky. There was nothing around him except for the billions of stars in the distance. The heavenly rivers were endless and boundless. Long Chen was shocked that he had reached this place from the origin of the divine dragons. His biggest question was, of course, where exactly was this place? He lifted his head and scanned his surroundings. He discovered that this starry sky was much more beautiful and sturdy than the starry sky of the myriad worlds. Just the feeling of pressure alone was at least 10 times that of the myriad worlds. The feeling of vastness and grandeur was also at least 10 times greater. The billions of stars he could see and the trajectories of the stars were also more than 10 times larger. Long Chen had been to many places in the myriad worlds, but he had never seen such a beautiful place. Therefore, he was almost certain that this was not the myriad worlds he could reach. So, where was this place? A world like this is probably the starry sky before the epoch. Currently, it wasn't just the 10,000 worlds that were being destroyed. The boundless starry sky was also shrinking. If the 10,000 worlds before the epoch were the size of a person's head, then the starry sky of the 10,000 worlds now was less than the size of an egg. The two worlds that were once far apart were actually getting closer as the 10,000 worlds were being destroyed and shrinking. But where was this place? Long Chen surveyed his surroundings. In the end, he saw a heavy and majestic aura in one direction. Clearly, there was a world in that direction. The primordial chaos realm, the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the others were all separated. It's very likely that this is also a world that was separated. That was Long Chen's guess. As for what kind of world it was, he would know once he got closer. It should be an original grade world, but it seems very strong. Here, even the starry sky was so bright, let alone the world. Long Chen quickly approached, but he had just taken a few steps when he discovered an incomparably huge problem. He had lost all forms of communication. This was rather terrifying, because from the beginning, no matter where he was, at least no place or world could stop him from talking to Li Xuanji. But now, he had lost his connection with Li Xuanji, lost his connection with the dragon sacrificial continent, lost his connection with the 3 lifetimes thread and Lingxi, and lost all his faith. Of course, he had also lost the life and death realms, the time tunnel, and the demonic dragon ancient tomb. Even his divine kingdom seemed to be something that didn't exist at all. However, the strange thing was that all the rules still existed. Perhaps it could be said that everything that could communicate with the outside world had been sealed. But, that's impossible. This discovery simply shocked Long Chen, and even made him a little nervous. After all, such a thing had never happened before, and it was very likely that it would be troublesome to go back after coming here. The land of origin of the divine dragon and the mysterious dragon Jade, where did they bring me to? Long Chen stopped in his tracks, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Only then did he understand that this might not be a separated world, because a separated world would not allow him to lose those things. He knew that those things still existed, but in this place, they had disappeared. Long Chen tried many methods, but he couldn't get in touch with others, let alone return to the infinite worlds. He had no way of knowing what had happened in the infinite worlds and how much time had passed. This made him lose a huge sense of security. His only hope was that world. In the end, Long Chen calmed down and decided to go to that world to take a look. Let's go. At this time, he calmed down and turned into a ray of starlight, gradually approaching. The closer he got, the bigger the world in front of Long Chen. When he got closer, Long Chen found that this world was actually 3 huge clouds. As expected of an original grade world, but this original grade world is too majestic. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had seen many original grade worlds, but he had never discovered that an original grade world could actually give off such a strong sense of pressure. It was too oppressive. Very soon, Longchen discovered that he was wrong. Because this original grade world was much larger than what he had imagined. Even the supreme ancient immortal realms and the 6 paths of reincarnation realm were simply too small when compared to these 3 clouds. At the very least, only 4 supreme ancient immortal realms would be able to match the size of these clouds. In fact, it might even be more than that because Longchen hadn't gotten close to them yet. It's too big, and this pressure doesn't only come from these 3 worlds, but also from the center of them. Longchen discovered that in the center of the 3 clouds, he could faintly see something new. I understand now. When Longchen approached, he discovered that there were a large number of experts in each of the 3 clusters of clouds and mist. He was able to discern one thing. So, these are actually 3 original grade worlds. It's just that they're too close to each other. Moreover, these 3 original grade worlds are much more majestic and stable than the original grade worlds I've encountered before. Each world is strong and majestic, and the mortals within them are too tyrannical. The Fortune Divine Realm and the Primordial Divine Realm were together. Longchen was already shocked enough, but he didn't expect that there would be 3 huge worlds together. What is this place exactly? His biggest doubt still couldn't be solved. Longchen was prepared to land in one of the 3 original grade worlds. As long as he asked the people here, everything would come to light. However, as he got closer, he inadvertently saw a huge shadow behind the 3 clouds. When Longchen saw that shadow, it was like an impact that was several times stronger than the 3 worlds had landed on him. This caused Longchen to be stunned. There was something behind the 3 worlds. What was that? The 3 clouds couldn't hide it at all. It was like a cloth covering its body. So it turned out that what truly made Longchen feel suffocated was the thing behind the 3 clouds. How is this possible? It felt like it wasn't a living thing, but a terrifying world. When Longchen shifted his angle and passed through the 3 clouds and mist from another angle, he finally saw clearly that the huge shadow behind the 3 clouds and mist was actually a world. A world that was 10 times the size of each cloud and mist. Its volume was several times that of the Tomb of Samsara. It was more than 20 times the size of the supreme ancient immortal realms. Such a huge world seemed to be a continent. Because it was still very far away, Longchen could roughly see the entire continent. Heavens, what is this place exactly? Why does such a world exist? Longchen was momentarily stunned. However, when he clearly saw the appearance of the continent, he felt a suffocating feeling. Upon closer inspection, the shape of the continent seemed to be the shape of a human. It was a towering giant, burly and majestic, a humanoid continent. 3 clouds, Longchen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. For a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this Panga continent and the 3rd heaven?" Yes, he was very familiar with Panga continent and the 3rd heaven. He had been there countless times, and was even familiar with many places on Panga continent. But he did not expect that the appearance of this continent was so similar to Panga continent, and the 3 clouds were so similar to the 3rd heaven. The biggest difference was that the 3rd heaven was an eternal level world, while the 3 clouds here were original level worlds, and they were even more majestic than the 3rd heaven. As for the humanoid continent in the middle, judging from the unprecedented pressure, even the Tomb of Samsara was a world beyond the original level, not to mention this world. It was definitely a 10th grade world. The former Panga continent was like a miniature version of this world. Compared to this world, it was like a child, while this world was the age of the mighty barbarians. It can't be. Staying where he was, Longchen still couldn't believe himself. He would rather believe that this place was not Panga continent and the 3rd heaven, but some other world. If this is Panga continent and the 3rd heaven, the Panga continent and the 3rd heaven of all the worlds would never look like this, and it would not recover to this state in such a short period of time. So, right now, I might be in. Longchen dared not think any further. No wonder he couldn't get in touch with all the others. This place could simply drive anyone crazy with fright. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Now it seems that I still have to go in and merge with this world. Only then can I figure out what is happening, and where exactly is this place. After making up his mind, Long Chen was ready to bypass the third heaven and head straight for the humanoid continent. For now, Long Chen was not sure if this 10th grade world was Panga continent. When he got closer, he was even more shocked by the vastness of this world, as well as the majestic natural energy. The level of this natural energy was much higher than the original Panga natural energy, but Long Chen found that at least the feeling of the wilderness was the same as that of Panga continent. Before he got close to the continent, he suddenly felt a threat behind him. Looking back, he saw two beams of dim yellow light shooting in his direction from the distant starry sky. Who dares to trespass on my Panga continent? A barbarian with a rough voice and a wild voice descended in front of Long Chen, together with another barbarian of similar age, but who looked older. Panga continent, the barbarians. The appearance of these two pieces of information made Long Chen's heart tremble. Chapter 3298. Long Chen heard what the two barbarians said. Their appearance and temperament were not too different from the berserkers on Panga continent in the past. The only difference was that they were much more ancient, and they possessed an ancient presence that even the ancient gods of the savage universe did not possess. What made it even harder for Long Chen to calm down was that the two barbarians were much stronger than he had imagined. Both of them were above the ultimate divine realm, and if he was not mistaken, both of them were half-step ancestors. The appearance of two barbarians on the 10th grade Panga continent, and both of them were half-step ancestors. Such an encounter was too unbelievable for Long Chen. He could not even react to it. When the two barbarians stared at him, his mind was in a mess. They seemed to be father and son. Both father and son were heaven-defying figures, just like the barbaric sect master and the barbaric ancient god. However, this pair of father and son was much more terrifying. It was especially so for the berserker's father. He hid behind his son and stared at Long Chen with his pitch-black eyes, as if he wanted to see through Long Chen. The threat in his gaze was simply too great. Long Chen had already seen the likes of ancestral god Ling Su. This person's realm was most likely very close to that of ancestral god Ling Su. At the very least, he should be at the same level as Kitty and Su Yan. What a terrifying world. The two barbarians he had met were both half-step ancestors. Didn't you hear what I said? Who are you? You are a divine dragon, but you have a flaw. The man looked at Long Chen suspiciously, his eyes filled with a terrible pressure. He doesn't have an origin dragon soul, said the barbarian behind him. Without an origin dragon soul, you are not a real divine dragon. How dare you trespass on Panga continent? You are only in the realm of Tai divine realm. Fine, I'll just capture you and throw you away. In terms of realm, Long Chen was indeed only a primordial divine lord. However, everyone in the universe knew that Long Chen had the fighting strength of a half-step ancestor. However, the people here did not know that. Even though that barbarian was about to attack him, Long Chen was still unable to extricate himself from his shock and confusion. This is Panga continent, and you are the barbarians. Where exactly is this place? Long Chen's questions were somewhat incoherent. It should be a mixed-blood dragon that inherited the inheritance blood essence without permission, but it doesn't have an origin dragon soul, so it escaped from the dragon sacrificial continent and wandered here. It's really not easy to rely on the inheritance blood essence to reach this level. I reckon that it's the inheritance blood essence of an ultimate divine dragon. Desolate barbarian heaven, imprison him and send him to the dragon sacrificial continent. Let the divine dragon race handle him. I'll head back first. Yes, father. As expected, they were father and son. But at this time, Long Chen had already heard about dragon sacrificial continent. This was the dragon sacrificial continent. The existence of a 10th grade Panga continent, and the existence of the dragon sacrificial continent. To him, this was simply too magical. At this time, the barbarian's father was about to leave, but the other barbarian from desolate barbarian heaven stood in front of Long Chen, staring at Long Chen with cold eyes. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Long Chen, and was about to make a move. Wait. Long Chen stopped him and hurriedly asked, "How big is the current dragon sacrificial continent? Is it the number one world in the myriad of worlds?" He had an idea in his mind that even he didn't want to believe. That was it possible for him to come to the era before the era through the origin of the divine dragons? Only in the world before the era was it possible for a 10th grade Panga continent to exist, and only at this time would they place the dragon sacrificial continent in such a position. The barbarian from desolate barbarian heaven said impatiently, "Aren't you talking nonsense? How big is the dragon sacrificial continent? Aren't you a person of the dragon sacrificial continent? If not, how could you inherit the inheritance blood essence? Is there any world in the myriad of worlds that is bigger than the dragon sacrificial continent?" His various answers were affirmation of Long Chen's thoughts. Heavens, it turned out to be a world before the era. An unimaginable excitement overwhelmed Long Chen. "No, not necessarily. I've walked into the origin of the divine dragons. It's a land of illusions, and my mind isn't clear. How would I know if everything I see now is real? Perhaps all of this was illusory, and it was just his eyes that had seen the world before the era." But in any case, Long Chen was still excited. "As long as it's a world before the era, I can go to the dragon sacrificial continent. At least, I can see a lot of things, and see how glorious the dragon sacrificial continent was in the past." He was unprecedentedly excited. He believed that there must be a reason for him to come here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to rush to the dragon sacrificial continent immediately. Long Chen couldn't let the barbarian from desolate barbarian imprison and escort him there. Of course, he had to go there himself, so as to avoid being directly exposed to the experts of the dragon sacrificial continent, which would be very troublesome. Moreover, he knew that he came from an era after the era, but no one would believe him if he told this to anyone. Therefore, he couldn't casually reveal his identity. "I have to leave this place first." If he wanted to leave this place, he would have to avoid the entanglement of these two barbarians. But it was very obvious that these two were carrying respect for the dragon sacrificial continent and seemed to be determined to bring Long Chen back. The barbarian father returned first, while the barbarian from desolate barbarian blocked Long Chen's path and was about to attack in an instant. "Wait, you don't have to attack me. I can return to the dragon sacrificial continent by myself. People like you who steal inheritance blood essence are a disgrace to the divine dragon clan. I don't believe that you will obediently go back and surrender." "Cut the crap." The barbarian from desolate barbarian attacked in an instant, leaving no room for maneuver. He was a terrifying half-ancestor level expert. In theory, it wouldn't take him any effort to capture Long Chen. He reached out and grabbed at Long Chen. "I didn't steal the inheritance blood essence. You've misunderstood." Long Chen easily dodged, but he was still thinking of ways to get out of the grasp of these two. The barbarian father hadn't gone far yet, and it would be troublesome if he returned. However, he also knew what was going on with stealing inheritance blood essence and origin dragon soul, so it was hard to say. "You can still dodge." The speed at which Long Chen dodged surprised the barbarian from desolate barbarian. "What's wrong? Can't you handle it?" The barbarian father turned back and asked coldly. "No problem, father. I will definitely return from the dragon sacrificial continent as soon as possible. Be more polite when you go there. Don't offend the divine dragons." "I know that. Who dares to offend the divine dragons? Besides, I'm here to deliver a thief to them." While they were talking, Long Chen didn't manage to escape. He had a plan in mind. At this moment, the barbarian from desolate barbarian attacked again. This time, he used a destinable artifact. It was an ancient cauldron with 3 legs. It was ancient and majestic, and possessed great power. Any random item that the barbarian from desolate barbarian's hand was an origin-grade destinable artifact. The ancient cauldron shrouded Long Chen. This time, Long Chen didn't put up much resistance. He only resisted symbolically for a few times before he was completely controlled by the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian's hand. Let's see if you still want to escape from my palm, you shameless thief. The barbarian from Desolate Barbarian snorted coldly. On the other side, his father had also sensed that he had captured Long Chen, so he directly landed on Panga continent. The barbarian from Desolate Barbarian grabbed the ancient cauldron and flew in the direction of the dragon sacrificial continent at a terrifying speed without saying a word. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along the way, the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian didn't say anything. Long Chen also quieted down, calmly thinking about everything. It seems that I won't be able to go back in a short time. For the time being, with Kitten and Xiao Lang there shouldn't be a big problem, and Susu has also stabilized. So, I should see what secrets this place of origin of the divine dragons has brought me here. 1 day, 2 days. 3 days had passed. This place should be relatively far from Panga continent. At this time, it should be out of the control of the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian, and his father shouldn't be returning. Long Chen was confident that he could deal with the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian, but not his father, especially when he joined forces with his father. For a moment, he gathered all the strength in his body. The Origin Dragon Palace protected his body, the primordial dragon halberd in his hand, and the walls of the ancient cauldron surrounded him. Break. 2 grade original grade destiny grade divine artifacts attacked 1 destiny grade divine artifact. Rumble. All of a sudden, the ancient cauldron shook violently, and for a moment, it rushed out of his hand uncontrollably. In the midst of high-speed rotation, Long Chen rushed out from it. You can actually come out. The barbarian from Desolate Barbarian took back the ancient cauldron and said in shock. For him, it was impossible for a mere initial grade Tai Divine Realm expert to come out from his original grade Destiny grade. That's right. Long Chen was about to turn and leave, but as expected, the barbarian still clung to him. He said angrily, "Don't even think of leaving." It was difficult to really get rid of him. If this is not before the real epoch, then if I fight, it should be slightly different from the real world, Long Chen guessed. Therefore, he was interested in fighting with the barbarian from Desolate Barbarian. Therefore, he did not carry him away. You're quite fast. Looks like you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Obviously, you also have the strength of a half-step ancestor. You're really terrifying to be able to endure to such an extent and possess such a realm. It seems like you're a big shot in the dragon sacrificial continent. I've actually never heard of your name. However, since you've met me today, no matter what, I won't let you escape. Who said I'm going to escape? Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the barbarian. When he heard Long Chen's words, it meant that he wanted to fight. The barbarians were more enthusiastic about fighting. The barbarian from Desolate Barbarian directly roared. His eyes were fiery red, and his muscles bulged. Just his physical strength alone was terrifying enough, not inferior to the Jiuli giant demon. Roar. The overbearing barbarian from Desolate Barbarian fiercely suppressed Long Chen. At this time, apart from his fixed body, he was also wearing a set of pitch-black battle armor. It was actually an original grade Destiny grade Destiny grade Destiny grade. Chapter 3299. Ancient Cauldron, Battle Armor. In the end, the Heavenly Desolation Barbarian did not stop. When he held the ancient cauldron in his left hand, a pitch-black battle blade appeared in his right hand. The ancient cauldron, the battle armor, and the saber were actually of the same series. With the combination of the three, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian, who was originally a half-martial ancestor, appeared even more terrifying. Even among the 10 great ancestor fiends, not many could match him. The battle armor had the mountains of Panga continent carved on it, and the cauldron had the rivers of Panga continent carved on it. As for the blade, it had the pattern of countless skeletons. Perhaps, they were the ancestors of the barbarians. Although there were countless skeletons, there was also an even more savage, violent, and murderous impact. Moreover, at this moment, the man of heaven wasteland let out a cold snort. The ancient cauldron in his left hand actually fused with his huge fist and became a part of it. The ceaselessly flowing river in the ancient cauldron became a part of his fist. The combination of fists and blades, coupled with the armor that looked like a hedgehog, made Heavenly Wasteland Barbarian look terrifying even if it was not on Panga continent. Although the aura of the giant beast in the wilderness wasn't that of a demonic beast, it was far more ferocious than one. Compared to the Heaven Wasteland Barbarians, Long Chen looked much more refined. At this moment, the other party mercilessly attacked. The barbarian tribe was famous for their belligerence. Now that they had finally met someone who could fight, they would definitely not let him go. Before this epoch, will I still be able to fight like before? Is this really the world before the epoch? Although Long Chen was facing such an opponent, he was more focused on the doubts he had about the world. Boom! The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian tribe crossed an endless distance and charged over. Feeling such power, Long Chen instantly entered into a state of mind. The speed and brute force of the Heaven Wasteland brute was simply too terrifying. At this moment, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Like a falling meteor, the gigantic fist that had fused with the ancient cauldron smashed through everything with a single punch. A simple punch actually caused hundreds of thousands of explosions. Sky-rushing fist. At the same time, the furious roar of the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian also caused a roar in Long Chen's ears. Buzz buzz buzz, amazing. While he was feeling emotional, it also stimulated Long Chen's endless fighting spirit. Primal Chaos Dragon Fist. It was all a clash of fists. Primal Chaos Dragon Fist. The 9 types of Primal Chaos Elemental Chi turned into startling divine dragons, surging around Long Chen's arm and charging forward. In a short time, they clashed violently with the Heaven Desolate Savage Heaven Rushing Fist. Boom! The tremors caused ripples to appear in the starry sky from before the epoch of time. This was a battle that spanned billions of years. Bang! Under the impact of the opponent's pure power, Long Chen's entire arm turned into powder, completely dissipating. He was sent flying. Of course, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian did not have it easy either. The primal chaos elements directly rushed into his body. However, the advantage of the Heaven Wasteland Barbarians was that Long Chen only had the Origin Dragon Palace as a layer of defense. However, in this duel, the ancient cauldron and battle armor were his defensive weapons. Whoosh! Under the effect of the resurrection song of life, Long Chen's arm recovered rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was completely unscathed. His recovery speed was even faster than his opponent's, which made the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian's jaw drop. I couldn't tell that a mixed-haired dragon like you knew quite a lot of rules. You have such a high cultivation level, but I've never heard of your name. You've really hidden yourself well. However, if this is all you've got, I advise you not to resist and obediently surrender. Mixed-haired dragon. This appellation made Long Chen very unhappy. One must know that he was the inheritor of the 8 types of ancestral dragon essence blood. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian had already pressed forward again. This time, he still threw a punch, but this punch contained 7 types of fist intent. It was obviously much stronger than the previous sky-rushing fist. This time, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian's eyes were filled with disdain. With a roar, he threw another punch. Divine Fist of the Big Dipper. Within the rules, 7 huge stars were incomparably bright, almost blinding Long Chen's eyes. The power of each layer was comparable to the previous Divine Fist of the Big Dipper. Such a violent impact was simply a nightmare for anyone. However, this time, Long Chen was not anxious at all. He attacked calmly. Nirvana Primordial. Chaotic Dragon Fist, Primordial Dragon World, Creation Reincarnation. These 3 rules were mixed into the Primordial Dragon Halberd. The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian had never taken him seriously. This time, it was time to let him know how powerful he was. Nirvana Primordial, the supreme rule of destruction. This rule, with the trident of the primordial dragon halberd as the leader, directly rushed towards the opponent's divine fist of the Big Dipper. The two rules clashed in that instant. Ding! This was the sound of the ancient cauldron and the primordial dragon halberd colliding. It was like a sharp thorn that pierced into the surroundings. Rumble. Next, it was the destruction of the two rules. Even with the protection of the armor, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian was still smashed into pieces by the mysterious and brutal rules. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Not far away, the melody of life swept out and completely dissolved the power of the divine fist of the Big Dipper. Once again, Long Chen was unscathed. The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian was infuriated. Although the two duels were basically equal, Long Chen's melody of life was too infuriating. No matter how injured he was, as long as he was not dead, he would immediately recover. If the battle went on like this, wouldn't he be defeated? How could this be? Before this, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian had always thought that he was playing with the opponent, but he did not expect that the opponent was playing with him. Given the character of the barbarian race, his blood surged, and he went crazy. Pangu's mighty power. After he used this rule, even if he was not on Pangu continent, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian almost seemed to have been possessed by Pangu, except that there was no shadow behind him. With the support of Pangu's mighty power, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian's body grew several times larger, and his strength naturally became more majestic. It was simply a nightmare to be stared at by him now. Die, mixed-haired dragon! The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian roared, and the starry sky within millions of miles trembled. At this moment, he held the pitch-black blade with both hands. On the blade, countless black fiend energy swept toward his body, stirring up layers of whirlwinds. At this moment, he suddenly opened his red-black eyes, and slashed the blade directly and violently toward Long Chen. The rules of the barbarian race seemed to be so straightforward. There was not much mystery to it, but it had the highest lethality. Violent beheading. The blade slashed down. In a trance, Long Chen felt as if his head had been locked, and it was a feeling of death. I'm done playing. It was a terrifying attack, but for Long Chen, it was just a so-so. He had allowed his opponent to attack him twice before, which was actually an experiment. Now, he had a result. That was, in this world, he could use all his strength normally, without any restrictions. Therefore, when the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian used the violent beheading to kill Long Chen, he did not say a word, but directly transformed into a divine Dao heart-refining dragon in front of the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian. A huge divine dragon appeared in front of the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian, which startled him for a moment. The target he wanted to behead had become bigger. At this moment, a stone appeared in front of Long Chen. The primeval sacrificial stone. The primeval sacrificial stone was filled with the shadows of divine dragons. From the primeval sacrificial stone, it could be seen that Long Chen's body was already full of white light. The fusion of gold and black had magically given birth to a pure white power. It was a dazzling light that pierced the primeval sacrificial stone. After passing through it, countless shadows of divine dragons surrounded it, and its power expanded again as it rushed out from the primeval sacrificial stone. Boom! The light of karma trial. This was actually a rule that belonged to the divine Dao heart-refining dragon. Only the divine Dao heart-refining dragon had the right to judge. And in the dragon sacrificial continent before the epoch, the divine Dao heart-refining dragon was actually the ancestral dragon that appeared the most. With the addition of the primeval sacrificial stone, the light of karma trial was terrifyingly strong. The Heaven Wasteland Barbarian charged forward with the saber in hand, and naturally collided with the light of karma trial. At that moment, the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian was completely engulfed by the light of karma trial, and could not escape. Even the saber fell out. He struggled and roared in the white light, but it was of no use. Long Chen did not want to kill him. Now, he just wanted to let him have a taste of pain. Now that the Heaven Wasteland Barbarian was heavily injured, he did not have the strength to chase after him. He could not be bothered to say more, and directly turned around, using his fastest speed to leave this place, so that the Heaven Wasteland barbarian could not find him again. He indeed wanted to go to the dragon sacrificial continent. But he was also sure that he did not want to be escorted there by the Heaven Wasteland barbarian. Now, Long Chen had great expectations for the dragon sacrificial continent. He longed to see the world at that time, longed to see the real 10 great ancestor dragons, and maybe even make them make some changes. If this was the past, then changing the past might be able to reverse the future. Now, this was the craziest thought in Long Chen's heart. Mixed-hair dragon. Behind him, the Heaven Wasteland barbarian was still roaring in anger, but he could only watch as Long Chen disappeared. Not long after, he completely lost track of Long Chen. This guy actually escaped. How am I going to explain this to father? The Heaven Wasteland barbarian felt an incomparable headache. This time, even the battle armor was almost penetrated by Long Chen. This guy is actually powerful to this extent, almost catching up to father and the others, but I have never heard of him. Could it be that he has some secret on him? Judging from the inheritance blood essence he inherited, he doesn't seem weak. The Heaven Wasteland barbarian's heart was filled with doubts. Finally, he looked in the direction that Long Chen left. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.